Because there's a code of ignorance in the United States. There has always been. The strain of anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our political and cultural life. Nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge. Isaac Asimov.
Now, I'm making this video presentation, with one purpose, and that is to bring some light on to the death of my mother, Eileen Burger, which happened on June the 10th, 2021. That was when she had her legal certification of death. And I say that because, there's a fine line between, somebody who's just about brain dead and may have been misdiagnosed or may have been purposely, wrongfully misdiagnosed, with an agenda behind that. Never heard of the apnea brain death assessment. So when it was first described to me by this OPO coordinator and Tracy Pervitani from LifeQuest Organ Recovery Agency in Gainesville, this was when I was in transit from Philadelphia to Ocala, Florida. And that whole sequence of events is going to be like the main points of my contention, while I'm at the hospital. So, right. So this in apnea, it says in the Florida guidelines. And that's a hard thing because really, and I came to see this real early, like when the two spheres of medical and legal start to, everything with her from her custodian originally, then reestablishes himself, Dr. Beatrice Verdosian. Plus, you can always fall back on, if you don't know the legality of it, you don't know all the medical jargon and what's going on, you can always fall back on the numbers. Because that is, that's universal language. That is an exact science. And, I'll come to do that a couple of times too, just to, with the apnea abortions that Dr. Beat, her intensivist, that's administering them. But that's what that's going to come down to. And, it's his own statement about apnea right before, or not about apnea, just about the root of apnea. And that's going to be my stance. And a lot of people's not going to understand that. Like, oh, you just went to pull the ventilator, so what, your mom's just going to die? Well, maybe, I don't know. But I know she's going to die of organ donation, and that's the whole thing. I never actually object to organ donation. Okay, I was for it. I actually advocated against my own grandmother for this, and I regret that I did. But I want to take this time to, outline this. Death is, it's a homicide, no doubt about it. Okay, though the coroner won't entertain anything post-terminal, Dr. Corey, okay, which that's one of my two big disagreements with her. And I said, basically, and at the time I was just saying, if a human being is, one major component of a multivariant, can you consider that a homicide? And she basically says, well, we're not going to entertain anything post-terminal incident, meaning whatever caused you to go to the hospital. And I did not like that. I said, listen, that makes sense. I said, is that a standard or a guideline for all the medical examiners in Florida? Or is a routine clinical homicide? Because ICU doctors, like I said, accidentally, misdiagnosing a near brain dead patient as brain dead, or the purposeful, circumvention of the assessment protocols for the sake of pronouncing them brain dead. And that's another thing that I just want people to understand too. Listen, me and this doctor, Dr. Jacoby, who is at the forefront of the medical team assessing my mother's condition to it should have been to determine whether she was brain dead. And that's when hell breaks loose, is when I find out he has the same exact agenda as the OPO to establish brain death. And that's not how it was presented to me. That's not how the guidelines for the state of Florida read. Originally on January 5th, I believe. And then a few weeks later, Agent Brian Fleck in Tallahassee, he wasn't, he said, yo, kid, this is pretty audacious shit you got here. He was more of a, mid-state level overworked bureaucrat, and he was already, he was on my, yeah. He's just like, yo, what are you doing to me? I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, yo, you just hit me with this 180-page thing, bam, 30 pages a day on top of it for the last 4 days. He's like, yo, can you give me a break? And he's like, and another thing, he's like, what is it? Are you serious? Targeting and monitoring a living person for organ donation while still alive, then administering some kind of terminal. Yo, man, this is some audacious shit, basically. And I was like, look, it's right there. I said, this is not me. He's just like, well, look. He's like, I don't even, like, he's like, I can't even really determine if it is or not. So, we're getting a medical consultancy involved in this. And I said, oh, yeah? He's like, yeah. So listen, just, bring your stuff, put it out separately from the things that the hospital gave it. And I said, yeah, all right. Yeah, bam. Okay. Soon, 180 some people drew up pretty much a report. But, then the hospital files, I actually made some annotations on, and then I took them on Adobe and just squished them all together and pointed them out. So there was no way you had to look at my notations, and then he calls me up. Trombetti, what the hell are you doing? And I said, what? He's like, it's one thing, and then he was bitching about the amount of pages. He'd also be bitching about, he's like, yo, where is Aka with all this? Yeah, they hung me out to dry, sort of like cops, that they, no, I'm not ragging the profession. I'm just saying, like, well, there's an inherent corruption, and that's just not cops. That's just not, especially North Florida cops. Well, the complacency with that's kind of unique to this area. But you can't be complacent and corrupt. Well, you can be, I guess. It's more than obvious. But it's not though. But anyway, and this is, I'll just say it to you, whoever it is, because it's got one sole purpose, is to say, look, I'm not an investigator. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. Okay. though I'd put my, my boot in a couple of asses since I've been down here, because, and that's not little. It's just me just having to, all right, you can't do it, then I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Which might have served a better purpose, because nobody can really do it like I can do it. You know what I'm saying? But so I told him, I said, you tell this medical consultancy, look, and at this point, this was after some crazy shit went down with me in Tampa over Christmas. And I basically was saying that, and look, this shit that the first one down, now I know for pretty much 100% certainty that, and I don't use the 100%, rarely ever, if I put my 100% stamp on it, I've never put my 100% stamp on it and been wrong. That's because I never, most of the time I'll just get the 99.9 just to make sure you give me a little cushion room. So why guarantee something, if you don't have to? But here, as I told the Reflecting Medical Consultancy, I said, listen, and I drew out the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how, okay, of a crime that is, yes, from my first original perspective, that culminates the 4 days from June 8th to June 11th, 2021, that I was under the impression that this was a clinical homicide. Basically taking a terminal patient in whatever way you do it, but it's not exactly on their own, hence the homicide portion. A lot of it has to do with your, well, of course, and it's, when you talk about any homicide, it's where intents come in, and this will ultimately prove, maybe proves a bad word, this, I haven't proved anything happening down here. Look, I'm going to lay it out, and this is what I was, my point was getting, what I did with the medical consultancy. I said, look, now I'm not going to say you take any approach you want when trying to retain this. I mean, I don't, however you want to do it, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying you don't have to investigate anything they don't want to. Okay, fine, then no, but I'm not going to not try. And then listen, look, I'm going to present it. If you don't feel it warrants an investigation, okay, just, can you explain how it's done? How this wouldn't explain a criminal investigation? Okay? Listen, nobody's trying to do what they don't want to do. But I'm going to try to take every necessary venue that I can. Okay? Because then I'm going to start calling them precedents. And I'll explain it to the medical consultancy in fact. And then he couldn't even believe this shit what I was talking about. I'm talking about my mother was targeted through a data bank that only one entity has access to, okay? Several different ones, you know what I'm saying? But it's the only entity on the whole universe that can transcend HIPAA laws, because of the nature of their work. They can't be, when trying to place an organ, they can't be, they have to, research and look into a person's medical history. They can't be, barred from certain data. And the ones that have, and I'll find this, the Sky Bill Peoples' replacement, Christina Clavejo, after Dr. Fedosian, removes him from my mother's organ donation case. After he capitulates, after he already withdraws, this guy's such a he's such a coward too. He's the worst. And I'm gonna really right. You think it's because he killed my mom? No. It's what he did after. It's so that really, yeah. Listen, I don't say I hate. Listen, I hate him. Okay. And this sicko that came around here, this Nathan Good. Well, listen, it is what it is. I mean, I know. I see him on YouTube and shit, like showing cops how to shoot and stuff. I can tell he's a killer and shit. Listen, but I ain't no little Afghani boy either. I don't give a fuck about that. All that me and him could be in the fucking newspaper if we got it. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm telling you right now, me and him, yeah, I'm sure. Whatever, I'm not gonna start talking shit, being a fucking video gangster. But listen.
Now, I want to explain this to you, and I'm making this challenge. You hear me out. You review it in what I got, or against whatever you else can produce to contradict it, or to become in harmony with it, or to validate it, or unvalidate it. However, whatever road you want to take with it. But listen, if I send this to you as an attack, listen, I waive all counsel. I keep my own counsel here. All right? If you ignore this, I'm calling you a fucking pussy. That's right. All right? For Counselor Buxom, I'll call you Dick. Here we go. Listen. I got a phone call from my uncle, mom's older brother, to place my mom in some kind of targeted hypothermia, the hospital would say, once he alerted me at 6:40 p.m. on June the 10th, 2021, that my mother had suffered some kind of incident and she was in a coma. That's all he could tell me. Okay? I elected to drive down, all right, from Philadelphia to Ocala, Florida. Once they told me this freezing process, okay, which is a crude, non-clinical name for dropping your body down to 33 degrees, because you can't, really freeze somebody, your blood will crystallize. Well, you can freeze somebody, you just can't unfreeze them successfully. But anyway, it's called freezing. It's a form of targeted hypothermia, okay? Temperate management to preserve brain function, because they knew of my existence. I guess it was my grandmother that originally disclosed it, and it was my uncle that said told them that he was going to contact me. Well, they found out at roughly 9 o'clock something in the morning, between 9 and 10, about this incident, where I don't find out till 6:40, and I'll get more to that p.m. on June the 8th. Excuse me, that's June the 10th, June the 8th. So anyway, basically, went in transit there. I finally get a hold about, I was told within 30 minutes, 5 hours later, about 4 in the morning, between 5 in the morning, on June 9th, 2021, Dr. Beirut Ferdowsian would contact me. Actually, the nurse called me first. I got the priest to do the Catholic last rite, behalf of my grandmom, and he would tell me about my mother. She had suffered a brain hemorrhage that spread through most parts of her brain, okay? And she had a condition called doll eyes, something I never heard before. Also, he said she had grim odds. He said a 0.001% chance of regaining any decent cognitive function, whatever that was, whatever his definition of decent was. He said 0% chance of normalcy, George. And he couldn't tell me. He said, I can't tell you from brain scans alone what caused a hemorrhage like this. He then would suggest that it was an appropriate time for a DNR. I kind of gave him a half-ass one. I did give him one. I said, look, if she go, just, you can let nature take its course. I said, but before I do anything proactive, I said, I want to hear from a second doctor. And he goes, yeah, fine, George, that's fine. But basically, I put the DNR in that if she just were to go, just to let it happen. Because, Dr. Ferdowsian, I don't even know Dr. Ferdowsian, but, and I'll get to him more. But see here, anyway, when I'm going down there, then there's a little incident that happens when I finally talk to my grandmother. I want to put my family out of this, other than when it comes to dealing with this. I want to keep this amongst the clinicians and the authorities down here in Florida. So I keep them separate for now, unless it's absolutely, interferes with this, because it'll just muck this up. Because a lot of that's hypothesis. I've been down here. I know more what happened down here than I do with them. So anyway, what happens is I end up getting a call from Dr. Jack O'B about 11:30 in the morning on June 9th. And he would tell me, okay, basically to confer with Dr. Ferdowsian's grim odds. He would also say to me, okay, that look, he's just like, Dr. Ferdowsian might have, lowballed you on that one a little bit. Like, I don't think your mother's odds are even that good. When I asked him, I said, is my mother sustaining generally through, artificial means? He would say to me, listen, your mother suffered a profound brain injury. I don't think she can breathe on her own, but we'll never know until we remove that ventilator. Now, will we? That will be the whole basis of my contention in the sequence of events that follows from here. Okay? Now, no matter what they're saying, my claim is, and some things are out of context, and they're saying about organ donation, well, it might mean organ donation in the context of not out from a brain death, diagnosis, or at least facilitate it with, by circumventing the neurological guidelines or the state statutes, or even more so, the outline that she's laid out to me. Now, look, one of the biggest problems, I'm going to give my opinions in this though too, because look, one of the biggest problems with these brain death diagnoses are this: they're a social construct. There's nothing clinical about them other than maybe the apnea. Though it gets aborted, and if you don't have somebody standing there as your, as your proxy, Okay? Because listen, honestly, I don't think Dr. Fedosian would have confirmed this if Mary just didn't yell it out. And once you look in the medical file, you can see why she yells it out. She's getting disturbed. Like all the movements that my mom's having while Jack. Now listen, honestly, I don't blame OB's like this. He's like, look, he tells me straight up the way it is to him, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, he's doing topography scans in between 2 apnea abortions. You know what I'm saying? Well, why are you doing that? He's looking to see if the organs are good. And like he, and that's why, he's being honest about it. And I understand where he's coming from. Because I have the same exact, disposition towards this. This woman's organs works, okay? Her brain don't. Vice versa with this woman. Let's do this switch. Let's get it going on. Okay? Neither me nor him wanted to, neither me nor him would want this woman in whatever condition she is in. But here's the thing, okay? I have a legal responsibility and even more so a moral obligation. It's my mother's only child. Okay? So once you start trying to lie to me and conceal the facts, guess what? Guess what? It's a wrap. Okay? Especially if the ball's in my court. If the ball's in your court, I'm going to go over there and try to rip that ball out your fucking hands. And that's the thing, well, whose ball was the court in? Okay? And at the time, the ICU executive, her custodian is Dr. Trombetti the Investigatory. Okay? The OPO coordinator, Tracy Pervadani, had contacted me after I told Jack O'Beed, yes, I'm going to honor my mother's organ donation designation. Well, there's the thing. When Tracy Pervadani would call me, to talk about it, I said, what do you even need my permission for? I said, my mom's a registered organ donor, just like I am. I said, I'm slightly familiar with the controversies behind organ donation and stuff like that. Like, I know that, they really don't have no say in the matter. I said, so what? And I'm for it, so what's the problem? She goes, no. She goes, we're not asking you permission for organ donation. We'll do that when the time comes, when she's dead. That's why we're calling you. She goes, to establish brain death, to facilitate a DNC or death by neurological criteria diagnosis. And I said, oh, basically I'd heard of brain death. I didn't know that the overwhelming majority, 98% of organ donation was done by it. I had heard stuff about brain death and organ donation. I thought it was some kind of gray area legality that just happens in ICUs. The people were cool with it. All right, cool, let's take these organs, right? But there's a few indications about her. And this is one of the biggest problems I want to say is, look, this shouldn't have been Tracy Pervadani doing this. It should have been Dr. Jacoby. Now I know, listen, he was just as much, but still, you get this woman, because she has a nice southern accent, and she's like trying to gauge how dumb I am, and I'll be honest, it's an amazing process. It is. And honestly, but I'll tell you what the problem is. You get these doctors, and especially this newer generation of doctors, these disciples of these high priests of pseudo-medical science, that they don't even know their own principles, because they're not rooted in nothing, because they don't know, because it's bullshit. Okay, the whole brain death thing is just bullshit. Okay, social construct, because look, that's what it's going to come down to. Because look, when the apnea confirms it, good, it confirms it. But when it's not going to convert it, it's aborted. Move on to ancillary testing. Oh, now we can go interpret a scan because we had to abort that. See, now I'm starting to see how, if the British are saying, if we're saying a third, and the British are saying 40 to 45% of brain death diagnosis are just flat out wrong, either through, misdiagnosis, or let's just push them through, or let's fucking have an illicit organ harvest for the sake of a hospital. Okay? Whatever the reason is. Then if that's the number that's out to the public, then I bet you, I'm saying the majority of these brain. Listen, so basically that's what I'm saying. It's all a social construct. There's where it's at. The only clinical threshold of this is you can't breathe, you can't live. I'm driving along and here with my mom's friend, Ron Lyle. Now Ron's kind of like my grandmom's go-to guy. He's actually my friend back when I was down here the first time in 07. And then, we started hanging out again when I came down here for my mom's 50th birthday in the Olympics in 2012. But Ron basically, he's almost like one of my mom's girlfriends, you know what I'm saying?
But no, Ron's cool. That's my man. But basically, that's who my grandmom talks to when my mom had problems and stuff. And here, he's like, he goes on in the morning. He's like, yo, George, yo, what the fuck's going on, man? He's like, yo, your grandmom is with your uncle or son, and they're acting like weird. I'm trying to find out about your mom. Oh, I can hear your uncle in the background. She's saying he ain't even there. She's talking about, don't worry, I got my lawyers on it, Ron, like something about a house. And then the dude Ken, he calls. He's worried about her pills. Got people calling her house. Where's her pills at? And she's like, "What the fuck is going?" You know. And I tried to call Ron like that night, like the night before. And I couldn't even get hold. I'm like, "Dude, Ron, what the fuck? Where you been?" Like, you know. Here he's with her on the 7th. You know, he's a little bit of a partier, so I think he crashed all day on the 8th. So now he's there on the 9th. And here he's finding this whole thing odd and shit like that. Well, here, my grandma, she clicks, she's calling. So, yo, that's my grandma. Hold up, I got on the phone with her. Right away, she's like, oh, you put it in, yeah. I said, yeah. I said, I told the nurse to give the priest. I said, I don't know if they did it. They ended up doing it. You know, it's all in the file. But like a college dorm type building in Chambersburg, Maryland. It's like a brick, you know, they're like little apartment buildings. I think I had to go take a piss and I was, and he's like, and there's like ivy like rolling up the side. I'm in between two of them, and I get a call from Dr. Jack O.B. He's an intensivist, and because I had said I wanted, you know, a second doctor to confirm Dr. Fedosian's, you know, diagnosis. My mother's, you know, neurological state and or just overall, you know, grave condition that he described to me. And basically, I said, Doc, you concur with Dr. Fedosian's, you know, diagnosis about me? He said about a, you know, 0.001% chance. He goes, oh, these basically he implied that Dr. Fedosian kind of, you know, lowballed that or maybe highball, however you want to, whatever your perspective is. Basically, he's saying that, you know, that my mother's, he's basically saying that my mother's, you know, don't even have that good of a chance. And Dr. Fedosian would say later that he's like, George, when we were trying to establish the chronology of, you know, once there's a little custody, no, not a little, you know, about, you know, that's being contested when I show up to the hospital. But, you know, he tells me that it was more figurative, just so he didn't really crunch the numbers. When I said, well, you told me 100,000 chance. He's like, well, anyway, you know, and I got to pull out the math on Doc OB too later on. But I asked him, I said, yo, Doc, I said, listen, is my mother being mainly sustained by artificial means? Does she got some kind of mechanical device, you know, maintaining her and doing her breathing for her, keeping her, you know, heart and lungs pumping? And he goes, your mother is presently on a ventilator. He goes, and I believe she's just suffered a profound brain injury. And I personally don't think I can see her breathing on her own. But we'll never know until we pull the ventilator now, will we? And that's going to be my contention with, you know, the medical team that's assessing her brain death, with Dr. Jacko Beat at the forefront of this. That's, you know, and that's why, because, you know, people say, oh, you just want the withdrawals important, it's going to kill your mother anyway. You don't have any medical malpractice, doctor, lawyers. I said, dude, no, it's not that. And honestly, I would have probably thought that too. But it's pulling life support. No. See, now, like, because with this whole brain death thing, when you remove this apnea, which it is kind of like an exact science as Tracy Perpetine, I'm getting to that. But basically, it's, you know, the clinical threshold's gone now. So now it's subjective. Now you're just, you know, it's a social construct. The patient's brain dead. Why? Because we all say she's brain dead. And it's that simple. So basically, so and that's what the root of apnea, this highest standard of brain death and determining final brain death assessment, it is that it's basically, that's in like a microcosm, it's not just totally detaching it. You release the gas, let the lungs fill up with carbon dioxide, pull the ventilator, and see, and gauge if there's some kind of reaction. If you try to exhale. But once you remove that, it's now pretty much interpretations of scans, interpretation of coma, which is so basically, Dr. Obi, concurs with Dr. Fedojan's diagnosis, and so I asked him. I said, well, he says to me, he goes, do you want us to keep her comfortable until you get here? Basically, instead of pulling the, which like I was saying, that's the only way. Like, he's right. Like, we don't know if she can breathe on her own until we pull his ventilator, which is, like I said, which is the foundation of apnea, the principle anyway. So basically, this is where he's at. So he asks me. Now I say, like, I'm still like 13 hours away in Maryland. So I'm like, listen, I said, Doc, now I'm conflicted because honestly, I really don't want to see her with this the Dr. Fedojan's doll eyes that he described. I don't want my last memories to be that, but I feel like I owe it to my mom to be there. But then again, I don't want to like prolong any poor state of affairs that she's, if it's as bad as they're saying. So, I don't know how much she can feel or how much she's suffering. But I feel like almost obligated to try to get there so I can see her while she's got some kind of, why her body's warm, why she's still got some life in her, even if they, So anyway, the thing, I think I might have surprised. I said, nah, Doc, that's all right. I knew who my mother was. I said, if I got two medical doctors telling me that she's not that, that she's not well off like this in her conditions that grave, I said, you can pull that ventilator now. And he goes, well, hold on. Are you going to honor her organ donation designation? Like the one that's on the back of your license. And I said, yeah, of course. Now, here's the thing. I heard about brain death diagnoses having organ donations, attached to them. I just figured that there was some kind of gray area legality where they were like saying, look, basically we just pull the plug, they die. You know what I'm saying? And then we do it. I don't know that at the time, I didn't know that brain death. Now, they say it's commonly confused with coma and vegetative state. Well, of course, you're in some kind of coma if you're brain dead, but not all comatose people are brain dead. Okay? All brain dead people are comatose. In vegetative state, see, the coma, I knew that. I knew people woke up from comas. I would have thought a vegetative state is brain death. And I didn't know that brain death is a legal certified, one of the two statuses of being dead, and this is why. So he tells me, Dr. B tells me, he goes, well, listen, since you chose to honor this, he goes, I legally can't talk to you anymore about the donation, process. He goes, somebody from donation services will contact you. And I'm like, well, I'm not trying to He's like, just, it will be shortly. He won't tell me the time, so it'll be shortly. Short as shit, it was like about 45, it was like almost an hour. And I get a call from a woman named Tracy Perbatani, who's the coordinator, the OPO coordinator for LifeQuest Organ Procurement Recovery Services out of Gainesville, Florida. They're one of the 4 OPOs in Florida. Each of your major metropolitans having one. Miami and its districts, same with Orlando, Tampa, and then the whole northern sector. The Panhandle, Tallahassee, all the way to Jacksonville, and I think Marion County here is the southern, is as south as it goes, and it's headquartered in Gainesville at UF. But here, she'll get on the phone and like the first thing I'm asking her is basically like, well, I'm semi familiar with the controversies surrounding organ donation, and like I know that like a lot of times I heard that the OPOs, they shouldn't be given into the family. Yeah, all right, like but here I said like, well, what are you asking me for? Like my see, I'm not aware that and that's she said we're not in here really to ask you for permission for organ donation. That's going to happen when she dies. It's that, look, your mother had some, neurological evaluations and, some scans done, and that the evaluations pretty much indicate that she might be brain dead, or it's on the horizon, DNC, or death by neurological criteria. So we want to establish brain death. Come in, do some assessments. You know what I'm saying? Da, 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 da. And that's what she recorded me for, to facilitate a brain death diagnosis for the express purposes of getting an organ donation. That's what they're in there for, to establish brain death. Now, they're going to see, and she kind of misrepresents when she tells me that all organ donation comes from brain death. No, she's just about right. Just the overwhelming majority, like 98%. But no, not all. They do have some, where they do, and they have a protocol for when a person is not quite brain dead. But now you take them to the ER, you pull the ventilator. But that's, see, the whole thing about DCD or, a dead cardiac donor. See, it's non-conducive to organ donation. Because in general, well, they say it is because, with the technological advancements, brain death becomes more, desirable because, well, like I told her, I understand the principle. A living host is going to be, more compatible, producing organs for a transplant than a dead host is. Absolutely. And I understand that. So basically, that's one of the technological, about the ventilator and, keeping your heart and lungs, alive. Well, but there's also the fact that they started to, like my mother was, to rejuvenate somebody's heart. So to make sure that, now I heard it's like 5 minutes, 7.5 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, but you have to let the blood circulatory system cease completely. But by the time you were to do that, you're down in the OR ready to go. The biointegrity of the organ could start to be come into jeopardy, begin to fail. So, that's why they went now that she told me, like, the cartilage and the corneas and, some bone and whatever else, I guess the hard parts, but nothing, none of the organs. Well, yes, there are kidneys and I guess some kind of, when you get a piece of or a liver dissection, that comes from that, in the way I was reading it, it says, listen, it's really not, I guess in the small sample size that they have, that there's really not that much of it when it comes to livers, being taken from a cardiac, and it's getting more popular now, I guess with all the, the need for all these organs that they need. Anyway, so she explains a lot to me, and so when I'm asking her, well, here I had told my grandma that this, I had put the the DNR in, and then I told her about pulling the ventilator. I didn't know that they were going to keep her. So now my grandma, in this brief, they tell me to get a hotel, and I realize, what, they're trying to, actually slow me down. And listen, I understand that 100% honesty is probably not the best policy for an OPO dealing with, a person. But, I mean, listen, I try to think that I'm scientifically principled in things and stuff like that. But you know what? It's not. See, they're the ones. They're the extremists. You know what I'm saying? And like they're the, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm not one of them. Yeah, I wipe my ass with a science book, but I'm not one of the disciples of the high priest of science that, with their bullshit with the ventilator. Oh, the only reason this patient's still alive is because of that ventilator right there. Keep it. Like, now get the fuck out of here, man. Like, trust me. I said, them heart and lungs, they need. You think they need that ventilator like that? No, that ventilator needs them heart and lungs a lot more than them heart and lungs need that ventilator. Trust me, it did 99% of its work, more than that, without that machine. That machine ain't never done shit without a set of heart and lungs. So, that's like saying when I'm flying doing a buck 65 in a Maserati or some shit and saying, yo, the only reason you're whipping around town in that Maserati is because that kid there pumping gas at the Sunoco. It's just so, and that's what happens. Like, you get these fucking high priest of science, and it's not even science. High priest of pseudoscience, like this Fauci with his bullshit, and like, I never seen a man fail up, So let me, help with this ATZ and fuck up HIV, that the last virus epidemic we had, But anyway, so basically, in there's so my grandmom, she's completely objecting to this whole process, this whole biologically functioning, as they call it. And I'm trying to explain to her, I said, listen, it's the process for everybody. She goes, your mother didn't know that they keep you alive when I said, it's not really alive. The fuck if it ain't alive. She was right. She was right. I regret not listening to her. Who knows her daughter but no, I'm trying. And see, this is the people want you on the extremes. They want you to have, like these, like when I read about the apnea contentions. Here, yeah. I have an apnea contention. I'm on the other side of it. I'm actually kind of like more organ donation than the organ donors, the actual donation services. I'll get to that. But, well, I end up telling Larry Corcoran, the executive, he's a lying motherfucker though too. But he'll tell me a couple weeks later when I had this contention, about Bill Peoples and the time and all that, time of death and all this shit. And he tells me that I have the longest, most extensive notation out of any next of kin directive giver in his company's whole history by far. He says he's willing to say, because he's been in his 40 something years since it started, one of the founding companies in Florida. He said that in all the state of Florida's organ donation history. So yeah, a couple credentials. Yeah, I don't know how many people. When was the last time somebody cracked the transplant fraud? But here basically, so where was I? Oh yeah, so my grandma, she's really pissed off, and she's not wanting to hear nothing. I'm trying to like relate, like how my dad told me my mother had a cesarean section. Basically, they had a partition, like some kind of tent where she couldn't see. She was all doped up, and where her stomach basically was, had all them little forceps all around, and and I'm bigger than, I was 8 pounds 7 ounces. I'm pretty sure I'm bigger than the liver or whatever. But and he said, listen, she didn't feel a thing. So that's what I'm saying. But to say that, like, my grandmom's absolutely right. To say that she didn't have the breath of God in her, who the fuck am I? You know what I'm saying? And it's the whole thing. See, here's the thing. People say, well, how do you, who are you to fucking tell an intensivist running a brain death evaluation? How can you catch that shit? And say, listen, all I know is this. First of all, the numbers don't lie. And I'll get to that. And so secondly, look, whatever the fuck they're doing, I don't know. I just know that they're not doing whatever the fuck they said that they were going to do. And it's that simple. And that's how you catch it. The ones that are smarter, they're too, you know what I'm saying? They're too smart. They explain it, and then when they don't do it exactly as they say, most people will try to act like, oh, it must be me. So like this, no. That's not what you said. And it can get down to semantic arguments, like, determining brain death as opposed to establishing brain death, or fucking an apnea abortion as opposed to an apnea suspension, we're delaying my withdrawal. We're ignoring my withdrawal directive. So that's what it comes down to in a lot of shit. But and you can tell that, listen to me. That's why everybody goes silent with me or says some lies. Listen, in 1 year, there's not one person, okay, not no investigator or no medical. There's been a couple of asshole lawyers who tried, you know what I'm saying, and Arletta Gardner, you know what I'm saying. But like, listen, ain't no they're going to actually sit there and dish out the merits of this with me, and it ain't happening. Trust me, because guess what? For the first couple months, you know, all the way up until the medical consultancy at Department of Health, that's what I was saying. Please, can somebody show me, hey kid, this is where you're wrong. Let me show you this. Da, 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 da. And I swore to the Department of Health, I said, look, there's got to be something. This can't be happening. The monitoring, the targeting, the monitoring, the medical management. Okay, then there's a fucking logistical firm that's out there telling me, it's like, no, we do this. This is exactly, yeah, how else would we, get a jump on fucking, listen, Apple Watches, it's, you know what I'm saying? And then when you talk about this, like a ball of fucking deep state infiltration, that it's so, there is well, I'm getting way ahead of myself. But basically, so I'm telling my grandma, and she's like, I don't want my youngest child subjected. I don't want that. I'm like, Mom, listen, please, trying to be reasonable. And that's what they don't want. They don't want you in the middle ground. Because everybody, they want you. Listen, even if you're not on our side, you got to be on the complete other side. Then don't be trying to trying to have a balanced position, because that's extreme to us. Because it's that requires you to be like semi-reasonable, and that's why everybody, like, that's why I'm getting met with such a resistance. Well, no wonder why 40% of all the money in this country has been, printed in the last year. Well, why? Look at the deep state sludge fund. Oh, shit, here I go again. Anyway, trust me, I'll be getting to that. And, I was debating how much that shit. I'm gonna lay it on thick too, because fuck it, it is what it is. Just show me how it ain't happening. All these cops, hopefully they won't show you. Oh yeah, or any of these that. Well, shit, the medical part, I don't really see that. I put too much time in it where I should have been more worried about the legal components. But I kind of took like the Bill Belichick, Andy Reid position on it. Like I said, look, they say, Andy Reid's a big offensive coach. Bill Belichick's a big defensive coach. They say they're the only two coaches, that are GMs, that they actually invest more money in their weak suit. Okay. Bill Belichick will invest more money in his offense, and Andy Reid will invest more money in his defense, knowing that they're weaker there. So let the money make up for it. And that's what I'll kind of do, where I kind of focus more on the medical side of this, thinking I said, oh, but no, I totally underestimated the legal components of this shit. Way too much, to where, like, I just say, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I thought the medical would be way more complicated. I actually kind of, you know what I'm saying? I come down here, it's not a thing of law, though. It's a thing of, a bureaucratic bullshit that, they put up the, all the rules. It's like going to prison. The only thing worse in prison than a guard, it's a fucking inmate. Ain't nobody gonna lay down more rules than you. As horrible as a prison guard is, trust me, the inmates are fucking worse. But anyway, so basically, so she's telling me, I don't want my youngest. And I said, Mom, listen, I finally snapped. I said, what you want is not the bottom line here. Neither is with these fucking two doctors, nor this organ lady, nor myself, nor my mother, even though with her wishes, or not wish, I hate saying that shit, what her, what she would want it, that would, that ultimately would have the most of it. But that's not the bottom line. And then people say, oh, the healthcare surrogate has to do it is what he thinks that would be the, that patient would want. Yeah, that would be the biggest component, but that's not everything. It's not everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my mom's, trust me, and, well, anyway. So I tell my grandmom, you know, this, I said, but listen, it's not the bottom line what you want, but it's being highly considered because I'm right with you to the degree. And I should, she was right. I should have never even signed my mother off. But the way I thought about it was like, look, listen, my mother signed up for this. I said, you know, she's a grown woman. This is the process for everybody. You know, so I got to let them draw water from the well. But even more so, I said, I'd accept an organ to save my mother from this process. How can I, you know, how could I just, you know, not allow it, you know, to even just, I should have. And this is what people say like later about this, you know, this fucking heinous cover story. See how Dr. Fedosian really actually re-interjects himself back into the whole scene. But, and I'll get to that. But anyway, so basically, I come back, and that's when me and Tracy start really getting into the discussions about like what this, what are they going to do? How are they going to actually determine whether my mother's brain dead or not? And you know, she starts telling me, and I start, you know, giving her a lot of questions about this, and here she tells me this like bizarre hypothetical. It's really not that bizarre though. After what will go down, you know, here at this hospital, and one of these articles I'll read, and I think this is kind of like an urban legend, I guess, but you know, most of them have some kind of, you know, basis in reality. Here, she starts telling me about like, well, listen now, if your mother starts showing any progressions, like she's coming out of it doing the procurement surgery, we have the surgeons have a protocol where they'll just stop, and they will not continue to go on with this organ. And I was like, what? I said, what are you talking? I said, listen, lady, you're trying to tell me that by some means of, you know, misdiagnosis or perhaps maybe some miraculous recovery, that while you're extracting my mother's most valued innards and you're basically, you know, ripping her organs from her body after you just dissected her, and she starts to come out of it, these surgeons are just going to stop. I said, well, no fucking thank you. I said, I ain't signing my mom up for that. What are you, nuts? And I can hear on the other end of the phone, she's like, what, well, what, like what was that? I said, listen, if something like that were to happen, you promise me that these surgeons will put her down and put her down as quickly as and humanely as possible. You don't, wait, you're just going to stop? The fuck are you people? Now, I ain't going to lie to you and say that Tracy Perbidani said that they would euthanize my mother in a hypothetical like that. She said, they do have a contingency for that. Now, though maybe I just wanted to, you know, have somebody say that for to say, listen, that's the first indication that these people are just fucking liars. And you should really, you know, maybe look at this girl. You know, there's very few case law on organ transplantation. Definitely very little in well, there's not really much in Florida at all. But you know, most of it is in like New York and Baltimore. But you know, the Beverly Mulville case is something that you should probably read up on. It's you know, in 2018, her husband was was either, I think he was probably a former player for the Clearwater Phillies, you know, minor league ball, and he ends up they end up they stole his heart, literally, not figuratively. They literally stole his guy, well, allegedly anyway, and basically, you know, she got a newspaper article and stuff like this, but you know, I guess she had a little more credibility just because, you know, her husband was a ball player. Anyway, yeah, people listen. I know this, and I don't mean to brag, but I know all these motherfucking investigators, and well, see, not really the cops and the investigators. It's really not as much them because it's not like I'm out investigating them. Well, I am. It's not because, you know, well, I am better. You know, I'm better than a lot of these motherfucking shit kickers down here and a lot of things. But yeah. Well, look, show me how I'm wrong then. But basically, it's because they're just corrupt. You know what I'm saying? And that was designed that way. You know, it's, you know, the counterpunch, the yin and the yang. But so that's when Tracy So then we start getting into this. I said, well, how are you actually going to determine this? And she said, so I'm thinking, she tells me she's a registered nurse. I'm hearing about these procurement surgeons. I'm thinking that I said, well, what are you going to have? One of your, your organ donation procurement doctors come in here and diagnose her with brain death? So she goes, oh, no, we don't have no doctors. This will be one of your mother's doctors. I said, oh. And he will come in and determine, see, she's in there to establish brain death. Whatever they're going to, all right, thanks for telling me. That's what your goal is. That's what your agenda is. I don't know where at any point, and even in this grossly misrepresentation of the, of this contract, you know what I'm saying, which goes down to a notation once they breach it about 800 times. Even their own version. My stipulations are not even about they really want these. That's what they got investigated for back in 2002. They really want these, these pancreases for research, and yeah, so they really want these pancreases, and it's one of the first things they had me sign. And I basically, that was my other stipulation, that I said, listen, you're not going to keep my mother biologically functioning alive just so some asshole, sophomore medical school got a fresh pancreas to flip around, in fucking med school. I said, but look, if you're already, taking an organ for the purpose of transplantation to, enhance the well-being of another, patient or perhaps even save their life, I said, you're already in that real estate. Go ahead and take it. So anyway, she starts telling me, so she tells me one of my mother's doctors, and she says, there's a test called the brain death test, the brain dead test. And she's used it, right? And she refers to it about 2 or 3 times. When I finally say, she goes, it's the highest standard of all brain death assessments, and it's an exact science. And that's when I said, exact science, the outside numbers. And I'll bust down on a little exact science on her ass shortly. And I said, and she goes, yes, it's called apnea. Now, I never heard of apnea as a in the context of some kind of brain death assessment. I heard it, and that's what I've been said. I said, apnea. I said, how's that a brain death? That's what my dad had from smoking 2 packs of fucking Marlboros for fucking 2 years. I said, how does that have anything to do with your brain? And she goes, it's the highest standard of all brain death assessments and an exact science. And as this evaluation has indicated that your mother is either brain dead or just about brain dead, it will be the determining assessment. And I said, it's the determining assessment. I said, well, okay, so it's all fine. It's the anchor. It says right in, and I'll show you when I go through the documentation, that yeah, it's a neurological consensus with apnea. And the 3, that's what they, for assessment. And what they're looking at is three tiers, is coma, brain reflex, apnea. So there you go. But here's the thing. You need informed consent to do apnea in 48 of the 50 states. Virginia and Virginia, Montana, a doctor can do it without the next of kin's permission. But it seems to be because it makes you have a spontaneous reaction. I don't know, something like 2 or 3% of they're already kind of like on death's doorstep anyway. If you're getting apnea, well, possibly, my mother's case, I don't think it's as particular as maybe some of the things dealing with the premeditation of it and this new allocation policy for livers. But anyway, Tracy Barbitani, she tells me this. I said, so I said, all right, so I asked her, I said, well, if this is the highest standard, what's the lowest standard? It's got to be a low standard if there's a high standard. Yeah. So she says, it's the old flashlight to the eye routine, checking for a pupillary reaction. And I said, well, oh shit. I said, well, she's just like this. She goes, but I'm like, well, I like the sound of this apnea better because it's more. And she goes, I said, yeah, well, of course. I don't want my mom being, fucking cast off in the Tartarus because some doctor didn't have a scotch in the morning. Like, I said, fuck all that. And she goes, well, it's not always done. She goes, but she goes, we can advocate hard for it in your case. And I think I'll do that for you. And I said, well, what do you mean advocate for it? She goes, well, you said you like the sound apnea. See, and here this is where this kind of backfires on us both. And they're like, look at this fucking he's all for it. And I'm thinking like, yeah, why the fuck not? I'm playing with house money. Doc Fedosian just told me, saying like, all right, you might flip over and break your back, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Let's have the highest standard. So it's not like a firing squad. Me thinking, man, did I actually, So they're thinking, well, here. She goes, well, I'm gonna go talk to her doctor. I said, listen, fuck this advocating for it. I said, you make it a requirement. Now apnea is a highly contested assessment in the medical journals, and there's case law on it. Just about all the contention has to do with these people that are like, they're like rural folk, religious or semi-religious people that like, I see no, you ain't doing no apnea. I see my kinfolk there. They breathing and shit, and they're right to a degree. But even when they are really breathing, they'll probably still see the biological functioning, which I don't really like. See, I just wonder how many people really are breathing that. So anyway, basically, that's where so she says, okay, and this. So I see here. She goes, I got the doctor, and they're going to do the apnea. I said, yeah, I thought so. And then I said, here it's Dr. Obed. And here they bring in these two nurses, Brianna Summerlin and Nurse Mary Acosta. And I don't know if Nurse Acosta, she either volunteers. I didn't hear this part. Or maybe, or they nominated her to actually, be like kind of like a proxy like a proxy's proxy, like to me, an advocate for my mother while I'm not there, while I'm in transit. And I guess he said, well, act like it's your own mother, even though I think, they're right around the same age. Maybe Mary's a little older, but here she does such a thorough notation. If it wasn't for her, I don't think I'd have any leg to stand on, making any of these claims. And well, I might, but I mean, I just have an abundant amount of evidence. There's so much that I'm holding back, not really from this point, because there's a medical file, chronicling all this and what I'm saying, and I'm just telling you my perspective of it. But listen, just please, like I say, and I'll keep insisting upon this to any of these corrupted law enforcement officials. Listen, or any of the, or the decent-hearted ones that are just, saying. They just don't like the fact that, that they're not just completely opposed to it. They're just, let's try to poke some holes in this kid's shit just to see if what he's saying is, has any merit. Well, dude, why don't you do that out here in the investigation, the criminal aspects? I don't, you know what I'm saying? I think the transplant fraud homicide, is a wrap. The cold-blooded fucking, murder, to facilitate a line jump for this spouse of a hospital employee. I think that's more right up the alley of, what law enforcement needs to be doing and stuff like this. But I don't even know who's the worst. I think this FDLE is so inherently corrupt. They're corrupted on both sides. They're not just like, because I know there's, I could see at the local level, like there's some really this FDLE, So anyway, basically, so like I said, I'm the only one that I see on the other side where I actually made this apnea a requirement, even though they're going to do what they want. So Dr. Obed comes in and he said, listen, it's not. I said, he said, look, and I said, Doc, listen, you're going to tell me as soon as you get the results of this. He goes, yeah, give me about a half hour, no more than an hour. So here they whipped right through the fucking this kind of, it's already like a pre-made paper, but I don't know. I'm saying like, hey, how about my stipulations? And they say, oh, I got all them written down. We just need you to verify the things that we, heparin and all this shit. I said, yeah. All right, yeah, you're going to establish brain death. Right. What does it say? Once I had enough of you trying to establish it, that I ain't just going to kick your ass out of it. But I don't have to. They're in breach. They commissioned Dr. Obeid, though I agreed to it. And that's why I kind of let Advent Health off the hook a little bit, is because they're being forced to deal with both of us. You know what I'm saying? We're not, and that's where I see it. But there ain't no excuse for Paul fights. I almost hate her as much as Bill Peoples and Nathan Good. Not quite, but just as much. You know what I'm saying? She's just as fucking fucked up, because she knows, especially after this last encounter I had with her. But where I gave all that information. So anyway, basically, so there we have it. Here, he says, well, about 2 hours go by, and I don't hear nothing from Dr. Obeid. And basically, he, what the fuck, I call him up and shit like this. He starts talking about movement. And I'm thinking at first he's talking about some kind of gauge on the fucking, on the ventilator. He's talking about my mother. And he's calling it an anomaly of her nervous system. Saying, oh, you got 3 kinds of nervous system. This is, how you blink, you don't know how you blink, or you don't know how you... And I basically said, yeah, doc, you can cut the shit, like, I got you. You rip a grasshopper in half, and it's like still kick. That don't mean it's not dead. I understand. Why didn't you call me like you told me? Why did I have to call here 2 hours later? You said a half hour, no more than an hour. It's been well over 2 hours now. And he's like, I was just about to call you, checks in the mail type deal. And I said, oh. And he goes, listen, don't worry. I'm going to run another one in a couple hours. Here, in that couple hours where he's supposed to be running another one, he's just doing scans of her chest and shit, and for organ donation. And here, Mary Acosta got a second movement now, recorded later on that night. So now, so that apnea, that's aborted too. See, I don't know if they're referring to this, so, right? So basically, he says he's going to do another one. Something, since I was up the whole night before, like the 2 nights before partying, and then up all like kind of like sober, like hung, like giving the DNR. Now I'm racked tired, and here I fall asleep for about 9 hours, and I wake up. I'm like, oh my God, how did I fall asleep? I look at my phone. Not one text, not one email, not one call from that hospital. I said, what the fuck, man? And I'm so pissed now. I called us, and actually it's funny because right before that, after me and Tracy had gotten done the conversation, my girlfriend, my fiance now, Desiree, she tells me she's not an organ donor, and I say, how the fuck could you be that selfish? And she's like, what do you mean? And we started. I said, why aren't you? What do you mean you're not organ donor? She goes, I just feel that the doctors can be way too pushy about that shit, and they won't really. And I said, well, why was that happened the last time you had a checkup? They were trying to get your organs. Where the fuck did you come up with something like this? She goes, no, I just know I know a lot about the doctors and the medical stuff. And I'm like, how the fuck do you know something like this? How do you know the doctors are too? And she goes, well, I seen an episode of Grey's Anatomy. I was like, you've seen an episode? I said, you know how crazy? No, she's right. Listen, and then here the girl Kelly Walla, who actually like who this episode is based on. So basically, what happened was, on that morning, once I wake up and I realized that there was no attempts from this hospital, from Dr. Obeid. Now, this is the second time, okay? I called it the 2 hours But since I was beat, tired, and I got the hotel at the suggestion of Tracy Perpetani, because I told you I was out partying a little bit the 2 nights before. The other night I was just on some sober, just up in this parking lot in Aberdeen, Maryland and stuff. There were no hotel rooms sleeping. So, I fell asleep. I wake up. I'm like, oh shit. The first thing I do is grab my phone. Not one attempt at communication. Phone calls, texts, emails, all nothing. So I get on in here. I find out this nurse. She gets on the phone with me. Not Mary Costa, some other. And I said, what's going on? Why wasn't I called and stuff like this? She goes, well, your mother's here. I don't know what you're talking about. She's right here in the hallway or something. She said. I was like, what? I said, put Mary. I said, they get Mary Costa on the phone. And I'm like, Nurse Acosta, can you explain to me why my mother's not being prepped for organ donation or procurement? I told you my grandmother's on my ass about this shit. I said, can you please? She goes, George, your mother's not brain dead. Just like that. She crosses the threshold of, organ donation whistleblower and tells me straight up, your mother is not brain dead. And I'm like, why? And I'm like, listen. See, because when Dr. Obede, he was telling me after the first one, there's an anomaly, all that in the movement and stuff, though he admits in the medical file that she wasn't brain dead. He tells me that after the first abortion, your mother still could be brain dead, but he knows she's not brain dead. But I guess he figures he can lie to me because she's going to be brain dead. I guess that's why, because he tells me one thing, and what's in the medical file is different. Because I think she will be brain dead in a couple hours. That's by full admission means she's not brain dead. Well, Mary Acosta just comes out and says it. About 20 after 7 in the morning on June 10th, 2021. And I said, get that fucking doctor on the phone, Miss Acosta. I said, go get that doctor. Meaning Obede. I wanted to go, fire up Obede, which I'll end up doing, but here she gets Fedosian. Dr. Fedosian's in the film. George, I don't want to get your hopes up. Your mother's had a severe brain hemorrhage. Like I said, it covers most of her brain. But she does not meet the legal requirements of brain death. She appears to have had a reaction to pain. And I said, what? I said, and then basically he was just like, well, why isn't Dr. Obede? He's like, George, I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you the truth. Your mother is not brain dead. Okay? She's severely brain damaged. She is not brain dead. She had a reaction to pain. And I was so mad when I told him, I said, listen, Doc, if that's the case, if you're telling me, I said, well, I'm going to do like Obede originally said, if they're not going to do this apnea, it's the highest standard in the determining assessment on to deciding whether my mother's going to get this DNC diagnosis or not. Well, then guess what? What is he going to do? Just keep aborting it every time he gets results that are unfavorable to him. And his agenda is not to determine whether she's brain dead or not. It apparently is the same agenda as the OPO's to establish her brain death, which is not what I was told. That he was my mother's doctor. Okay, at the most he's supposed to be a neutral party, but no, he's supposed to be biased towards my mother. In all actuality, that's what that's the whole principle towards this. That's why there is the organ procurement is the middle guy. They're supposed to see this whole system is flawed. Okay, now I don't know if it's if that's how it is. Okay, I have a feeling that this life quest, it's I got more than the etymology of their name, but yeah, I think they're a little bit more heinous than this whole shady industry of organ procurement to begin with. Okay, these hybrids of big U.S. Shands healthcare and the federal government, though it's only the shell of what it used to be, and it's in its corruption with all these deep state infiltrators that just that have subjected like Bill Peoples that can subject just about 4 million North Floridians to be his lawful prey, and just he can run roughshod. Let one of your family members or someone you care about become an ICU patient.
Okay, anything north of Ocala, see what happens. So anyway, well, maybe not. Maybe because of me now. We got Department of Health got his balls in a vice, so he might not be able to do that no more. Until he's going to start doing it down his compound, where you get a fucking get your liver extracted, on a pallet jack skids, with a Confederate flag being raised above your head. Is fucking nut ass, dude. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, listen, I did a service. I'm not even from Florida. I come down here. Not only that, listen, look, you can't subject the citizenry. What are your family members going to be immune to this? When Bill Peoples has their ass on a slab. Anyway, basically, so that's what happened. So I told Dr. Fedosian, I said, listen, Doc, if that's the case, if this Dr. O'Pete's going to do all he can to conceal this from me, I said, I'm doing what he said. I said, I want you to pull that ventilator and you let nature take its course. He'll end up repeating me verbatim when we go to establish the chronology between who had whose directive and custodianship will supersede whose. This will be all hashed out later on. But basically, this whole segment, I actually was trying to add a little something to it, and I ended up fucking it up and leaving it out of the whole sequence. So I was like, oh shit, where's the part? But anyway, I appreciate the understanding. So then he goes, okay. And it says at 7:34 a.m. in the medical file that the OPO will be updated. It's my request to Dr. Fedosian. It's my directive. Once he passes it along, he says, look, that's why he's passing it along. Does Bill Peoples argue it? Goes right from him to the OPO who's present that day is William Peoples. And he'll get to introduce himself to me shortly. Okay, and then we'll see how Dr. Fedosian as a real custodian who's deferring all medical decisions to me, her sole medical decision maker. We'll see how that ends up actually working out. All right. I remember, watch this about after 47 or 48 minutes of part 2. Thank you.
Something. But here anyway, it reminds me, this federal prosecutor's white collar. I gotta call him. He was, he was chronicling a lot of this stuff when I was telling him about the cops don't want to do nothing about it, and he said he said just keep making notations and emailing them to him, and then I just kind of fell off it because he was trying to get some. I don't know. I got his email somewhere, but he's a white. So I tell Dr. Fedosian, I said, listen, Doc. I said, look, if this dude's going to try to conceal this from me, it's been 9 hours, and he knew. I said, listen. I said, you can just pull that ventilator, and let nature take its course. And I ended up, telling him, this is around probably about 20 after 7 because, in the 7:30 because his shift is, and you'll see where Dr. Fedosian's leaving shift, coming on shift. That's when this shit goes down. So, and it says the OPO who's on duty that day, this is the morning of the 10th. He's updated. That'll ultimately be William Peoples. And I'm getting to him right now. And, so I tell Dr. Fedosian, and he relays it at 7:34 a.m. to the OPO. I go get in the shower. I'm pissed. I'm telling my girlfriend shit, calling the hospital back and forth. So it's about, a little after 9 o'clock. And I finally get this Dr. O'Beat on the phone. And I'm at this. And here I hear the one nurse is telling me he's getting ready to do these confirmatory. I said, confirm what? How you going to confirm a diagnosis you don't have? With these. And I said, get the fuck out of here. And I said, so I get on the phone. So now, he does it. And listen, I got you. You don't want to talk to no fat. You went to school for 23 years to be, to do this fucking high priest bullshit. I said, but, so like this. So I said, yo, what the fuck? So he's right from the door and he goes, listen. He goes, I said, yo, stop with all this bullshit. I said, stop with all the brain death bullshit. I said, and I even said to everybody, to the nurse, I said, listen, you can go take her down to the, you pull that ventilator like Dr. Fedosian said. I told him, okay, that's her custodian. He's the ICU exec. I told him, I said, listen, you pull that, I said, and you let nature take its course. And guess what? Then you can go down to the OR. If she dies, I don't even know if she dies, and you can scrape up whatever the fuck you want from her carcass. I said, but this whole brain death shit, and that's what I'm saying, this whole organ donation from brain death, that's out now. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? Dr. OB refuses. Plain out. Won't do it. I said, yo, doc, you need to fucking listen to me and Dr. Fedosian and go through the, no. You do not understand the protocols of this, organ donation. And basically he tells me that the two principal reasons he refuses to honor my authorized and fully recognized directive is that as her sole medical decision maker, as Dr. Fedosian will refer to me in this report, is because of two reasons. The involvement of donation services and the potential to save lives. Well, that potential to save lives, that's bullshit, even though it could be a valid reason for himself. He shouldn't, because, a doctor's ethical duties is with their patient, no matter. But I say this, so I'm like this, listen, I said, well, man, fuck this donation services. I said, listen, they're only in this arena as a courtesy to me. I said, and really, I'm about to kick their ass out of this arena for even commissioning you to do this shit. I said, but until then, listen to Dr. Fedosian and go down and pull that apparatus that you got tethered to my mother's mouth out. And he went there. And I said, yo, you need to pull the vent. He goes, Mr. Trombetti, what are you trying to accomplish here? I said, what am I trying? I said, no, Dr. B, the fuck are you trying to accomplish here? We must establish brain death, like he was in Mengele or he's in a laboratory. Like, I said, you motherfucking, and I said some shit. You fucking filthy. All that shit. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I let into him. People like, oh, there's, the Ocala cop saying, fucking meter maid down there. But here, I'm basically, all right, and I threatened to do a search. I said, listen, it was a contingent threat. Hey, what do you mean by that? I said, listen, if you go to cut into my mother, allow somebody to put a blade to a hair on her body, I said, I'm going to come in there, I'm going to do a surgery on you, and I'm going to give your organs to some little kid who needs it. And basically stole that from that movie. Anyway, no, I really said it though. But here, so he said this. So I have it out with him, and he said, we must establish brain death. No, I was told he was supposed to determine brain death and stuff. So basically, that's that'll have. So here, I'll end up going to see. So I start calling up the hospital. I even called LifeQuest. They're not answering and shit at their headquarters and stuff. So I said, go. And I start flying down this road and stuff. And that's when I get a phone call at 10. See, well, here I got a phone call a couple minutes before this, maybe a minute or two. And it's left on a voicemail. But I get a phone call from, hello, this is Bill from LifeQuest. And basically, I'll take a break and I'll play the message. And here he basically tells me, he goes a little bit more in depth when we're talking. I don't know. I had this voicemail that serves as a smaller scale of what he told me. Basically, the essence is the same, and the message he was conveying is that we are stepping away from your mother's case, and we don't procure organs from this, from a process like this. We're a reputable organ procurement outfit and all that bullshit. And basically, and he's in full recognition. That's why he's stepping away from this case. Because listen, so you needed my permission to get involved, right? Boom, you're out. Okay, thank you very much. That they're not this, and that he would be there at the hospital in support for me and my family. But he goes, but he can't really do nothing. His hands are tied. This is all in the hospital. And I'm like, well, this is not Ask Dr. OB. My man is telling me that it's you guys because the donation. No. That's all on it. See, that's how funny. You know, actually, anyway, Bill Peoples tells me that, and so that they're out. The Life Quest is out. That they're no longer involved in my mom's organ procurement. So I'll play that message that he leaves, and then that'll be pretty much, the last segment of I guess be 3 segments. And then I'll get to the conclusion of the hospital sequence and all that.
Hello, this is Bill with Life Quest, and this message is to Mr. Trombetti. And Mr. Trombetti, I wanted to let you know that here at Advent Hospital here in Ocala, we have been following your mom, Eileen Burger, and I wanted to let you know that we're going to be stepping away from this case. We want you to come here and get things sorted out with what's going on with your mom. And then be available to you if you have any questions and come back. So just alerting you to that. If you have any questions of me, you can reach me at this number, 352-470-1809. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions, sir. But at this time, we're going to step away and we need you to have to arrive here and sort things out with the medical staff on your mom's condition, and then we'll be available, if you need us. Okay. And I hope you travel safely and get here safely, sir. And again, we're here if you need us, and I am sorry about your mom. And hopefully when you get here, you'll get some better answers. Okay. Thank you.
Hear that? Yeah, so that was lying sack of shit, Bill Peoples, and telling me about how, he's no longer, or Life Quests are no longer involved, and they had to ask permission to get into this. So any involvement of his trying to get an organ donation is what? It's conspiracy to commit homicide. What? He's out. He said, and it's to facilitate a fraud on top of it, which I don't know. I don't know. I'm actually at this point, and you'll see when I get to the hospital, when I hear about Bill, but here, because I'll eventually call several times once I find out that Mary Costa tells me that around 11:30ish, somewhere in North Carolina, I remember at a gas pump I'm looking around, I was like, what the fuck are these? This, I'm thinking it's the hospital because, at the time because Marion Costa saying Dr. B's now, doing another. I said, what? Now, I didn't know that there was, it looks like 3 apneas. I thought there was only 2, or they just stopped the 3rd one before they really even started complaining. So she's just like, no, they're doing another, I said, what, they're doing another apnea? What's this, number 4 or 5? Like that. She goes, no, it's a nuclear brain flow. And I said, what? I said, how can you use an inferior, and this is what me and Fredosia will get into when I get to the hospital. I said, how can you use an inferior brain death assessment to confirm a diagnosis that you don't have in the first place? Now, is it an inferior one? I guess that's it. That's, I don't know, you have to ask a doctor that, because it's, everybody said, the way I think Fredosia said it is like, no, George, it's not. Well, I'll get to that point. But basically, to me, it's got to be inferior. Why? Because I was told apnea is the highest standard of brain death assessments. So if that's the highest standard, everything is lower. Everything's inferior. Okay? And the only other name, apnea is the only name. She used it twice or maybe 3 times. She called it the brain dead test. And I just sounded weird. I said, what, is that the clinical name? No, she says, no, it's apnea. This is what, Tracy Perpettini tells me that it's the determining assessment of an evaluation that's already been basically complete outside of the one that they need informed consent for, because of the lethal consequences of the reactions from how they administer it. So I'm like, okay, cool. And actually, I was more of a proponent than they were. When they said they were going to advocate for it, I said no. I said, if the only alternative, see, this is where they should have had Obed in there talking to me. Why they fucking, see, this whole middleman, and I understand it. Well, then have a doctor. Explain it. Have two doctors. Have a committee. So you have a hospital doctor, you have an organ procurement doctor. You know what I'm saying? He's it, boom, boom. Have a third neutral. I'm not here to correct the system. I'm here to find out, what the fuck happened to my mom, which I'm already pretty much, I already know mostly the what, the exactly, all the hows. I got most of them. There's some details, but anyway, so I don't understand how they're going to go. But then I'm saying, well, first of all, I ain't letting this shit go down anyway now. Not from none of these brain death assessments, because I read it says right there, and this is what happens. See, once Mary Acosta tells me your mother's not really brain dead, see, it's like, well, what the fuck's going on? Like, is this? And now he's trying to conceal. See, what I had read after the first one, after he tells me the first time that there's a suspension of apnea, or ultimately will be an abortion. I said, well, listen, I'm thinking like this. It says that I read this New England medical justice. It said that the latest study says 1 in 63 apneas are complete, no matter what the result is. No. Yeah, so it's like well over 98% are complete or something. And I'm thinking okay, or what was it? Yeah, 98.5%. So then I said 10 in 700 and stuff. So real quick, that was the other one. So you got high 90%. So then I'm thinking all right, well, what's that? Now for a back, so it's a 1 in 50 chance at the least. Boom, back to back. I'm thinking 2 in a row. I'm like, the odds are 1 in 3,000. I said, now is that possible? Absolutely, no doubt about it. That's possible. 1 in 3,000? Yeah. Is it probable? Fuck no. It's 1 in 3,000. No. Is it plausible? That's where you got to think. Yeah, but when this doctor on that's at the forefront of her assessing medical team is trying not to talk to me, and he told me a half hour to an hour, and that was already once. Now it's twice. It's eclipsed that amount of time. And I got an ICU doctor saying she's not brain dead. She had a reaction to pain, and her nurse just blurts it out. Fuck no, there's, you know what I'm saying? The fix is in. That's, and he says it, and Obedi, he's honest, at least in the file. He's not trying to trick no medical people. He's trying, see, after I showed it to Brian Fleck he said, listen, he already had Obedi's name attached to my complaint. They added him to it. And I said, listen, and this goes for Paul fucking more than Obed, you know what I'm saying? Goes for Christina Claveo, which I was on the line with. I actually, there was a spelling mistake there. I had her name right with Bill Peoples at first, but then I said, listen, I'm not she could be just as high up, I thought at the time, when I thought it was, more of a life quest deal than this fucking deep state opera. Well, they're a part of it too. Don't get it wrong. So is the OPTN and this Ruth Henson. She's fucked up too, because patient services, they've done nothing. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'm gonna get to all that. But anyway, so I told Fleck, I was like, listen, you do whatever you want. I ain't telling nobody else. This motherfucker, listen, I got, that's where my focus is. That I know what this motherfucking, what he did. I know, he's a sleazy fucking character. You know what I'm saying? So him, I said, I don't want nothing getting in the way of this dude here. I don't want nothing saying, well, it's on him, it's on him. I said, so he's like, so do you want to complain? You complaining on Obed? I said, yeah, I got secondary complaints on a lot of people, in administrations and individuals and stuff. I said, and I'll get to that. I said, but as of now, until it comes out that somebody else, You know what I'm saying? Maybe if this hospital spouse actually finds out that like, he actually paid Bill, yo, go kill somebody and get their, yeah, he'll be, then he might be above Bill Peoples. But as of now, and I'll get to really why I can't stand fucking, but yeah, killing my mom's a big deal. Trust me. But what he does, now this could be more life quest, but I don't give a fuck. You're the representative, so you know, yeah. And that's another thing I say, you know, time like this. I don't give a fuck. Listen, I have enough of you, these shit kickers down here, telling me what their job is. Oh, I'm just doing my job. Man, fuck you and your job. Calling it your job don't make it right. Right and wrong. Listen, right and wrong has no, job description. Okay, you're either right or you're wrong. So, or I mean, whatever is, there's different varying degrees in some things. So anyway. So basically, that's what I got with Obeid, and I let him off the hook pretty much. And plus, I don't think he's a murderer. I think he's a little overzealous about working for the donation. He's an intensivist administrator. Listen, the whole thing that he was trying to establish brain death. Listen, fine, maybe that's what you're in there to do. But then my perspective would have been a little bit different, because I was already worried about an organ procurement doctor, because I was hearing about these surgeons. So I'm thinking like, oh shit, and she's a registered nurse. So I'm thinking like, oh, well then, they must have, she said, oh, we don't have no doctors. Well, you should. Because listen, and I understand honesty is not 100% best policy, but oh well. Okay, listen, and that's what I'm saying. Like, look, I understand a lot of things you might normally do, but listen, okay, and what works for 7 billion people, yeah, in theory works for my mother, but I don't have a legal obligation or a moral one as her only son to the other 7 billion people. I mean, I do as a fellow human being, but not no legally, as her sole decision maker, and not morally as her only child, which that's even more so than, well, I'm not no murderer, but listen, even more so than a lot of these people, I have a lot of guilt too for allowing this to happen, for allowing them to do this. And then, honestly, as it stands right now, and I wouldn't have thought this just recently, and said, with Fedozian keeping his mouth shut the fucking way he is, all silent and all this shit, not saying nothing to me after what he fucking did. Listen, you know what? I'm starting to regret even fucking donating to him. And that's only really in the last couple, ever since that whole thing with Paul fight, though, when she contacts me back, I'll get to that. Yeah, I fucking can't stand that woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, and as fucked up as Bill Peoples is, and he murders, of course I hate, guess what? That's why I hate this Nathan Good too. He's not making a mockery of it. Nah, you know what I'm saying? He like this fucking bitch is. So, but anyway, here. So anyway, I proceed, and so we go on with. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, right. So I'm finding out like that they're going on the test. So here, right? She tells me, Mary Costa tells me, listen, Dr. Solly, he's the neurologist. I was told a neurologist, okay, by Dr. Tracy Perpatani said first, I said, she said that a second independent doctor has to, basically, there is no brain death or any death until the second doctor comes in and says, yep, that's when it officially starts. I don't care if you're one, oh, no, you're wrong. Second doctor has to come in before the legality of death even starts with a brain death. She says it must have a second independent doctor. So I'm like, well, what does that mean, independent? Like, what are they, not Siamese twins? They're not fucking joined at that. What does independent mean? Because I originally thought it meant not work at the same hospital. And I said, that wouldn't make sense. What are they going to do? Fucking hurry up and have another doctor just come? I couldn't think of what that meant. She goes, no, George, it means if another practice, in this case being a brain death diagnosis, it's almost always going to have at least a neurologist. Did she? No, I'll be 100% honest. It's very easy, and sometimes I like to say, oh, she told me there's going to be a neurologist. I'll be honest. She said almost always in these cases. She didn't say always. She didn't. So, Dr. Obeid, when I said to him, I said, yo, where's the second doctor confirming these abortions that you're doing or suspending? He goes, I don't need one. I said, what do you mean you don't need one? I said, she says, I only need a second one This is when I started, I only need a second doctor to confirm the brain death. So what? You're just going, I said, what is the medical legitimacy of you aborting all these? I wanted a second doctor in here saying, no, that was a legitimate abortion, because it seems to me now it's just like, boom, let me just every time I get an unfavorable result that she's not brain dead, I'm just going, stop it. That ain't, what the fuck is that? But he said, I don't need one because it's not confirmed. And I didn't like that shit. I said, oh, that's how you're going to do it? And so, that was after the first one. I get in the second one. Then once I find out about the second, which is ultimately, I believe, to be the third one. Okay? The second one, he told me he was coming on later at night. It looks like there was another one ran that morning that fucking, even that, I think the second one happened after, I think, and then, Ferdosian witnesses the third one. Sometime like in the early morning, they run a third one and they don't even do it. Reaction to pain. So, because the second one, because OB tells me they find out that they run the first one at 5:51 p.m. on June. I'll get to that in the documentational segments. Right. Anyway, so 7:34, Dr. Ferdosian tells Bill Peoples, it's a wrap. The son is elected to withdraw life support. And I actually go on and say, you know what, Dr. Ferdosian, this is fucked up. I actually, me and my grandmother, she already lost her youngest child, and then she thinks that, I'm some kind of, check this out. Here. So I'm looking at my girlfriend, I'm like, dude, the fuck, how are they even doing this? I said, there is no donation services. But then I'm starting to say, once I hear that they're really gearing up for this brain death diagnosis, I'm starting to say, yo, what the fuck? So I get on the phone, and I'm starting to tell, and I'm like, wait, how did that? I said, yo, where's Bill from the Oregon joint? That's what I said, and they're like this, we don't know who you're talking about. And I could tell that Shannon's lying. She's a real bitch to me, Shannon. Of all the nurses, she's such a fucking bitch. I like to know it. I'll be honest though, Shannon's the only person to apologize. She ain't no Paula Fight. Paul Fight, I gave her all the evidence. I see, ha, ha, ha. So she said, well, Bill Peoples did this. We have no control over Bill Peoples. Well, fuck if you don't have control over Bill Peoples. And I should have let Aka just fucking stick their foot in Advent Health's ass like they wanted to. Get out of here, you. My fucking dogs, man, they're gone crazy. And here, so, hold on a second. I got all these papers and shit. So anyway, Shannon's telling me that, I don't know, I could tell something, you can tell like, I don't know who you're talking about. I said, so here at 5:00, so I'm bitching, I'm yelling. They sitting there, put the organ donation on hold. I said, how are you, what organ donation? There is nobody to procure the organs. They're out. I talked to LifeQuest, talked to Bill. 5:07. Now, Mary Acosta's telling me, wait till Dr. Sally gets here. He's a neurologist. George, whole set this whole thing. He's a man you can trust. I still don't know where Dr. Sally stands on all this. Check this out. But I know, listen, the only mention that they got of Dr. Sally is here. The whole medical files got me objecting to it. Then this Dr. Allocation, a man I never met, the second doctor, who's not the neurologist, he actually says that it makes no sense because he's here. Like this is how you know that the time's retroactive. And I'll get all that into the charts. Anyway, Dr. Holly calls me at 5:07 p.m. Right, and I start just ripping from the door. I'm like, "Yo, Dr. Sally, they're trying to declare my mom brain dead." That Mary, I said, "Stop, just stop what you're saying." He's like, "Just stop what just." He said, "What do you want done?" I said, "What?" He's just like, I heard, I know what's going on. He goes, "You tell me what you want. I'll make it happen. You tell me what you want for your mother." I said, "Listen, Dr. Obi had said that the only way you can tell if a person is to remove the, now all these apneas are being aborted, so I want this ventilator removed from my mother so that you and the doctors can ascertain for yourselves if she's brain dead or not." He goes, "I'll make that happen. I'll make you promise." He goes, that's what you want. You're her son, that's your mother, I'll make it happen. And he actually goes on to tell me this, and I said, well, how long is that? I said, "Doc, how long is it or what's the longest that a person's ever went? Like when you pulled a ventilator out, like I always want the extremes, not the average. No, because when it goes past it, I say, hey, well, this is an outlier. So I said, what's the longest a person's ever went off a ventilator? He goes, the longest he goes, listen. He goes, how long it takes them to expire after he goes, and he tells me this anecdote, he goes, I won't tell you what I've been told, and I won't tell you what I've read, but I'll tell you what I've seen. I said, yeah. He goes, I seen a man one time go over 3 hours. Over 3 hours. He goes, that is exceptionally rare. He goes, normally it's within 30 minutes. I said, oh, okay. This is at 5:07. It lasts till about 5:20. I'm at a Hardee's drive-through parking lot in Lumberton, so I pulled over because I was flying to get there now in Lumberton, South Carolina, on June 10th at 5:07, maybe a little 5:20. So now I slow down again. It's going to be over, right? I sit in the parking lot for an hour and a half talking. The dogs are out there getting walked. There's a light rain out. My girl, you know what I'm saying? I'm sweating and shit. And here I talk to my grandmom, and she's kind of said, it's once again, gotta tell her it's over. It's over, right? Right. So boom. They said they were going to call me too. They were going to have Shannon call me and stuff like this as soon as it was over. 5:20, 5:22, I'd say it was over, right? But I know Dr. Solly calls me at 5:07 p.m. on June 10th. Here, I'm looking, my girlfriend's talking this and this, and I remember her getting like, are you listening to me? And I said, listen, it's 20 after fucking 7. I said, it's well over 2 hours. Why haven't they called? Like this. And I said, and this is how much of an idiot I am. I'm starting to say, you know what, this is because my mom was like a medaled swimmer back in, she was really butterfly stroke. She was vicious. You know what I'm saying? Probably the most athletic person on either side of my whole family. And here, she was, down the south swing until she, started getting, on drugs and all that shit. But here, she was really good swimming, and she used to, she's still down here at this Oak Run. She go eat her pills and go up and wait till they start kicking in. She was in a bad car accident a couple years back in 2004. So she starts, ripping the laps and shit. So anyway, here at 5:07 p.m. This, I had to talk with Dr. Solly and all that shit. It's like 20 after 7 now. I'm like, dude, what's the hell going on at 7:30? I called his hospital up 7:30. This is when the shit kicks the fan. This is 7:30 again. See, this is when the shit's up. Why? Because Fredogen's about to be back on. And this is when the whole attitude of the hospital changes. They were kind of just playing dumb. Now they're getting vicious. This, and this is when I started getting vicious back. But check out how they fucking play, right? See, they were all, as long as she wasn't, this is when they officially declared her brain dead. And this was doctor probably around 7:30, 7:45, okay? But she's still not, like, they just said, we got basically that the hospital now is saying, like, all right, look, we got to have her brain dead before her real custodian comes in here, doctor. And that's why, like, listen, if 5:46 is the official brain time, the neurologist is right there. We don't get off the phone till, it's probably about 5:30 by the time everything's finished. He hangs up the phone. He's right there. But at 5:46, you got the neurologist who's going to be the second doctor by 3 people. The intensivist doing it. He doesn't tell some unnamed doctor who I've never talked to. In 4 days dealing with this hospital, I never speak to this Dr. Aliquid. Right, and at no time. And he's telling, he makes a reference back. Well, I'll wait till I get the documentation to start showing all that. So basically, when Shannon picks up the phone, I said, Shannon, what the hell's going on? See, I'm so stupid. I'm thinking my mom is some guy. I'm like, yo, my mom used to be like a really good swimmer. Is this how she's able to fight to it? She said, what are you talking? I said, listen, what is this, a Dr. Solly world record? I said, Dr. Solly said, it's extremely rare. There was a guy too, over 3 hours. We're going on 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2.25. She's just like, what? I said, is my mom going to break a Dr. Solly record? I'm like, go mom. Now I'm saying, like, get ahead. Go for the 3. She's like, what the hell are you talking about? I said, my mom is still fighting after you pulled that ventilator. It's been, I talked to Dr. Sally, we hung up about, not even 5:30. It's going on quarter to 8. She goes, your mother's still on a ventilator, you idiot. I was like, what the fuck you talk? She goes, yeah. And I said, why? She goes, for organ procurement. Bang, hangs up the phone on me. So then it's, listen, this is when it gets heinous. Like, this is where these people are just sick. And I thought it was all life quest at first. I don't know who actually did this. I'm thinking it was Bill Peoples. It's still, but that's what Bill Peoples is both. He's the fucking deep state militant. He's fucking Advent Health, and he's fucking Life Quest. This motherfucker, he's a former. That's what he really is. As a deep state militant, fucking HOA, fucking board of director, motherfucking, organized crime leader. Then he's a, former, employee of Advent Health. I'm pretty certain that whoever this hospital employee is a former, coworker of his. And then he's an agent of Life Quest. So anyway, basically, so I'm calling him, and now I'm pissed. The fuck you mean? I talked to that side. This other nurse gets on the phone with me. I don't know. This is what she says to me. She goes, this is when I know, I know when the cover story's enacted. This is just crazy. But it ends up kind of biting them in the ass. This is how Frozen gets back involved. Here this nurse says to me, Mr. Trombetti, we know all about you. I said, what do you mean? She says, yeah, we know all about you and your background and everything. We know what you're... I said, oh, you do? You don't fucking act like you do. Girl, you did a background check on me. You wouldn't be pulling this shit. And she goes, look. And she just, look. We know all about what you're involved. You're an anti-organ donation radical. Disgruntled about your mother's designation as an organ donor. And I was like, yo, bitch. Yo, go grab a bedpan and put somebody else on the phone. The fuck you? And I hear that, yeah, we know it. I said, yo, where the fuck is Bill from the organ fucking company with the organ joint? I said, where the fuck is this dude at? He's supposed to be, like, how the fuck are you? You people are insane. Like this, I said, what are you doing all this for? There is no organ, bro. Where's the organ guy at? Where's he at? We don't know who you're talking about. I said, oh, there ain't no guy named Bill there? No. Oh, okay. Then who's procuring the organs then? See, and they're getting sick. I said, listen, where? Right? So I actually called him, and I get this, well, first of all, I call this, who was it? Because I don't like really calling the cops. Then I had, who did I call the cops? I think I called the cops first. I called the, I think, I might have actually called Marion County. I did. Because I remember they had the 911 number at the end, and I remember remembering it. And then they said, anything at that hospital, you got to call. That's their whole story. Anything at this hospital, you got to call City of Ocala. So I called them, and there's this Officer Robertson or Roberson. I start going, yo, listen, they're trying to do it. See, but here's the thing, like, and a lot of people don't know this, but especially some cop. But I'll give this man credit, this Robertson or Roberson, whatever his name is. He says, listen, I said, yo. This hospital's trying to get an organ donation. And he's like, was your mother an organ donor? I said, yeah. Well, he said, son, it's a civil. I said, no, not if she's still alive, it's not. I said, listen. And I started trying to tell him about apnea and all this shit. He, like, of course, I didn't know nothing about it. And I heard it from a nurse and a doctor. Him hearing it from me over the phone from fucking Georgia, it ain't really, So I said, listen, just go see for yourself. If she's alive, if she's, at this time, she could be breakdancing for all I know. You know what I'm saying? So he goes, all right, son, I'm going to go down. I'm going to go down and check this out for you. He's on his way down, right? And then he calls me back. And he goes, listen, I said, what are you doing? I said, oh, no, I called him. And he put me right through to him, one or the other. And I said, what are you doing? He goes, I'm on my way back. He goes, I said, what the fuck? He said, well, it's only the hospital. It's only right there. I said, yeah, but how could you ascertain anything in this? He said, look, man, he says, I went down here. My sergeant called me off, said that's a civil issue. I said, yeah, it can be a civil issue. Okay, you can sue. Okay, but it can also be a criminal issue. You can't do an organ donation if a person's not fucking dead yet. Okay, and just because if they came with a legal death doesn't mean they obtained that diagnosis from a lawful means. I said, listen. I said, where the fuck is there a night? Where can I get an emergency induction? Nope. The whole fucking city of Ocala is shut down after 6 p.m. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck? There's only one lawyer that actually had after 6 p.m. in Ocala, this Jared Allen. I call him, I'm talking to some black girl on the phone. I said, oh, she goes, yeah. She goes, oh, I'll make sure Mr. Allen gets a hold of you personally. I said, thank you. First thing tomorrow morning. I'm like, oh my God, dude, what is going on? Right. Then here I get this Ocala sergeant. I forget his name. His name is Flanagan or Flynn, an Irish name. I'm pretty sure. And he's like this. He's telling me about, he's like, yo, what's going on? I'm like, listen. I'm like, yo, what the fuck are you doing calling off this cop? He goes, yeah, that's a civil issue. I said, no, it's not a civil issue. It's fucking kidnapping, illegal detainment. He starts trying to tell me kidnapping's a Fed charge. I said, okay, then refer it to the FBI then, asshole. Like, listen, I don't want to hear this shit. He's like, listen. He's like, yo, you need to. He's like, well, I'm hearing down you're threatening staff. I said, I ain't threatening. I said, listen, yeah. I said, he's like, I'm here because I'm calling you because they called me to hospital saying you're threatening staff. I said, dude, that was like, almost 12 hours ago that I had it out with this doctor. And I said, it was like a contingent threat too. It wasn't like open-ended, like I'm going to kill you. What do you mean? I said, I didn't say I'm going to kill you, motherfucker, as soon as I said, no. I said, if you do such and such, if you cut into my mom and do a surgery on her, I'm going to do one on you. That's simple. Don't start no shit, don't be no shit. He's like, yo, no, it don't work like that. He goes, he got a license to do that shit. You don't. I said, how the fuck do you know that? Did you check his license? Okay, he's in intensive. Did you check my license? I said, so what do you do? So here I got Agent Brian Fleck later on. He's telling me they don't really do murder cases. And fucking this Ocala fucking death sergeant, he's telling me that they check medical licenses. Yeah. What the fuck is this place? This Ocala Marion County. It's not. I don't want to rag on them. It's our whole system's cracking. Okay, it's our whole system is cracking. It's the inherent corruption and just people aren't conscientious no more about anything. It's just they're cold. It's coming. So anyway, basically, I'm like, all right then. So here, he's like, listen, son, just stop giving these hospital staff, or we're going to start trespassing your directives as your mothers. I said, what the fuck are they doing right now? And so here I'm calling the hospital, but this Baldwin Funeral Home, I actually bribed a couple of, I heard them talking too. Like they sounded like a couple of ex-cons, might be, that said undertakers are back home. And I was like, yo, what's up? Was that $5,000 for all of us? I said, yo, I'll give you $5,000. You go in there, you just take custody of my mother's body. Just, a couple nurses just go mean mug a couple of them. They probably won't even say nothing to you. And I heard them talking, and I could hear this, I guess the manager named, like, nah, you can't do nothing like that, right? So then the hospital saying, we're not saying nothing to you, Mr. Trombetti, over the phone, because now I am snapping back. The fuck you go grab a bedpan or all this. Just because you wear a pair of scrubs don't mean you serve a function at this fucking hospital. So get the fuck away from me. I'm telling them. So, well, as soon as I get there, see here, my dad's brother, Charlie, he lives down in the Inverness. He divorced his wife. He moved down there. I don't know why the fuck, but here it's not that far. So and I'm glad I did. It's about it's like right before midnight. It's about like 11:45 of the night of the 10th, going into the 11th. I start coming up the steps of this hospital, and here he's walking right up there at the same time to the ER doors. Boom, we get in there. Here's like this he's like Italian looking or like baldish, white or Puerto Rican. Then there's this old white guy, he must have been about 70. This big, tall, black dude, big, 6'5" or some shit, 6'6", big boy. All three of them. And I'm looking right at him too, like big boy. Listen, I'm gonna whip right through these two. So I'm looking at him like, if it's gonna be me and you, we might as well just do this right now. And he looking like, you know, whatever you want to do, like, you know. But I'm trying to get to my mom though too. You know, he's pretty big. So here, so I got the middle guy. He looked like he was in charge, the Puerto Rican dude. He's like, listen. So I ain't gonna say they detained me, but they kind of corralled me up into this, like, you know, like into the waiting room there when you first come into the ER at Advent Health. So I'm there, right? And I said, yo, listen, I was supposed to see my mom. Did you say? Now they're not even letting me see her. And I said, listen, who's going to talk? They got me in there for about a half hour. My uncle was trying to calm me down. I'm just sitting there, you know. So this nurse comes up. She's one of them, I think she had like one of them old time white hats that I ain't seen in 20 years or something. And she comes walking up and I forget her name. Was it, I forget her name, you know, but she's like the nurse administration girl or supervisor. And she comes up. How are you? She's real nice stuff. Here, there's another nurse with a mask on. And so I'm walking up into this lobby. It's empty. The security, my Uncle Charlie. I got my girlfriend Desiree and the 2 dogs. They're out in the car going nuts. So, and here I come up. Here I see this dude. So I could tell this is a doctor. I was walking up, bro, like slender fella. He goes, hey, what's up? I'm like, who are you? You know, right away. I'm like, who are you? Which one are you? He goes, hey, I'm Dr. Fedosian. That's me. I said, Dr. Fedosian, where the fuck have you been for the last 12 hours when they're pulling this shit, trying to get? And he goes, I'm sorry, George. He goes, I don't live here at the hospital, right? So I'm like, all right, Doc. He's just like, come, listen, come on. I said, Doc, no. I said, I want this. He said, George, listen to me. He goes, I have no authority here. So what do you mean you have no authority? You're a custodian. You're the ICU. He's just like, LifeQuest has custody. The Organ Procurement Agency has custody. Your mother's been declared brain dead. I said, what? Check this out. I said, what? When the fuck did this happen? He said, I don't have the chart on me. He said, but it happened, I'm pretty sure right before I got in. Yeah, no shit. About 7:30-ish, before 8 o'clock. Right. Of course. So now I'm thinking like, okay. So I just want to see my mom. He's like, just George, come and talk to me. I said, I ain't really got nothing to say if you ain't got no authority here, Doc. I said, I want to go see. He said, listen, George, look, I wasn't even going to come down here and talk to you. Because I said, why not? Why wouldn't you talk it? He's just like, they're telling me you're some kind of maniac, threatening to kill people, and the doctors. I said one thing to a bee 12 hours ago. He goes, I know, I talked to a bee. He said, listen. He goes, but some of the stuff they were saying sounded crazy. I said, what do you mean? It's like that you're a radical against organ donation. I said, yeah, I'm hearing this shit too. He goes, I said, what? I said, is this the same guy that I talked to about earlier who was advocating against his own grandmother to allow this procedure? He goes, how does a man change so radically in just 12 hours to where he's actually arguing against his own grandmother to now being and I said, well, guess what? They're not that far off. I'm about to be anti whatever the fuck this shit is. And I'm still not. Listen, I'm not going to let the weirdos hijack a concept like organ donation, the modern miracle that it is. I said, no. But listen, human application needs to be very, very much, especially this brain death bullshit. Okay, now I still got an organ donor on my driver's license, and that's what they could be when I'm showing the nurses here, like just in PA, in Philadelphia. I actually talked to the OPOs in Philadelphia about this shit. Yeah, the coordinator up there. So anyway, more about this expedited liver replacement, but I'll get to all that soon. So Dr. Fedosian tells me, he's like, listen, George. He goes, listen. I said, Doc, wait, my directives. He said, listen, I know that they delayed your directives. The reason they delayed your directives is so they can confirm it for you. I said, how do you fucking confirm? I said, listen, I don't want to hear it. So this goes on for 3 hours, me and him, okay? With the 2 nurses there sitting there, the 3 security guards, people are starting to come, and me and him, I'm standing up like I'm a boxer just because that's the way I'm talking and shit like this. And he goes, he's just sitting there all calm, like Dr. Fedosian is. And so I'm like, Doc, listen. I said, first of all, how do you take an inferior test to confirm a fucking diagnosis that you don't even have? How is this a confirmatory test? He's like, George, he says, I said, and that's it. That's, you know what I'm saying? Other than the eye joint with the flashlight, I said, what else do you got? And he's like, listen, he's like, George, he goes, apnea is a very crucial part. It's a you can't diminish the value, the capacity that apnea plays in a brain death evaluation. He goes, but it is an evaluation. And it consists of about 4 or 5 different assessments. At least, he goes, it's just not apnea. And I said, well, guess what? And he's like, and it's not inferior. Like, he's like, it's he's just like, well, then I said, what, then this nuclear brain flow? I said, yes, it is superior than that. And he's like, not necessarily. Like, now he's a doctor. He's the expert on this. I said, look, yes, it is, because that's the way it was presented to me. That apnea is the highest standard in an exact science. They never even brought up no nuclear brain flow. Okay? Here, yet. And he's telling me, he's just like, well, nuclear brain flow. He said, listen, you're always going to get a nuclear brain flow result. He goes, so in a way you can argue that it's a little more, subjective, because it's an interpretation as opposed to apnea is cut and dry. He's like, but you don't always get an apnea. Like, yeah, no shit. If somebody's going to keep stopping it every time it's saying not brain dead. And look, and like I said, I would have been for this if they would have just been honest. So then we're going back. But now he's pulling out the other fucking brain death evaluations and, how much time it went by. So I'm starting to lose, like this. And I said, the only reason he was able to fucking piece me up from a medical point of view when it came to the nuclear brain flow assessment is because I never heard of it. Just like I never heard of apnea or any of the other brain death assessments, the cold calorie, and none of them. Like, I didn't hear none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't know. I had apnea, flashlight to eye. That's all I was told. So we're now all these other, plus, see, this is another thing, is plus all the other evaluations said that they said there was an evaluations. They already were over. That they indicated there was nothing. That's the whole thing that you needed apnea. Now, as I'm reading now I'm not a lawyer nor a doctor. As I read the Florida state statutes, it says, as of 2019's edition, you need apnea with a neurological consensus. You need at least one positive apnea. Now, there are circumstances, at least 2, where you can circumvent apnea, as I see it. What are they in the state of Florida? A false positive from the thing. Well, no, because in each one, you have a doctor or a nurse telling me that my mother had some kind of reaction. Now Dr. Obi says it's an anomaly, but in the first one at 5:51 p.m. on the 9th, he says, what? Dr. Obi says, had a reaction? No. That's what Dr. Fedozian says at the second or third one. The 5:51 p.m. says, patient has profound brain injury. And I think she will be brain dead. I think she had movement. Her head moved. Then Mary Casa gets another movement. Dr. Fedozian says reaction to pain later on the morning of the 10th. See, so that's how. This is my mother moving. And one can argue she's progressing. Like, whatever the fuck. So anyway, so then I got, all right, the other reason why you can circumvent an apnea is the next of kin. I made it a fucking requirement. Who does that? I've never seen that in anything. Every single time an apnea is under contention, it's because the people don't want it. Because they think they're just trying to declare. I should bring that shit. Like, let me see. I want to hear. Yeah. Oh shit. Can't breathe. Can't live. Sounds good to me. I'll buy that. Yeah. Right. See. This is it. See. They don't even live up to their own standards. This is what I'm saying. Did I make the rule? No. This is how they outlined it to me. Then they want to. It's all they want to do is keep changing the fucking goalpost. You know what I'm saying? They keep changing it. Like this FDLE. They go, we can't have. Dude, you got more citizens advisory than any fucking people I know. You know what I'm saying? You fucking sold the fucking state of Florida out. You fucking scumbags at FDLE. I wish I had more time so I could really start breaking down these bureaucracies. Okay? But I gotta sit here and wet nurse the fucking idiots, in Marion County and Ocala who just, they're just corrupt old fucking, Peckerwoods anyway. But, and that's the thing, trust me, I'm back in Philadelphia, we're not novice to, corruption. Trust me, it's there. We're just not so flagrant about it.
we know when this shit, you can't do this on the surface. You know what I'm saying? And look, and one of the reasons I'm able to catch a lot of this shit, and this is why, it's a typical underestimation of your opponent or your adversary when you come up. Typical, you underestimate. Look, but what's the worst underestimation? That when going into this shit, these cops and these doctors and nurses and they just automatically assume that I'm just as dumb as fucking they are. See, that ain't gonna help you none. So anyway, basically, here's the thing. So me and Dr. Foes, we're going back and forth. He starts piecing me up a little bit. So that's when I got to shift gears on him. And I'm like, listen, he's telling me, he's like, George, now he's making an argument for something that's not even his. He's the only doctor that's willing to come down and talk to me. So he's talking to me. So I'm like, Doc, listen. I said, listen. I said, fuck all that medical mumbo jumbo now. Listen, because, I'm a high school dropout. He's a fucking, ICU doctor. Listen, even if I did have the principle or the merits behind what I was saying, he's somehow going to talk his way through this. But now it's getting down to this. Look, I'm her directive giver. You're her capacity. I said to you, you honored it. Okay. I didn't even know it was him. See, I thought Bill Peoples called me because of me complaining to fucking, LifeQuest, calling him up. Yo, this crazy Dr. Abid. Nah, he actually calls me at 10:30 because fucking I'm snapping at Abid and Abid saying donor services involvement. Dr. Fedosian of Marion County already told him at 7:34. He's sitting there for 2 hours while Fedosian's going, waiting for to get this, telling him, and Abid says right up, dude, donor services. That's my master. That's who I answer to. So here's the thing. So I'm there, and so I start trying to switch it up. I shift gears on him a little bit. Plus, he's making an argument. I said, yo, Doc, listen, doesn't matter. My directive supersedes all this because he goes, what do you mean? And I said, listen, I told you yourself so I can ascertain, or you or Mary Acosta, whoever, if my mother's able to sustain her own, cardiorespiratory system unassisted by these counterfeit fucking, gods you made over here. Like they listen, like this ventilator and all that shit. I said, look, pull that ventilator. They need to. He goes, George, listen. I said, you told me she doesn't meet the legal requirements. My legally supersedes anything this way and stuff. So then, this is where he puts it to me here. There's really no arguing around this one. The other person goes, George, listen, you might be right. But the reason they did it was to help. I said, help me? He's like, yeah, help you and be confident in your decision about making this organ donation. Because once you were a little, skeptical after you told me to pull, I told them, I let the OPO know. He goes, but he goes, and that's the thing. He tells the OPO, son wants to withdraw life support. It's okay, yeah, fine. Oh, you're leaving? All right, come on, let's do this. He doesn't have to. He doesn't tell all the nurses and shit. He's the doctor. He tells the OPO. He's the only person. He tells Bill Peoples. Okay, Bill. No, Bill Peoples. Come on, let's go do this shit. And that's what Dr. Abid. Dr. Abid, no. Dr. Abid is culpable that he don't answer to fucking Bill Peoples. But they pretty much listen. And that's the thing. Dr. fucking Fedosian and Bill Peoples, when I come there, they had the same exact agenda for my mother's organs to be donated. One man couldn't be more in the right, and one man couldn't be more in the wrong. It's a hard concept to think of, but it's the truth. People can do the right thing for the wrong reason, and you can do the wrong thing for the right reason. And you'll see, and I think Fedosian probably ends up doing the wrong thing for the right reason at the end of this, where Bill Peoples, he's just all around wrong, this motherfucker. He ain't nothing right about this. And even when he does it, he's such a fucking bitch. So anyway, here, this, so I start talking to him. I said, you told me she did not meet the legal requirements. Therefore, my directive supersedes everything. He said, George, listen, I understand.
He goes, let me tell you something. Your mother is brain dead now. He goes, she is. And he goes, look, he says, he goes, look, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm a medical doctor that came down here to provide you with a clinical explanation of what's happening with your mother. He goes, listen, I'm not no lawyer making a legal argument. Courthouse is across the street, basically. He's just like, I can't really, you're getting into territory that's not mine. Now, that's what I'm here for. I have no authority here. The organ procurement has custody. I just came down here to provide you with this explanation. The fuck could I say to that? What the fuck? So I walk over to get a drink of water. And I'm mumbling, there's still a legal component to this. But that's it. I'm thinking it's over. I'm thinking who do I got to mangle up in this joint now? I'm thinking there ain't nobody just going to do this shit and without paying a little bit. I'm going to fuck find up in jail now. Been there, done that. I spent years in the pen, so I don't want to fucking hear this shit. There's two types of jail time. There's the kind where you're like, man, why the fuck that? And that's 90% of your jail time. Why the fuck did I do that shit? Oh my God. But then there's them where yeah, I did that shit and I'll do it the fuck again. Some things nag at a man worse in jail or dying too. But I ain't never died yet, so don't get me lying. So basically, that's where it's at. And here, I go to drink the water, and then it's about to change up a little bit, and I'll get to that little break.
Hello, this is Bill with Life Lesson. This message is to Mr. Trombetti. And Mr. Trombetti, I wanted to let you know that here at Advent Hospital here in Ocala, we have been following your mom, Eileen Burger, and I wanted to let you know that we're going to be stepping away from this case. We want you to come here and get things sorted out with what's going on with your mom. And then be available to you if you have any questions and come back. So just alerting you to that. If you have any questions of me, you can reach me at this number, 352-470-1809. We have to answer any of your questions, sir. But at this time, we're going to step away and we need you to have to arrive here and sort things out with the medical staff on your mom's condition, and then we'll be available, if you need us. Okay. And I hope you travel safely and get here safely, sir. And again, we're here if you need us, and I am sorry about your mom. And hopefully when you get here, you'll get some better answers. Okay. Thank you.
Hear that?
So like I was saying, I thought it was pretty much over. Like after Dr. Fedozian tells me this, George, I'm not a lawyer, making a legal argument. I'm a medical doctor, clinical explanation of why the medical team, he's making an argument for something he wasn't there about. He's just going on what they're saying, but he's the only one willing to talk to me. And the only reason he was willing to talk to me is because he's seen how, like what a gross misrepresentation they had. Like he's just because he knows I was, earlier on the morning of the 10th. It's now like almost 20, it's about 18, 19 hours later. But here, that's what he. But earlier that morning, I had told him about what I was dealing with my grandmother, and like it was all out of and I should have listened to her, and and he was kind of sympathetic towards that. But now it's like, well, look, yeah, they probably shouldn't have delayed. I'm saying they straight up ignored. Why were they planning on? Listen, and there's a protocol for this. You know what I'm saying? You take her down to the OR. No, they wanted their cake. They wanted to eat it too. So basically, but now how can I argue with that? Like I can't really do anything. I always wondered this, if he would have just shut his fucking mouth and didn't come. But all of a sudden, I didn't even really see him come out. I seen some guy sit down, like little guy, and I said, who did like he running shit now? All that polite, like all the messaging, how he was, he totally like these nurses, yeah, thinking he's running shit. So here he comes, this guy, and he's in so much. I never seen a person in this much latex. He's so latex, yeah. Head to toe, looks like a little blue condom. So here, I said, like, yo, who the fuck are you? Like, sitting down like this is hard, like, but I'm thinking he's some kind of like surgeon or doc, he goes, I'm Bill from LiveQuest. What a blast for me this would have been, because I was like, oh, thank God you're here, like, because you were, and then I just looked at him and I said, and I just felt, I was like, why the fuck are you dressed like that? I said, why are you dressed like that? Why you got all that stuff? There ain't no doctors that got that much on. He goes, basically, he said, this is my normal garb for procuring organs. And I said, what do you mean, procuring? What are you talking about? And he's just like, well, he's just like, your mother's brain dead, so I'm procuring. I said, hold on, no. See, I said, you told me that you were no longer involved, that you were falling back from my mom's case because in full recognition of this intensivist who was claiming that because of your involvement, he wouldn't honor, my directive, recognized by the executive of the ICU, Dr. Fedozian. Now, I don't know that he had told, that Dr. Fedozian told Bill personally. I thought Bill's phone call was in response to me calling up all crazy to both LifeQuest and the hospital. And he goes, listen, and I started saying, Doc, this guy told me that they were involved. Where? I said, where? He's like, I called you. I said, yeah, where? I said, where were you? I called this. Nobody knew who the fuck you were. And that's when Shannon starts like I didn't know even this is Shannon. I never met her before. She got a mask on. That didn't mean nothing because I never met her before. It's the other nurse, the one that's like assistant to Dr. Fedozian, not the main nurse girl. So it was us four. My uncle, like Charlie, was like off on the side going back and forth to the car. The 3 security guards, they were like with my uncle over it, and it was just me. So that's when I said, yo, listen, what do you mean? He's like, I said stepping back, okay, which implies temporarily. I said, temporarily to when? He goes, let me tell you something. Up until your mother was declared brain dead, you were making the directives. Now that she's brain dead, I do. I said, you motherfucker. I had my hand on my knife out of the wall, spring assistant knife. And I was just like, and I tucked it down when the security came. But here I had it. And I said, what the fuck? I said, yo, what the fuck is your name? That's when I started demanding your name. He's looking, I said, what is it? I said, you lying sack of shit. You said you were no longer involved. I said, you need my permission to get back involved in this. You were out, it was declared, you know what I'm saying? Actually, it's your fault because, you commissioned this intensivist. You fully recognize that because you can't be a part of this. I had to deal with the hospital. I said, you lying sack of shit. He goes, this, and then he repeated it, up until your mother was declare brain dead. You made the legal, you made the directives. Now that she's brain dead, I do. And I said, this. And dude, I was about to just go on him. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And then I look over at Dr. Fedosian and I said, so what's up, Doc? He can sit here, lie, play this disinformation. It's his fault, basically. I said, it's his company that commissioned Dr. B. Dr. B didn't want to do it to honor my directives because of he was right. This is the reason why. I said he called me earlier today telling me he was no longer. See, Dr. Fedosian probably knew he was there the whole time. Whatever it was. So I basically had some kind of this concept. I said, so what, Doc? He can fortify his legal position in your ICU with this, where he circumvents both me and your directive, my directive and your authority. I said, he can do that, but I said, but my shit is go kick rocks with your legal argument. I said, how is that even in any way fair when I'm her? He has no, you know what I'm saying? But now we have to recognize his legal custody. Dr. Fedosian's like, now this is speculation. He must have been thinking, yo, my man, why the fuck would you even say, come over here and try to... And he goes, no, George, he goes, no, you're right. So he's looking over for Bill to answer. And that's when I'm like, you slimy sack. I'm like, what the fuck is your name? I said, like, no matter what happens in this ICU, so I can find out where this is, you know what I'm saying? And he goes, he said, Bill. I said, your last name. I want your last name. I want the town over top of him. He's just like, Peoples. So, right? And then he goes, so then I'm looking at Dr. Fedosian goes, tell him, Shannon, I want that brain death chart up here now. And I said, what, Doc? He's allowed to do? And then he's like, I don't have to have this man assassinate my character or something. And he takes off. I'm not going to say he ran, but he scurried off quick as shit. And I'm like, Doc. I said, doctor. I said, right? I said, so he's like, nurse, I need that brain chart up here now. Now he starts out. Now I see him taking off. I'm already thinking about running him down. And just because I'm thinking he's just going off to go steal my mom's organs at this point. So, but I'm thinking like, nah, dude, you're going to have to you're going to get in there with the security. You want to dice up one of them, two of them, maybe a nurse or two. I said, so Fedosian's there trying to say the chart. He's like this. And I said, so I get up right in Dr. Fedosian's face. And I'm like, yo, don't let this man touch my mom. Yo, Doc, don't holler. And that's, dude, I remember screaming this. Don't let him touch my mom. This is the only grown man I've ever cried to in my whole life. As a child, I cried to my dad, but I never cried to a grown man for something in my whole life until this time. I just remember screaming, do not let, like I had all the base of my, hear the quiet doctor who had no authority and stuff like this. And I said to him, and he said, dude, I just remember like being on my knees, like grabbing on him. It was like, but I was in his face first, and he's telling security, yo, get him out of here. Go get him out. I remember saying, go take him to smoke a cigarette. You ever hear a physician say that? It's because when I was doing all this talking with him, me and him were going back and forth, pack of cigarettes fell out of my pocket. And he's like, I got a little embarrassed too. I was like, oh, doctors, it's such a weak thing when, you smoke, it's a dirty habit. But here, so he's like, get him out. Just basically, I'm just grabbing at him and like, don't let it. I'm thinking Bill's stealing. He's like, nobody is to touch Mrs. Burger. Nobody. He's like stepped up on the chain and this. So like this. So, but I'm out. I said, I want to go see my mom. I want to. He goes, George, I promise you, nobody's going to touch your mom. Please, just go out, get yourself composed. Go have a smoke. Come back. I got this. Please, nobody's touching your mom. So they take me out. Right. And I just remember saying to him. I stopped like as a security. I said, Doc. And he's like, what? He's like, yeah. He's looking like he's yelling at the people and shit. And I'm like, I thought you had no authority here. He goes, I didn't. Until I do. Like, sits on. And I just always like, okay, like this. So I come back out. So when I come back in, the nurses are already here. They must close my mom's eyes. They let me go in and see my mom. And, she was there. And listen. And that's where I kind of would obey, once, listen, brain dead, not brain dead, whatever she was there, she was all with that thing in her mouth and stuff, but still, You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I said, like, look, I understand the principle of it, and I'm very much for it. Listen, why waste their parts and stuff like this? But listen, once you start lying to me and I'm not there, and I'm getting conflicting things, then I have to say, no, sorry, it's off. Not for some potential organ, but that's where this will change, because it doesn't become a potential organ donation no more. It becomes something more real, and you'll see why. I'll tell you why. So I go and I say bye to my mom. Her body's still warm, her heart's still beating, and we don't know. And I look at that, apnea is never done. Dude, out of the 4 doctors, only a solid allocation, Fedosian, and Obede. The only one who mentions apnea in any way is Dr. Obede, just to say he stopped it. And the last mention of his apnea was not done. Move right on to these ancillary or confirmatory tests. So basically, Dr. Obede, Dr. Fedosian, I come back in, and he said this, and I said, what's going on? He goes, George, listen. He goes, I don't know if he already petitioned, he said, I'm going to petition for an ethics committee, or I already petitioned for him. And he goes, listen, he goes, are you going to be ready for this? I said, what do you mean? He says, listen, he goes, they're saying they have custody of your mom. And he goes, this was unethical. He goes, now, to this day, I don't know if he said the whole process was unethical, or LifeQuest and Bill Peoples' role in this was unethical. See, I still never really got to talk to him much. So here I tell him, and he goes, look, here's what's going to happen is, this is how I'm pretty sure he explained it to me. He said, look, he goes, the ethics committee is going to get assembled for an emergency custody hearing. He goes, it's kind of, like, basically it was kind of stacked against me. He goes, the ethics committee is going to rule whether it's the hospital or, LifeQuest got custody. And he goes, even if they say that the hospital has custody, then the hospital decides who's them, or does LifeQuest still have, rights to do this? I said, he goes, but listen, it's just a formality. So what do you mean? He goes, look, no matter what the ethics committee says, it's going to go to a judge. So he's just like, so are you going to be ready for this? He said, if this goes to a court of law, because your mother's going to sit on this ventilator for at least weeks, maybe months, organs intact. And I said, well, listen, I'm not just going to, give up on this now. Listen, you're not going to do my mom dirty. If you're saying it, what you guys are saying, that she's, either brain dead or just about brain, and she's not aware and can't feel anything, well, then so be it. You're not just going to, disgrace her and just go think you can just, run roughshod on her, especially when, this wasn't the protocol and I was lied to and stuff. She has rights, you know what I'm saying? And her rights is to have her, surrogate or next in succession, which is me. So listen, that's what I'm saying. Look, yes, I understand, like, just about brain dead, let's move this process on. But here, and for 7 other billion people, even my mom, it would have been that way. But listen, I can't help it. I understand why 100% honesty is not the best policy. But listen, once you start lying, you're trying to conceal the fact. And that's the whole thing. I see Dr. Obede's point. Like, I don't have to, he said to me one point, he's like, when we were arguing, I don't have to answer you. I said, yeah, all right, fine. You don't have to answer me. You know what I'm saying? And she's like this. And he goes, and when I asked him, I said, yo, how about you telling me as soon as, I don't have to go to explain every decision to you. And I'd be like, yeah, doc, normally I'm inclined to believe you. Other than you told me you would. You said you were going to fucking, see, that's the whole thing. These people don't have, like, no about their word or anything. Not to say that, listen, and when it comes to this lying shit, look, there's a moral, you gotta be conscientious, have a moral compass about everything. But on top of it, it just weakens your position. How do you think am I able to go this far? Like, these cops won't even look at the evidence. Why? Because then they would have to, so the best thing is, I'm not even gonna look at it. Right, that's the best thing they can do for their position, because then they're going to get, see, they're smart enough to say, I don't want to get caught up in lies. They're cops. They know how people get caught up in lies. That's why they're just refusing to even look at it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get to that. So Dr. Fedosian, he just hold on like this. Now, I don't know what the fuck happened in this conversation, because I was gone and stuff. Because I was like, yeah, I'm ready. Dr. Fedozian comes back and he goes, "That's it, George." I can see him, that's it, it's done, it's over. I said, "What do you mean it's done, it's over?" I said, "What do you mean?" What? He goes, they're out. They forfeited. They took a neighbor, whoever. And then I even got so much. This is why I can't stand this motherfucker, Bill Peoples. Dude, he did everything he could to get my mother fucking declared brain dead, and it's even more than that. And once I found out it's more than that, and I said, and then he just gave up on it, like fuck it. So that's two. This one I got her declared brain dead. Even did more, but at the time I don't know this, so I don't want to say that. And then here, so much for the potential for saving lives. He left this girl just to left her up to a spiteful son that right, and left me and Doc Fedozian with this bag. So basically, that's what's that. So I said, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, it's over." I said, "Why would they do this? Why would they put me and my family through all this and just give up, Doc?" He said, "It makes no sense. Why would he?" He goes, "George, at a hearing like this, at a custody hearing like this, there was bound to be a media presence." And he says to me, he goes, "So what do you want to do?" I said, "What do you mean what I want to do?" I said, I want to pull this shit from my mom's mouth. I guess, right, put it, nature take its course. Well, anyway, listen, and real quick, I had skipped a part by accident when I came back in. Dr. Fedozian actually said, "What?" He comes back with the brain chart. So then I skipped it. Here, he goes, "What time is Miss Burger pronounced dead at?" And Shannon's like 12:38. That's the radiology nuclear brain flow. Like that was done at 12:38. So I said, that's a fabrication. I said, that's a fabric. Right before they took me out of the smoke cigarette, I said, "That's a fabrication, doctor." I said, "I know that any brain death had to come after 5:07 because I talked to the neurologist." And that's why I believe that, and that's right as the ass and there's Bill Peoples was running out of there. So I'm yelling, it had to be after 5:07. I said, "Really, after like 5:20, 5:25, because he called me at 5:07. Dr. Fedozian was like, "Yeah, that's a moot point, George, because..." I said, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, you told me at what, 8 o'clock in the morning, right before 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 or 34, the file says, before I was off shift, to, pull that ventilator and let nature take its course." And he says right there, right? So this whole thing, he said, it was unethical stuff. But then back, then the whole thing is, I go out, he tells me about the ethics committee assembling. It's just a formality and stuff. So then it's, LifeQuest / Bill Peoples capitulates so cowardly to do that. But here, he says, "George, so what do you want done?" And I said, "Doc, you know what I want done? I want this ventilator removed. Come on." And he goes, all right. And he goes, "Look, hold on a minute." He goes, "Why don't you come follow me? Just come with me." I said, "Doc, I gotta go. My girlfriend's out there crying. You hear a couple cars get pulled in for something unrelated, but she swore." My uncle's like, "Yeah, that's for my nephew. They're just meeting each other for the first time." So she's all out there crying. She's calling me. I said, "Listen, but I'm not leaving until this." He said, "George, please, just give me 5 minutes and come down. Follow me." I said, "Doc, how can I say no to the doctor?" After what I said, "All right, Doc, all right." And then here we go down into he goes down into the cafeteria, and he starts, getting my chicken salad out, and he got me a thing of soda and coffee. I'm like, "Doc, I can't eat." And I'm going to continue this conversation. Our conversation would happen. When I get back, I'm going to charge this phone real quick. It's about to die. All right, here's the climax. Thanks. Hey, what's going on? So, Dr. Fedozian, he takes me down into the cafeteria of Advent Health Ocala. It's about 2:33 a.m. on June 11th, the morning of June 11th, after this whole, contested custody between, technically it was between him and Bill Peoples, or even more so, Advent Health in Ocala. So, and I'd asked Dr. Fedozian, I said, "Well, what's going to happen?" And he said, "Listen," he goes, I don't make hospital policy, George." He goes, "I'm not the administrator, but I'm 99% that they're going to do whatever I tell them. If the ethics committee would have ruled and they wouldn't have appealed it, I guess, or if it would have went to the hospital and they would have chose yes, then it would have been deferred back. And then he goes, and I'm doing whatever you want to do. So when we go down there, he's offering me some food and all this, and I was like, I can't eat, Doc. And he goes, listen, he goes, look, this was a horrible process, George, that got us here, and I wouldn't have him dishonor my mother like this. And he goes, I wouldn't, and I'm a physician. And he goes, and anybody who asks, I'm going to tell them what happened here. Anybody, ethics committee, anybody. He's just like, but he goes, as a physician, I have to inform you. This is why I want you to just maybe go up and get some sleep up there in the lounge, or go home and get some sleep. I assure you nobody's going to do anything to your mother. And just get some sleep on this and find it, and make a decision. And I'm like, because I have to inform you, there's a 35-year-old mother of two awaiting your mother's liver as we speak. And I said, what? And I was like, wait. Every pamphlet and brochure that I read, everything dealing with organ donation, outside the principle of the dead donor rule, the biggest thing that this donation laws and regulations hinge upon about is that they have such a the distribution, especially these life-sustaining organs, they have a their allocation policy has such a high scrutiny, tight scrutiny that it's like tighter than a nuclear arsenal or something. They said, yeah. I said, how do you know this? There's no way. They say that the donor doctors. There's no. I was like, how do you know this? And he goes, well, look, George. He goes, I'm not gonna lie to you. He's like, they don't officially tell us, but we know who comes into these hospitals and even what. And I said, you just so happen. I said, you just so happen to know who this recipient is, this 35-year-old mother of two? Like, what is this, a patient? And he's like, no. He said, but I'll square with you. He's like, I'll level with you. He goes, just so happens that it's the spouse. Yeah, I'm almost certain it's the spouse. It could be immediate blood relative. See, he's not exactly 100% sure. Like, somebody might have just said something to him. Like, something, hey, that's so-and-so's. I mean, he doesn't say all that, but he says, it's the spouse of a hospital employee. He goes, I'm pretty sure spouse. It could be immediate relative, but I'm almost certain spouse. I'm like, what? I'm just thinking like this, like it's a weird coincidence, and I'll find out. Well, I'm not going to, I hate doing that, what I'm doing, but at the time I'm thinking like, damn. And he's like, George, I just feel obligated to tell you. And he goes, remember, this is what your mother ultimately wanted. But no matter what you choose, I'm going to back you up. I understand. I said, Doc, I don't want to spite this young woman. I don't want to, like my mother, regardless of how she got here, she's there now and stuff. So I don't want to, and how could I say all this, about, the parent-child, what obligations and what kind of, bond and responsibility and obligations you have, mother to a child, son to a mother, this, and then, and I'm a grown man. These are obviously, well, he doesn't say obviously, but I'm figuring that they're juveniles because she's only 35, at the time, a year younger than me, 2 years younger than me. So I'm thinking like, all right. I said, listen, I don't want to spite this young woman. I said, I'll do it. I said, I want another organ company. And he says, George, he said that it's them or no, in this girl, she's the best chance your mother had. Your mother is the best chance she has of, pulling through this. Basically, if I'm not to say she would definitely die or another liver wouldn't come along, but here and now, this is the best chance of her, sustaining a better well-being of life, or maybe just pure out saving her life. So I was like, all right, Doc. I said, he tells me how they're federally mandated.
Hey, George, this is Dr. Fedosi. I'm sorry to bother you. I know you were up late last night. Just wanted to update you on a few things. I wanted to let you know that I got that guy off the case and another person is taking over.
said, okay.
I believe her name is
well,
Lisa. She's going to come at 9 a.m. and she'll be in charge. So you don't have to worry about that gentleman being around. And as we spoke, there is a time scheduled for 1 p.m. today for organ procurement, and the liver is going to go to the person that we talked about last night. I wanted to appreciate everything you did and thank you for your generous, sacrifice basically here, and you're doing the right thing. You're a great man. If there's anything I can help, always you can call back and try, after me, they'll find me, they have my number. I'll be off for the next few days, but if there's anything, you can just always feel free to reach the hospital and, leave your number or anything, I'll call you back. Again, thank you so much,
that's
and
happening anyway,
sorry for your
the
loss.
ethics committee is definitely getting involved in this. He's like, it won't really be a committee, because they're not going to be like, concerned to make a judicial decision if something along them lines. He says, but there will definitely be, ethics members to evaluate what happened here and explain to you, what shouldn't have happened, why some things did happen that you might not understand. And I said, all right, very good. And I said, but third and most important, if this working company can't go, this motherfucker got to go. And I said, listen, I might come back here. I'm probably coming back. I end up going home and just, why come back at that point? I just seen my mother. And I said, but listen, I come back here, Doc, this is on you. I said, he's got to go. And I said, if you can't make that happen, oh, well, you can blame him for it, because he already capitulated. He already fucking bitched up and said he didn't even want to go, And I asked the doctor, so why would they do? He said, to avoid immediate presence at a custody hearing of this nature. So that goes to show you how little this man fucking cares. He's just an all-around cowardly, fucking two-faced faggot piece of shit. So anyway, and I said, yeah, he goes, all right, George. He goes, yeah, I'll make sure, if that's how it's got to be, it's how it's got to be. He's like, yeah, this guy got to go. And here I'll let you listen to the voicemail. It was already I played it for the other part. Here you go, Ruby. My mom's dog right there. It's 14-year-old. Oh. So basically, that's it. And I'll get this voicemail a couple hours later. I fell asleep. I came back here, and I wake up to this lawyer calling me. This one lawyer, this Alan, saying, "Yo, man, I just got this crazy message last night. This and that." He's like, "That sounds like a crazy kid. Man, they try to, just hurry up and kill your mom so they can get her organs." And it's this Alan guy, and I said, I woke up like, what? I'm like, no, it's kind of the opposite. They kind of want to keep her alive. He's like, what? And I was like, yeah. I was like, that's how they kind of do. But anyway, when I said that to him, I meant like, biologically functioning. They wanted to hurry up and make her legally dead. Though, at that time, I'm really saying like, well, how do I know she's legally dead? Well, how do I know she's, medically, like, how do I know her brain's not working? Because even when it definitely was working, they were trying to circumvent this. Originally it looked like it was Obeid, but Obeid says, look, and Obeid's pretty much honest in the medical file. He's not trying to pull the wool over no authorities' eyes or other medical personnel. He might not be honest with me. What the fuck did I tell this fat, lazy American kid anyway? But, he says right up from the door, he goes, donor services involvement. And Bill Peoples is the representative of donor services of LifeQuest on the ground that day. And even more so, his involvement is far more than this hospital. And that'll come to be, up to the autopsy and everything else. But and I don't take this break, let you know. And I'll let you hear Fedozian's message. Just a quick. Well, a couple of days later, I'll call there, and that's when Betty Hernandez and Nurse Fight, the risk management, right away. Betty Hernandez she's all right. She's one of them. She don't say much. She's kind of cold, calculating type, but she's not ignorant and fucking, just this. So I'm starting to relate to this Nurse Fight, who's the risk management lady. She says, Dr. Fedozian didn't do this. Dr. Fedozian didn't say that. I said, yo, lady, I said, did you even talk to Dr. Fedozian? Fucking, and she goes, no. She admits, no. So I'm like, who the fuck are you to tell me? I was there, you fucking nut ass, banged on the phone. So, right, I don't want to talk to her no more. Well, then it comes about a week and a half later. Well, anyway, about two nights later, I talked to this girl called Christina Clavejo. Her name, no, just Christina. I looked up, the only Christina I seen there, her last name is Clavejo. So I assumed that this Christina Clavejo is the Christina that I was talking to. And I would talk to her on and off for a couple of weeks. And basically, on the second night, I was over at Ken Woodward's house, trying to piece up, about him and what's going on with this Mishra and all the things leading up to it. She called me to tell me that, I guess that first standard threshold that an organ donor has to get through, this woman came through, that both my mother's kidneys went to another recipient. The other one went to two different recipients. The doctors thought there was too much plaque on the one and disregarded that. And disregarded organs, especially livers, though, is going to be something that plays a big element in this later. Once it crosses into from a sphere of just a clinical homicide or standard for what goes on in an ICU through misdiagnosis or purposeful, that's through this red tape type deal, either with or without the Mexican's permission, but this is obviously through just my investigating. Look, and if it's not, then let somebody else see. And here's the thing: I shoot a guy in a 7-Eleven. My intent was to rob that place. It's still a first degree homicide in most cases. Okay, here's and this is with the Department of Health. This is an organ donation transplant fraud. Now listen, I believe she was murdered. Either way, if her death is a result of a felony in progress, okay, of a calculated felony, I think by principle, now I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an investigator, just by that principle, say like, well, we didn't, well, how do you have a premeditated organ? There's no doubt about it. Well, look at the evidence that I got. That's why these police refused to even look, okay, except for Sergeant Harper, the man, and I bust his balls a lot. Listen, he said to me, there's a criminal action, son, down at that hospital. Now, I didn't give him all the information, but, that's because this guy's going to come to my house and anything, even though he's an old man, the disproportionate amount of the federal subcontractors that I want to find out around my mom. And the next one is Christina Clavejo, and she tells me, and that's when I asked her, I said, what's the practicality of doing all this for an organ donation of a 58-year-old woman who's got a hepatitis C, the liver, I understand. She goes, oh, George, your mother had such a mild case of hepatitis. Yeah. She goes, we would just, if any possible viral contraction, we would cure the recipient, okay? Because it's more of a risk to withhold the organ or liver from the recipient. And that's when I said, listen, I might have heard something about well, no, at first, see, then when I came home, I would find this odd paper that said an ABI. What the fuck is an ABI? It's blood pressure of the femoral artery, your biggest blood conduit in your body, okay? Runs up your leg, right into your torso, the lower torso area, your pelvic, and there's some tributary, right? So then, and I would find 2 discs, okay, from a
Hey George, this is Dr. Fedozian. Sorry to bother you. I know you were up late last night. just wanted to update you on a few things. I wanted to let you know that I got that guy off the case and another person is taking over. I believe her name is Lisa. She's going to come at 9 a.m. and she'll be in charge. So you don't have to worry about that gentleman being around. And as we spoke, there is a time scheduled for 1 p.m. today for organ procurement. And the delivery is going to go to the person that we talked about last night. I wanted to appreciate everything you did and thank you for your generous, sacrifice basically here. And, you're doing the right thing. You're a great man. If there's anything I can help, always you can call back and try, ask for me. They'll find me here. They have my number. I'll be off for the next few days. But, if there's anything, you can just always feel free to reach the hospital and, leave your number or anything. I'll call you back. Again, thank you so much, and sorry for your loss. Bye.
As soon as I would get home, I would find these, or get back to my mother's house after the culmination of the hospital events and stuff. Like I told you about the lawyer calling and all this, and about Christina Clavejo. She'll relay the, how that there was 2 recipients of one of my mother's kidneys, the other of the liver. One of the kidneys got disregarded by the transplant doctor, which this whole principle of disregarding or wasting an organ, though I'm not blaming a doctor, they're serving their patient. Here's the thing that she'll tell me about, not knowing that it was Dr. Fedosian, that I just said it was a staff member who relayed to me and then it was a doctor that relayed to me that it was the spouse of a hospital employee. This will all be confirmed in a letter about a month later by Tracy Perbatani. In the meantime, I'll talk to Larry Corcoran after I get the death certificate from the Florida Cremation Society, which states a whole different time than what was given to me originally by Dr. Fedosian when he was told just before he came in at around 7:30ish, right? Mind you that it's 7:34 in the morning when Bill, see how this is right when his shift's either starting or ending. It's when this, the malevolent healthcare official behavior starts to really, surface. So, of course, they had to have him, they had to have my mother pronounced brain dead by the time Fedosian. But nobody tells me 5:46. And then I start yelling about Dr. Solly about the time with that it had to be post 5:07. In reality, probably post 5:20. Well, Dr. Solly talks to me at 5:07. Why isn't the promised neurologist the one who's told to me by, most likely, a neurologist by Tracy Perpetani, the OPO coordinator who outlined this whole thing? Or why was it, or Dr. Obeid, who was an unnamed neurologist who would be confirming or seconding any brain death diagnosis? And Mary Acosta says it's going to be the neurologist, Dr. Solly. It's a man that I could trust. And Dr. Solly is there because he tells me the anecdote about the, he'll go on to tell me about the longest that ever took somebody to expire. Okay, so that's, but Christian Clavejo wants to tell me that there's no way Dr. Fedosian will know this and that he's blowing smoke up my ass. Well, why would you say something like this, like make up a story like that about it being a hospital employee? But guess what? It's confirmed. See, she's out of the Tallahassee office. Tracy Perpetani sends me a letter telling me the age and gender, and it was done in the South. Well, no, she had done in the South, but you don't know that. But I guess. But here's the thing: the odds of him just guessing that on a random kid, right? And I think Agent Tanner definitely confirms this, because as soon as he emails me for another copy of the voicemail, Agent Tanner, I guess he needed another format to play his supervisors or somebody or something. Here, this was on March 30th. Here, I tell my fiance to go contact him in the hospital, and Paula Fight will contact me. Okay, because my fiance slipped substances when the ICU says, when she says to the ICU nurse, why is my fiance still prohibited from coming and talking to the doctor? She goes, yes, because you've got a lawsuit in against LifeQuest. At the time we didn't. Now we're about to, but at the time we didn't. And she goes, no, he doesn't. He's just working with the Department of Health. Next day, I think it was April 1st, I get an email, or I get a call from Paula Fight wanting me to release Advent Health of all civil liability, but claiming that they didn't do anything wrong, but needing 2 attorneys to even speak to me. That's after she wouldn't even, that's after this slanderous cease and desist letter that she issues me. After I go down to pick up the medical file that Crystal Locklear will release to me, and here I go down there to get the whole thing. Here she has Betty Hernandez approach me, the number 2 in life, and the number 2 at Advent Health's risk management, where she supposedly records. She tells me to wait first 30, but then when she sees my consent form to have consults with the doctors who were treating my mother, she says it's 90. Well, I didn't notice till later that it said 90. That's why she switched it up, more than obviously. I wait the 90 days. I think it was the 91st day when I contacted Betty. She said, I am not privileged to the information of, but here, when I was down there, in there, Betty Hernandez actually was looking at Dr. Fedosian's final report and hands it to me out of the pile from the 1,300 pages that were being printed off. Here in Paula Fight's letter, she goes, your mother donated her organs as wished. After that, showing you right there in the final report of Dr. Fedosian, it says, the final report of Dr. Fedosian says, the George Trombetti, the sole decision maker for Miss Burger, adamantly would not donate the organs due to the delay in my lawful directive to withdraw life support. So I could, now I'm adding to the reason why, so I could ascertain, or via my mother's proxy, Mary Acosta, or from the ICU executive, who's her actual custodian, Dr. Fedosian, who says it, so they can withdraw life support and properly ascertain if my mother's brain dead or not. Here, this Paula Fight, she tells me in this letter, and that she said,
Listen, I was there the one time, whatever day I picked up that medical file, June 24th, I believe it was. 2 weeks ago, I'd never been to that hospital once before that. Here, 90 days later in September, I find out that, here, they bang the phone on me. I email Betty Hernandez, nothing threatening, nothing at all, just saying, listen, I'm not happy with the way my mother's being dishonored, I'm being treated. Here, this slanderous cease and desist letter saying, I've been to the hospital numerous times, all lies by this Paul fight. Well, anyway, here, back in August, that's when Dr. Corey tells me that the blood results, the toxicology is being delayed due to the OPO using up all the blood. Now, to let Bill Peoples off the hook a little bit on this one, he purposely probably did it, and there's something about this heparin, the coagulative, that they were very, very, that they wanted me to sign consent form that they can use this heparin. He's telling Dr. B not to use heparin, even though the procurement surgeons will authorize it later, it appears. But here's the emails from the original ones in June, where when I'm trying to find out the time of death, where Crystal Lockletter assures me that Bill Peoples will have no bearing on the outcome of the case. Yeah, sure as hell, he has a bearing, not only on the time of death, but my mother's toxicology, which I believe he purposely did. Though it says in the medical examiner's rulebook that Dr. Corey had the actual custody. She should have took her samples, okay? But it might have been too late by then. I don't know exactly how, this went down, but she does a good job, Dr. Corey, of not folding the no pressure, because I know it says on this automated system, hey, are you a family member or are you an organ procurement agent outfit? When you the two choices you have. So Dr. Corey, she's very. Then when I keep this saying, I thought that Bill Peoples had no bearing on the case. Let me show you. There's the form she signed. Okay. There's my response to her. All right. Then here at the end of this, here's Dr. Corey. Where the hell is Dr. Corey? Well, here's my response to Dr. Corey. Anyway, and I'll make sure I add that into the. I had to take all these down after I messed. So basically, but here's what I would have is here right in I start looking for private investigators. I must have called 20 to 30 of them, and they're saying this is how complicated this case is. Well, I finally get a guy who says that he took, once I said that, listen, there's these odd HHS warrants, okay, because I'll find, along with this ABI chart, okay, I'll find 2 discs from this Dr. Medevetsky, who just got the license in New Jersey for illegally disseminating marijuana to its patients. I'll also find, when I look up Bill Peoples' name, I'll also find a journal entries of my mother, okay. There's a copy of one, CVS, and there's my grandmom's cell phone number. And then there's another one under a dentist appointment for May 10th. A guy named Roger Lucas, who will have the same exclusions warrant, okay, with the same 4 first digits of the sequence of an 8-digit citation being the same. Now, like I said, they're a little bit different in names, but this Roger Lucas actually uses the counterpart name of Rogelio Lucas, which is coming, but it's coming up as the Ocala guy, citizen. Now, same with Robert William Peoples. It's coming up under William Peoples, the man from Ocala, okay? And his father doesn't have it. None of the other 3, not or Willie Dolores Peoples. That's this black guy who shares a name with Bill Peoples, one of the 4. He's the only one. And I actually go to ask him. I said, it's Isaac Santiago in our initial conversation. Here's some of them, and I'll make sure that's as well. I'll make sure that's available in the. I'll have a document, with all the support. It's a reference document with all the supporting documents of this video tutorial. There's our text conversation. That's not Robert William Peoples.
then I'll find the rest of it where it's where they basically say that will basically come to say that that it's confirmed. Yes, it's him. This is the guy. Okay, and he also tells me he has a warrant from OPM. That's the Office of Personal Management. That's like the human resources for federal employees and subcontractors. Listen, I guess you could get an exclusions warrant if you did something without being a federal subcontractor, just prohibiting you from ever being one. Okay. Now, Roger Lucas's name, this Rogelio Lucas, will come up under, and he's some kind of real estate guy. And it seems that all these deep state, federally contracted infiltrators and there's at least 10 of them that have direct or indirect, dealings with my mother, either through their policies, their corporations that they're some kind of executives of, okay, through the direct, which might have a plausible deniability, like these doctors that I'll also find right around this time in late August. One of the other reasons prompted me, because now not only do I have, pull a fight in Advent Health with this gross cover-up, this admission by Dr. Fedosian that there's the spouse of a hospital employee will get my mother's liver after this much contested brain death. This weird ABI chart from hours before, who Ken Woodward is blaming this doctor for blood pressure, where he has readings of blood pressure himself. So odd how he comes up handing me 10, I wish I would have kept them, 10 readings. I'm like, what is this guy, right? And then you have the whole thing now that right in line with this new federal allocation policy of the distribution of livers called expedited livers placement, you'll have, it actually comes out a month after my mother starts antivirals to get her liver treated for this hepatitis C that she had. Nobody's immune to it, but she had a complete resistance to. And that's exactly, now this has some novelty like most Medicare frauds do, but that's exactly what you would need to, execute a fraud of this nature. You want to get the transplant doctor to turn it down, because the new allocation policy of expedited livers says if the transplant doctor turns it down, that you can hand it off, and they encourage you to have like runners up or people in the area that will qualify, that you can hand it off to. So there you go. There's way too much. So after this is when Isaac Santiago of GPA, he agrees to take my case. There's Isaac right there. He's the executive. We have that in this, okay? So he got this tech kid named Jay Davis. He's an English kid who worked with John Walsh. He was kind of like semi-celebrity status down in Tampa when this drunk driver, killed his best friend, and he was in the passenger seat and maimed him. He joined up with John Walsh after he got himself and drug this dude's ass back from Spain back here. He's like a tech guy though. He'll actually be outside of Bill Peoples' house doing surveillance the very same day that Isaac is coordinating with the Department of Health and Human Services to find out about this exclusions warrant, which I'm trying to tell him, like, yo, he's a typical cop. Like, he sees warrant. I said, listen, this is not a body warrant nor a bench warrant. It's just excluding him from being a federal subcontractor. But he's going on this OPM. And that's how I also know, not only by his own, testimony over to because he's checking the social security numbers, saying that this guy, Marcus Hancock, look under the documents of potential peoples, and you'll see what I'm talking about. That this guy, Marcus Hancock, one of two potential candidates for who share Social Security. There's an old black guy who died when Bill Peoples was 16, buried in Maitland, but there's a white guy that's about a year younger, and he seems like he's like some kind of lifetime criminal, did a lot of jail time, who lives in Lakeland. Well, here, right at the same time my mother will start her consent to get her liver treated, this Signify Health, another CMS subcontractor, who's the head of their acute operations of Ocala acute operations of Signify Health, that comes in to monitor and manage her healthcare. It just so happens that the gratitude letter coming a couple days after this home health assessment will come on the same day she signs a form to get her liver treated. And this is all generated from a hiatus where she disappears from her Dr. Mishra. This Dr. Mishra is the one who's had her for 7 years, the one where these Baker Act with the advanced directives of organ donation pop up and are attached. And this evaluation down at these centers for this Baker's Act, okay, because supposedly, but there's multiple Baker Acts. I see one's when she's 53, one's she's 55. Now, she was complaining that some cop that the Citizens Patrol answered to that would, initiate a fight with her. And I know she was probably, that she wasn't, that she's controversial as well, okay? But it would be arbitrary. Almost just like how my mom was still on fentanyl by Mishra, but he would arbitrarily cut her. And when she'd say, listen, please don't make me look to the street drugs. I'm scared what would happen if you were to cut my, because I'm scared to go through this withdrawal. He would use it as a criteria like she's suicidal. No, she's just saying she's scared of street drugs. And since he upped her from, Vicodins to Percocets to Oxycontins to fentanyl in 7 years' time, okay? And this man is a Sunshine State sanctioned fentanyl dealer. There's people, you look on the internet, he's talking about people, he's already got a wrongful death and $1 million settlement in 2006. And here he takes this hiatus. Dr. Mishra, her pain doctor turned PCP, okay, down there in Jasmine Plasma. Here, he takes a hiatus in August, same time as this Medevetsky gets delicensed and comes to Florida 3 weeks later, okay, for disseminating weed illicitly to his patients, okay, who's got an MRI and an X-ray of my mother's curvature of his spine just 3 days before her terminal incident. I believe it's June 4th. I got the discs. And June 7th, this weird ABI chart that I find in her wallet. Okay, I'll have it all documented. It'll be under expedited, my mom's expedited liver placements or pre-donation liver treatments, okay, with Signify Health, a medical tech firm. Guess what? This girl that was the head of the acute Ocala operations happens to be, goes to UF Nursing College. UF, that's exactly where LifeQuest is, okay? Well, guess who else does? Christina Clavejo. Looks like they're classmates. Somehow, another CMS contractor, just so happens to be, one lies about the liver treatments, and one just so happens to be monitoring and medically managing them. Stem from a home health care assessment. All CMS contractors, Department of HHS, same as the guy working on her air conditioner, same as the policy guy who starts this expedited livers, same as the agent that works for LifeQuest, that is now under the full regulatory enforcement of the Florida Department of Health under case 2022-00252, stemming from a complaint that I filed that outlined the who, what, when, where, why, and how of a transplant fraud with my mother's consequential homicide, actually the culmination of this disturbing murder plot that I'm trying to outline, and I'm saying warrants an investigation. Okay? All right? This whole thing, okay, in August, okay, when this Medevetsky shows up here, this hiatus will be taken from Dr. Mishra, okay, in August is gone, goes to Dr. Betty. This Dr. Betty has her twice. Dr. Betty twice will see her by admission by his own staff member. After one time, just one time, he'll refer her to look at the bottom of the first one from Dr. Lafferty, this Dr. Lafferty, whose staff, they wouldn't discuss nothing with me the first time when they hit me. Then the second time, I said, well, I already got the papers. And I said, you ain't no federal organization. What are you hipping me for? I already got a clearance from the medical examiner and Advent Health. So they said, then they deny even doing this. Here they order a full liver function test or a hepatic panel. And this is where this referral to Dr. Bhima Singh, who stays very helpful with me. But after one time, then they denied it. I said, and I demanded to know what for a toe injury. A toe injury was warranted a full hepatic liver function test. Actually, she says for a rheumatic arthritis medication that their office can't name, and said they only seen her one time. Well, it looks like they seen her again in December. But if you look at it, it seems that he's actually
knows about, puts the referral and got the results, this Dr. Lafferty, before they're even back, or at least the second ones from this Quest Diagnostics. So listen, so that will start this referral for, and CMS Humana actually catches it. Look in the February one, in my mom's expedited liver treatments, I call them, that you'll see be missing you. Actually, Humana catches the fraud because it looks like somebody else, another prescriber, tried to petition for the Epclusa. Like I said, I know all about Epclusa. I got treated with it myself. Okay, and I'll get to that when it comes to the expedited livers, which will be the next segment. But, you know, Mishra disappears. All of a sudden, Betty is in. Okay, Betty refers one visit, refers to Lafferty. After one time, Lafferty refers to Bhima Singhu. Nurse practitioner starts liver treatments. The exact same day, the gratitude letter from the home health assessment comes, which is what? Going to monitor her liver treatments. Coming from the executive who oversees it is a parent classmate with the woman who's billed people's replacement and lied to me. All CMS contractors and all the doctors that are involved in the okay? Betty, Lafferty, Mishra, Natasha Barutas, the MP, Bhima Singhu, they're all, the only one who doesn't appear to be an Advent Health affiliate is Medavetsky. Okay, so from there, she starts a 12-week Epclusa treat, okay, in February. Well, right in March is when expedited livers come out. Well, I said, well, listen, I even thought to myself, I said, how could, man, they're not clairvoyants. They couldn't know this. If my mom starts in February, this don't come out till March. Here it was official policy enacted back in 2019. Just didn't take effect until March 25th. They had 2 years of preparation. And they've been practicing some form of expedited livers or liver handoffs after it turned down. This will all be by Arletta Gardner of ACA. She'll end up confirming it. In an attempt to try to disprove me, she actually, that's the vehicle I'll ride the actual confirmation on, you know, and I'll get that to the Department of Health as well, Agent Tanner. So there's just too much here. And to say that there's no listen, it's going to be see, that's why they're not looking at the evidence, because, you know, that's why ACA's in such a bad shape, because they actually took the evidence and now they can't listen. The who, what, where, what, and why. Listen, I'm not trying to get a conviction. I'm trying to get the professionals to investigate. Why does my amateur investigation have to do all this and stem this, you know, administrative full field investigations that are so rare, okay? That the medical, it's disturbing. I know, it's 2022. People are getting monitored. It's not the only monitor that's going on. What do you think this Citizens on Patrol does for these HOA and these deep state actors? You know, all these federal, see, they have more authority than our own, our own representatives in this republic that are democratically elected. These contractors, you know, have way much more power. That's why they call it the deep state. It's a disproportionate amount of them that are hanging around my mother, and especially those one. Now, as I said, Ken Woodward, the man who finds her body and has these blood pressure readings all ready for her, he enters into an embezzlement scheme with my Uncle James Burger. Originally, I thought he might have just duped him, but now I'm starting to think that James, he might have known beforehand. And I can get into all that, just at some family stuff. A lot of that's conjecture as well, or stipulation, or no, speculations, excuse me. But here's the thing. Here in October, right as I'm, see, what happens is Isaac will step down. Because Jay Davis is telling me, his junior investigator, I'm saying, yo, Jay, this guy has no, because Isaac was always saying, how did you get this guy's name, George? How did you? And I said, listen, you know, you're a foot taller the guy. I'm in his face. You know, what's your name? Right? So he ends up saying to me, so I said, listen, he's the only guy in a 1,200-page medical file of hundreds of names probably that's totally admitted. They got everybody's name. Only his is admitted. So is Tracy's, but Tracy got the letter saying Tracy Perpetani where she signs her name. So there it is. And I'm almost positive it's her that does the consent form, and probably the, well, I don't know about the Josh Abbott one, but it looks like they're attached papers as well. Just see they're general and they're not specific towards me and our contract. Anyhow, listen, so anyhow,
I said, Jay, they really want to get a picture of this guy. So they sent Jay up to do surveillance the same exact day that Dr. Corey and Dr. Wolf, they'll call in because they want to know about my concerns. And it says it because I'm saying, how are you telling me that Bill Peoples has no, on your case, there's no bearing on your case, but now I'm finding out the OPO is the reason why, and it says something about heparin right there, or why they lawyer up on me. And Dr. Corey, I'll give her credit, like, she didn't fold. I know I can't prove this, that she was getting pressured to just give a cause of death. She couldn't. She told me there's no legitimate medical reason. Why? That's why it took 17, 18 weeks to get a toxicology back, because they had to scrape up samples. And I think it's somebody, but I'm not a professional investigator, nor am I a professional, medical person in any way. See, if I can, this is the same, it shows the inherent corruption of the ones, it's just, you can't put it on complacency and incompetence when they're refusing to look at the evidence, so this will coincide. She starts her liver treatments of epiclusa. That's how I know it's not no minor liver, hepatitis case. It's severe genotype 2. I had genotype 3. And guess what? Here she'll begin her epiclusa treatments at 12 weeks in mid-February. They'll take her from mid-February to mid-May with about 2 weeks of diagnostics in between getting her results. Then on June 4th, she gets an MRI of a curvature of her spine and also actually another injury that I haven't heard of her speak about in years. It's not even an injury, just an abnormality. I think she had it since she was a kid. Never heard her saying it bothered her. But all of a sudden that's getting, what? And you get an ultra, hell if you can't see that liver in there, okay? And then guess what? Because they needed a picture, they need the ultra. What are they going to do? Go back to the gastroenterologist, say, hey, listen, we're about to kill this woman in a fraud. Can you make sure you get us? No. They just knew that the epiclusa was, that she got treated with it. Okay, and it's the one thing that they probably didn't manage, but that's why they're saying, stay with your GP. Who returns right in February at the same time she starts her? Mishra's back, and he's the one who gives her this, okay? My whole thing is, I'll come to say, why and how did she switch doctors? I finally go back in April and talk. When I go to pick up Bemis Singh's file, I never knew where his office was. Here I see it's right across from Jasmine Plaza, in the back of Jasmine Plaza, down here on 200 from Uday Mishra. So I go over and see Mishra again. It's the second time I'll talk to him since I've been down here. So it was a good, 9 months since I talked to him originally, when his wife told me, oh, your mother stopped seeing us for 5 months. Well, now I want to know why. Okay, and to talk about this ABI chart as well. But main reason, he said he had to see the ABI chart, but he thinks the vascular surgery that is for an eye injury. But I started talking to him, and I talked to him about the Department of Health and what their investigation has either confirmed or found. And here he says, I said, what was the reasoning behind my mother stopping for 5 months? And he goes, your mother with the drugs? And I said, yeah. And he basically tells me that because of the old white guys that would take her, were taking her around doctor shopping, and we're taking her to Betty. And I said, he's like, the ones who drop her off they would drop her off and give her a ride to the doctors. Well, who were them? The ones who did it the day before. So basically, Isaac Santiago, he's on the job the same day as they're getting the results back from me, from the toxicology, and saying that Dr. Corey and Dr. Wolf, they talked to Larry Corcoran, okay, the number 2 at LifeQuest, the one who, okay, he lied to me. Said, I was like, yeah, I'm still waiting for the outcome of his investigation on Bill Peoples. Well, here what ends up happening is that Isaac ends up walking off my job, okay? And he says it's because of this obscure rule of private investigating that prohibits somebody from taking surveillance of a cop, of a government official, or a judge. And I'm saying, yo, look, that's whatever, man. Like, that doesn't warrant you to walk off, stop doing surveillance. Then he tries to say, well, the warrant came back as not his. I said, well, you can, yeah, no, it belongs to the doctor guy, Robert. Listen, that's more of a miracle or a coincidence than if these two guys didn't know each other and weren't involved in this. So what? They happen to be from different states, 20-something years earlier. One guy from California, New York, who have the same identical first 4 digits at different times, different places, just as look at the potential peoples here, but this networking of deep state actors actually includes, even though they're not, I don't believe he's a federal subcontractor, he is, I believe Isaac, he probably at least is just a former intelligence operative, but I believe he has something to do with this MacDill Air Force Base, okay, that has a PSYOPs division down there, or I guess it's the, you know, the structure of it, the PSYOPs division. Just so happens one of the biggest PSYOPs guys happens to be out of Florida. Out of where? UF Health Philosophy Department. Okay, and he does risk mitigation for government firms. He's a Department of Defense contractor, okay, named Adam, what the fuck's the kid's name? Adam Silverman, okay, all right. He was running the philosophy, very anti-religious. It's funny about how this cover story comes off like I'm some kind of, you know, evangelical radical, even though I was playing off on it. And there's this weird sequence of events that'll happen in Tampa over Christmas. But right before that is when, after Isaac walks off my job, stating that because of the cop car that's in that they took in the picture of that surveillance that they took in Bill Peoples' driveway, which is see it right there. In this house, now I've never been there, but I remember Isaac saying, he's like, yo, this guy has way more shit than a registered nurse should. But anyway, and they prevented me from getting this file. Okay, so anyway, basically what would happen is Isaac Santiago, he walks off the job, okay. Now, a few weeks later, I get a call from a guy saying, hey, listen, did you call me about 2 months ago? And I said, I'm a private investigator named Nathan Good. And I said, listen, it's possible. I called a bunch of them. He goes, are you still looking? I heard there's something about some kind of liver transplantation fraud, and it sounded very interesting and kind of right up my alley and stuff. I said, yeah. I said, but I don't, you know, I already had investigators that walked off there, like cop types. I said, I need somebody, you know, I'm getting the medical portion. I got it pretty much down and I'm reading about it. I need some kind of guy that can, like, you know, knows the legal parts and can plug me in with what would venue a law. Because I said I put all my efforts in the legal. He goes, that's what I do. I'm a consultant. And that's what I'll do. You know, that's a part of it. I find the best guys that can help you and stuff like this. He goes, how about we have a meeting? He goes, where are you at? And I said, I'm over here in this Oak Run. And he goes, all right. He's like, they got a little community center up there when you come in the gas. I said, yeah. He goes, why don't we meet there? So we had it for October 25th. This is right when I was about to, you know, submit my affidavit that for the, you know, for the OIG. I already submitted one for the HHS Civil Rights. It's the first one, the Department of HHS. That happened a couple of weeks. Okay. So then I said, you know, I would start at the top first. I should start at the bottom. But the federal, you know, and this is in late October 25th. Well, instead of meeting me at the community center, here the Invera Gate system, the one that Roger Lucas is supposed to be on, but he's not. And I'll show you the time. Now, they refused to give me the ones for this time for this Nathan Good, but here. There's for the 120 days. I think it's the 60 days before and 60 days after my mother's death. No Roger Lucas at all, even though my mom, to put him on the, indicates to put him on the gate system. Now, at this time, another individual is, hold on here. This man will show up and ex-Blackwater contractor, Department of Defense, another defense contractor, okay? Just like this guy who runs, Adam Silverman, who runs, just had a UF, biggest academic research institute in the country, is at a University of Florida's, okay? Well, it seems where just about all this stuff's coming out of at the medical part. And who else is a defense contractor? Okay, the son of Mr. Kenneth Woodward. Okay, now here's some of his disinformation right after so he'll show up at my house Nathan Good. He was supposed to be, and I said, man, how the hell did he even get to my house? It was only a minute before that I put him in the Invader systems. It takes a good, easy 4 to 6 minutes to drive down here from that gate. He was here in less than a minute, okay, from the time I put him in here. When I approached him, I said, yo, how did you get in here? He said, oh, I know people in here. So there's people obviously getting, and you can see that this Invader systems, they don't want, and that's what I said when I wanted for in September, when my Department of Health and Human Services report that I was making and stuff, when I wanted to see that, and I said, and I was talking to somebody on their hotline, they said, well, yeah, if you got logs, just make sure if you got it from security that they sign off on it. I asked this Pete Fletcher to sign off on it. And I'll send in his email. He gets he's cooperative, he gets me to, but he's very hostile towards when I asked him, I said, yo, Ms. Fletcher, can you sign this just so I have like a chain of custody? So it's just not something I printed off my computer, Department of Health and Human Services. And I don't get involved, nor are in the affairs, the personal affairs of our residents. I said, okay, well, I'll have to defer to Noah Webster on what the meaning of security is, as somebody's, unexplained death that has no medical legitimate cause, says the pathologist, after a highly contested brain death from an individual who shows an HHS warrant, the same as the guy working on her air conditioning unit that my grandmother's seen. But you won't get involved in that stuff. But the security, Oak Run, they'll get involved in me having a third vehicle that I, had from my, or us being over the age of 55, when they actually told us, you stay here until the outcome of your mother's case. But guess when that happens? Well, I'll show you on the segment after expedited livers. But here, this Nathan Good, he comes, then he asks to use the bathroom, and I'm getting weird about this guy because he knows, he's like he believes me way too much. And then he asked me what I'm working on. I said a file, okay, and I'll send you email correspondence with him. But here it goes. There he is. He tells me he's a ex-CIA analyst or former, like 15 years earlier. Here on this, he belongs to this secret society or investigator society called Folly. It's one of the biggest ones in the nation. I think the second biggest, or the biggest one in Florida. Here, guess who happens to be from Folly? Isaac Santiago. And he's the one that's who told him to stand down. And it was right after I submitted to ACA in December. Now I would find right at the time, here Nathan Good, tell me how excellent it is. It's right after he leaves my house, okay? And he wanted $4,500 to act as a consultant. I said, well, you got to put something up first. He goes, I promise. He goes, I'll get you at least a consult with 4 attorneys. Okay, now whether they take you or not, but if they do, we'll incorporate my $4,500 fee. In the meantime, give me $950. He gives me this email. Look, I send him the money. But here I didn't send it to his NGI. I sent it right to him. He got a little pissed. Why would you send it to me? I said, well, I'm not really big on this shit. And he said, right. Then he stops, cuts off all communication with me. It's right after that I get in December and some disturbing shit happens to me. But that's right after I talked to Isaac Santiago, trying to ask him about. And he goes, oh, I don't know the guy. He just so happens to be my same, they all know each other. They do 4 or 5 banquets a year. There's only about 28 out of the Tampa chapter, okay? And you don't know the guy, okay? And he had an 813. That's bullshit. And I'm almost positive. And here, Nathan Good, he's in my bathroom tampering with shit. Okay, and I'll show you some of the stuff that I find, some of the, there seems like there was a pinhole camera, surveillance, okay, but he was up there. I swear I could hear him saying that, and I think this is where he was trying to probably, tamper with some kind of evidence that was left behind. And as a defense contractor, and some of the things that was going on with the other defense contracting affiliate, Kevin Woodward, and his father, Kenneth Woodward, and about this house, I believe that's what the defense contractors were involved in, the actual diagram or schematic that's being followed if they didn't administer it themselves, which I have a theory on. I'm not going to get into that right now. But listen, with no legitimate medical reason, and I'm trying to say, here, just show me how this didn't happen. It's a theory, okay? But, I just can't wait, this and that. But, people are so hostile to this because why? They're fucking cowards. I'm talking to you cops who ain't doing shit. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Tell me this. Why else would this man come to my house, want a file? Okay. Look, after I sent him the file, Okay. This is excellent. Let me look at what you got here. Well, how's it excellent then? You didn't even fucking read it yet. See, I could tell there was something off about this guy. Saying he was in this, yeah. Most guys in this, yeah, they just, whatever. Why else would he be interested? Why else would this investigator come to my house? What, is he that hurt up for $950 that he's got to, because, now I'm desperate to get some kind of professional help involved because my only professional help walked off because of a cop car, and these lame ass cops are refusing to do anything, stating the most bullshit reasons, like I'm just as fucking dumb as they are, that, oh, it's a civil issue. Yeah, no shit. When I sue your asses, it's going to be a civil issue. Yes, of course it is. And when I sue them for what they did, but yes, things don't exclusively have to be just a civil issue, just administrative. No, most things aren't. And I'll get to that about using the Department of Health as, this Ryan Robbins, they were, they ain't telling your fucking crooked ass nothing. They wouldn't tell fucking, President Harris or Secretary Joe if they were to ask about it. So basically, that's where I'm at with that. I'm going to explain expedited livers and wrap up with the conclusion, with the last couple months with the state bureaucracies of ACA and Department of Health and, CMS a little bit and stuff, and where I'm at with this right now. All right. Well, it's called expedited livers placement, and the purpose that it seems that it was being practiced as a process or a protocol, but it non-officially, and they thought they had no oversight over it, and there's a lot of they thought there was unfairness, I guess, about the distribution of them, and it's basically it's basically what to do is when there's a turn down of a liver. Okay, see what happened was, it seems to be, as heart and lungs are life-sustaining organs, as livers are, they're rare and you need them immediately. So you know what I'm saying? Your whole cardiorespiratory is dependent on them. So if they even work a little bit, nobody's turning them down. Okay, but there's not the demand for hearts and lungs, though if you are in demand of it, it's immediate. Kidneys are non-life sustaining organs, so they're very picky with them. And I don't know if this was a legitimate medical was warranted or not, but as Christina Clavejo would relay to me, one of my mother's kidneys were disregarded because of what the transplant doctor of the recipient who was getting it turned it down because of a plaque buildup. Now, livers, and what I read, if this is true, it's that women waiting for livers is the longest of organs. Now, they are not kidneys. They are life-sustaining organs. What they categorize as life-sustaining organs. So but they're not. You don't have the immediate, health imperativeness that you needed right there. You got some wiggle room, right? So basically, what's going on is, the match run algorithm. That's an algorithm. That's the system that the OPTN uses for the distribution of organs. Okay. Now it's an algorithm that takes in, most of your pedigree information, all your, physiological and I guess anatomical, blood type, height, weight, gender. Okay. It's big on mass body index. But logisticals is a big factor of this algorithm as well. So after it factors it in, it knows, and this is the allocation process that supposedly had the tighter scrutiny and the one paying for that than supposedly, the people that hold the nuclear arsenal codes and whatever security clearance is, level 14 or whatever, which is actually higher than the president. I don't know exactly what level of, but the way that the OPTN and they subcontract their policy guys out to this UNOS, other federal subcontractors, that I would say are indirectly, I mean, I guess you could say directly, how you ever look at it, with my mother's death, especially this man, Robert Hunter. And I don't say that he, had any intention. Well, I'm not going to say what his intentions are. I'm going to say basically, but I'll speak to what he says his intentions are, is to prevent disregarded livers, to stop the waste. And I'm in full agreement with it. Waste, other than, outside of opportunity, time, and food, they say that's the 3 worst things you can waste. I'm sure organs and money are right there as a strong 4 and 5. So basically, what it's coming down to is this, is that say that there's a liver, all right, like now look, it's good enough for, like, say this, you got this old drunk over here, he's recently sober, 68 years old. He's just trying to pull another 5-6 years with his granddaughter. You know what I'm saying? This liver's perfect for him. Got some wear and tear, maybe some fibrosis. The person who used to have it, they might have been 20 years, whatever the reason is, it's not but it's good enough for this guy to get, but the next person in line, the match run algorithm chooses, say, some 25-year-old girl. She's looking to pull 50 years out of this liver. So the algorithm, the match run process, I don't know, I forget what it says, 20 minutes or half hour it might take. Okay, boom, they take it. All right, no, we don't want it. This liver's not good enough for my patient, says the transplant doctor. So now it's a turn down. So if you go through the match run process again, evidently the biointegrity of these organs, the livers, start to, become jeopardized. So what's that? Here they have this, they make an official policy in 2019, but they don't enact it officially till 2021. It's adopted on their, in their books that yes, we're doing this expedited livers. And so it's called expedited livers. So now what it says is, if you get it, and it's been being practiced, but there was, it even encourages, have a second and third, have backups. Because if you get it turned down as the OPO, now, not only did you procure the organ, instead of going through the match run algorithm again and jeopardizing the integrity of the organ, you can just pass off to you feel that. Now, there's some criteria that have to be met. You got to opt in or opt out, whatever all the little bylaws are. That's basically it in a nutshell. You can hand it off to whoever you want, and they encourage to have second and third backups. So, in my mother's case, if you were going to perpetuate a fraud of this nature, okay, have somebody medically manage your victim / subject. Well, you would need the prerequisites to get the turn down. Hepatitis C, bang, okay, there you go. Hepatitis C, don't get, but that's still going to be, infect the person. Even if you were to treat the person with antivirals after they contracted the virus, there's a good chance that their body would reject it. Okay, the liver itself. Plus, because of it being all that virus. And as Christina Clavejo, as I established, she was my mother had no mild case. Unless she was talking about the fact that it was just cured days, if not weeks before, if not days before, however you want to look at it, if you take the diagnostics or the blood testing from Quest Diagnostics. So why? The medical file's got a food allergy from 2019. Why? Because she yes. Oh, your mother just so happened to have hepatitis for 25 years. All of a sudden, out of the blue, her doctor switches. It ignites a referral chain that lands with her getting a full hepatic panel or liver function test for a toe injury after one visit to a doctor. Okay, whose staff basically denied even doing it. See, it's too much, and she's more than what. You're telling me that the ICU doctors are going to know about a food allergy, but this OPO, who could transcend all HIPAA laws, is there for a specific liver donation after a contested brain death diagnosis? She has no idea. No, lying ass bitch. See, that's it. They ought to, see, that's the problem with these people lying. See, when you lie, you're supposed to stay on the straight and narrow. And then when you come to the most intricate points where you have to veer off, then you get right back on. This just saying whatever. And there's the thing. That's why these cops won't look at this evidence really, except for Sergeant Harper, which, yeah, it's all a bunch of hospital shit down there, kid. Right, gotcha. Okay, but what? Go talk to the wife and find her money. How about all these doctors that treated her liver right beforehand, which mathematically the randomness is, see, that's what I'm saying. That's circumstantial enough. Yeah, this is not you can get convictions on circumstantial evidence to what? Warrant an investigation after the and here's the thing. They're so like this Ryan Robbins, he won't even look at the evidence. Oh, well, we'll just let the Department of Health handle it. The Department of Health is handling the administration capacity, and they like this cracker up here, Peckerwood, McCardle up in Jacksonville. Listen, my man, listen. Yes, there's an administrative component. Okay, there's an administrative component to this as well. Okay, of the criminal. Both things that happen in the hospital have, yes, and there's a civil issue as well. Right, that's why I have, a lawyer that's going to start off with the, Department of HHS, U.S. Shands Health, LifeQuest, Advent Health down the line. If it's got to encompass, the FDLE, well, maybe they'll have some, I'll get to them, okay? But these two police stations that refuse to do an investigation, well, I'll wait till I deal with the internal affairs. Then I can add them too, okay? Which, and like saying, warrant an investigation. This is what I'm saying. And you've already set precedent that you'll come to my house because the electricity gets turned off or because there's an anonymous call saying that they want me out of the neighborhood. But you won't respond 2 times when I said that there was that I think there's a homicide and I have evidence of it. Now, everything in my complaint, okay, that's telling us, yes, there's a criminal component as well as an administrative component. Not only are they neglecting to look at the criminal component of the hospital sequence of events that has its administrative counterpart, they're refusing to even look at the stuff that the Department of Health and the administrative investigation is not even looking at. Nathan Good coming to my house, okay? The stuff that from Isaac Santiago, Ken Woodward finding her body and stuff like this. This is not even in their purview. Local law enforcement has this and that. So what? Get the FDLE in or coordinate with Ocala if you're Marion County. And if you're Ocala, coordinate with, say, they're refusing to even do this. And look, they're refusing to give a referral. If the sergeant said that they're trying to purposely, but why? Back to what I'm saying is because, see, when Christina Callejo lies to me, she makes the typical underestimation mistake of your adversary or opponent or person you're trying to lie to, that they're just as fucking dumb as you are. Cops commonly get people trapped up in these kind of lies, okay? So they know the best way. This is why Ryan Robbins refuses to even look at it, because he's complicit. He's about as corrupt as you come. He makes Serpico retire on the spot, this man. He's the enforcement arm of this civil patrol that actually, that answers directly. It's not, he answers to them. Why, I'm guessing, this is a speculation, why Keynes came over here from the Marion County Deputy's office, said someone from this office, because they know something in here. I'm talking militant group to the state's attorney investigator. And he said, paramilitary group. He goes, oh, they don't even exist. I said, what, the word doesn't exist? The hyphenated compound expression of a paramilitary. I said, I don't know what else to call these federally subcontracted, these state infiltrators that are just disproportionately around my mother, hanging around her house, interested in her real estate, or they are belonging to some kind of real estate brokerage, as Nathan Good does, or they are affiliates or members of either HOAs that are in conjunction with each other for the purpose of this criminal endeavor of the unlawful seizure of my mother's liver, okay? Put in the express lane by the orchestrator of this, Bill Peoples, his administrative, his actions taken through the administrative lens is now, listen, I submitted a complaint. It had a 4.5-month field investigation. After I got a unanimous opinion from the ISU investigator in Tallahassee, Brian Fleck, and the medical consultancy, that all concluded, yes, it warrants this investigation for the administrative purposes. Now, as I outlined the complaint as wrongful death with my mother's homicide attached to it, okay, right, boom, fine. But what's the wrongful death? A cause of an organ donation, transplant fraud, Medicare fraud. So, if the resulting homicide. Now I'm saying that they needed my mother dead to do it. That's either by, more so the brain death diagnosis, which Mr. Peoples, by rendering his donation services, which he was employed from, he was able to, capitalize on the fruits of this already criminal endeavor that was already in process. Okay, that warrants an investigation. Okay, the fact that him and this guy that's fixing my mother's air conditioning unit, okay, boom, both have the same identical warrants. And either of my theories that it's exactly what they say they are, Medicare fraud warrants, okay, or actually, exclusion warrants from subcontracting for the Department of HHS, or there's some kind of badge to show that you belong in this, whatever it is, this deep state, militant, for the non-military personnel, for the civilian types, as I'm guessing this Roger Lucas is, and him. Now, listen, so the precedent's shown, Ryan Robbins will come here to fucking a lieutenant of the substation because my electric got turned off, and he refuses to even look, oh, no. And then he says that the Department of Health is not telling the president. It's confidential for 10 days after. All they can do is confirm an investigation. So the proper way, as Tanner would inform me, listen, George, until I did an investigation based on your complaint. If any investigator is worth his salt, he would look at your complaint and say, okay, all the administrative portions of this complaint is being confirmed by this. Yes, there is a complaint. Yes, it's at the prosecution level now, at the prosecutorial sections. Yeah. All the administrative complaints, yeah, maybe this guy's, now look to see if there's any. I'm not a criminal investigator. Our referrals are coming afterwards. Until the meantime, this man, he did the complaint. That's what I'm saying. Department of Health didn't look through it and say, did the local police look at make a complaint and say if there was any administrative? No, but he will confirm that there was an administrative that's done all the checkpoints from analyst, first level investigations, second investigations, medical consultancy review, unanimous opinion, 4.5 month investigation. Now and Medicare fraud, organ donation, transplant fraud with my mother's homicide or murder, however you want to incorporate it, or as consequence of it, does not warrant a criminal investigation, especially when the pathologist and coroner says no legitimate reason why my mother, and then what is the reason for Nathan Good to come to my house? Listen, what I'm saying is he belongs to the same organization as the investigators who stepped down once they were doing surveillance. And they say because of a cop car. Well, that means you can't take surveillance. It doesn't mean that you have to quit the investigation. And then he goes again. He either lies to me then, or he lies to me in the very beginning about this Robert William Peoples, which he tries to say, that warrant really belongs to him. Well, how about the OPM warrant? That definitely don't belong to him. And I didn't even know about that till he brings it up. So, listen, this warrants an investigation. Okay, now this is my last effort at going at this by myself, and I want to call everybody up this week. Okay, now here's the expedited liver's placement. Okay, to conduct a fraud of this nature, you need somebody who has a liver with the prerequisites to get it turned down, hepatitis. But guess what? It just got cured. Okay, by a subsequent hiatus from her doctor, Dr. Uday Mishra, who actually will come back right as she starts the antivirals. Okay, it starts off with the Dr. Betty. Okay, and I already went through the review of the Humana Medicare papers, which is the first thing other than the Medavetsky MRIs, which I'll make available. They're actually locked up in a locker, somewhere. Okay. But, so you could say to him, all right, which he's the only non-Advent Health affiliate that I can say, even though it says Advent Health on the paper, it looked as an advertisement, I believe. But, all the other ones from Mishra, Betty, Lafferty, Barutis, who's Singhu's NP, Bhima Singhu, okay, and, every one of them are Advent Health affiliates that are involved with my mother's liver or, okay, and Signify Health is another CMS subcontractor, okay, whose owner or a CEO is a native of Lakeland, Florida. Okay, that seems to be where the native of where it just so happens that, well, Bill Peoples is, you know, I'd say number one contestant of a two-person black, the white Marcus Hancock and the black Marcus Hancock. I'm saying that they're the the white Marcus Hancock being the number one contestant for the person that Bill Peoples shares a social security number with. He's from Lakeland, Florida as well. And also a point of review is that I'm almost positive that Christina Clavejos would have been in the graduating classes somewhere between 02 and 06 at UF Nursing College, same as Dawn Warren, who's the head of the acute operations of Signify Health for Ocala operations. Okay, so she would be the direct overseer of my mother's, as my mother is an Ocala resident. Okay, and it's funny, when do they get there? A couple days earlier, they come in with a home health assessment. Well, who advised this, or who made the referral for that? I'm interested in that, but Humana won't talk to me. So even though I'm sending her SIU, all this about the fraud. So, like I said, now Christina Clavejo, she lies about the liver, and this, it looks like they're classmates, this Dawn Warren and stuff. Now listen, everybody at Signify Health could have a plausible deniability. I don't know. I got the complete shutdown from Humana, as even though I'm helping them, they'll take my information, reminds me. But let's get back to the expedited livers, and here it is. Here, okay. All right, here's basically what it's for. Now this is for a DCD, all right. You know, they knew hours and hours and hours before. It's not like they just got, while the turn down happened, while they were making the surgery. They already had it lined up for this woman. This is what makes it a fraud. You know what I'm saying? There's the consent form that we already been over, where my mom look on 9:30, right? Same day Signify Health will come in, or same a couple days earlier Signify Health comes in, making sure what you let your PCP, your primary physician, who what? Yeah, this Betty, after he may have a plausible deniability, I don't know. There it is. Not a goddamn thing wrong with my mother's liver. Mild. Any 60-year-old woman might have some mild, or okay, right? Not completely marked, not moderate. She has a little bit. Look, none of this macro or micro vesicular percentages of no inflammation. Okay, look, she don't even have fibrosis. She don't even have some scarring of the liver. And that's exact. And see, this is how I know about Epclusa. When Christina Clavejo says it's a mild case, and I see that Epclusa, I said, why the fuck? Yes, because when I was in the penitentiary, when Epclusa first came out, there's a 400-person waiting line to get to the front of that. For hepatitis, I was at the Eastern Hub at Dallas. Got more lifers than any penitentiary in the state. Okay, all right. It was one of the old, there's about 30 state prisons. One of the old 5 or 6 penitentiaries they got left. You know what I'm saying? So the old brick buildings and stuff. So here I go right to the front of the line. I said I'm transferred from Graterford, and I'm like, I said, I go right. I never won nothing in my life. I go right to the front of the line, 400 people, and I asked them why. They said they're all getting that Harvoni and that other bullshit. George, you got a vicious case, genotype 3. Genotype 3 is rare. It's rare amongst Caucasians in North America. Less than 10% of people in North America have it. It's not uncommon if you live in like Thailand or Malaysia. But it's a vicious, high viral load, 1.7 million. Okay, that's it. Enzyme levels bad. So I go there. So I'm thinking I get this. The doctor says something about cirrhosis of the liver, and I start freaking out. I start reading everything there is on it, and I said, "Oh, that's why I went to the front of the line. Epclusa, it's a lot more expensive. It might have came down in price, and yes, Epclusa can treat a mild case. But when did the centers of Medicaid or Medicare become that penny smart and dollar dumb? We're walking over dollars to pick up pennies when you could just listen. Trust me, in her insurance, Humana, if they would have been able to have no, my mother had a chronic case of genotype 2, chronic. Okay, the only way you could consider it mild is if you said, yes, she just got cured, which makes her, antibody negative, but RNA positive. And that's exactly what you need because it's an adverse action for the procurement agent or for the OPO. He has to declare the organ, hey, this is an HCV donor. We got a hepatitis infected liver, okay? So you can pass it to another hepatitis patient without it being an adverse action. Or you can take a non-infected liver and pass it to a non-infected without it being. So infected to infected or non-infected to non-infected. But if you take an infected liver from somebody who's you have to declare it. Even though she's antibody negative, which is, and it goes from 99% chance of contraction from an HCV donor to a non-donor to drastically to the other end of the spectrum. I forget, but it diminishes the chance. But it's still possible, okay? Because you are RNA positive, just antibody. The antibodies are now considered. That's why you got antivirals. Anyway, she's treated with this. How do they actually physically manipulate it? I'll get to it. But here's the policy that has to be manipulated first before actually manipulating my mother. And this is what sets it in. So there you see she's got a clean liver. Here's a whole summary, the pre-operative and post-operative summary from the procurement surgeons. Okay. There I was talking about. Yeah, oh, here I am. All right, I'm going to have to take a little break right now. I'll do the session. All right, thank you. Yeah, there's the policy analyst for UNOS who made this expedited livers official, Mr. Robert Hunter. I talked to him. He's like, it's not my fault that some OPO decided to disclose to an ICU doctor where the allocation of a liver was going. And I said, I think me and his doctor were the only ones in this whole ICU who didn't know where that liver was going. Okay, he knows not even hours before the procurement surgery when he makes that phone call to me. He'll know hours, before that when we had the initial conversation. And it looks like somebody had told him in that intermediate time from after when I would go to smoke a cigarette and go to see my mom. There's the rest of expedited livers, what it entails, and who can send them, why they're sent. Okay, this will all be confirmed by our letter gardener, and I'll show you that under the, I'm going to show you the state bureaucracies and what they, it's mainly ACA and the Department of Health. And, the Department of Health, they've been pretty much great, but now they've actually, it appears they kind of went to the other extreme on this. Like, nobody, CMS, local police, ACA, everyone wants to drag their feet or totally deny. Listen, fine. We have an obligation to make sure that nobody's, subjected to the, to the predatory, organ harvests of this guy. And we don't care that he's, and Surgeon General Lopato's having some kind of thing about COVID with the feds and stuff. And he said, listen, we have an obligation to protect our citizenry, no matter what. Even if the federal government's going to turn a blind eye, and FDLE is going to capitulate to this InfraGard and these citizen-owned patrols, these advisories, when they're claiming that they need they'll need the recommendation of only law enforcement. They can't take it from well, who's InfraGard? Okay, what? Because they got security clearance? Okay, so the scientists. So if you're a scientist, could you? See, that's what I'm saying. And here's the thing, is that most of these administrative investigations, okay, listen, their referrals will come. Okay, once this prosecution's done, 80% of them of clinical, complaints that have a criminal component to them, the criminal investigation will stem from that. But here's the thing, they're not even looking at the evidence that I submitted. These cops refuse to even, or FDLE will refuse to even look at the evidence that I submit to the Department of Health to see if there is any criminal counterpart to the administrative complaint that's been confirmed at just about every level. So, and yes, there are civil issues, you know what I'm saying, involved in this, right? But also the criminal aspects too. See, there's not only the criminal aspects that are, that are coming from the same thing that the administrative, aspects are. They're the same exact events. Some have some authorities are, have the jurisdiction and are delegated to investigate the criminal components. Others, the administrative, coming from the same things. But there's some parts of this that's not even in the hospital setting, okay? And that's what this Ryan Robbins said. Well, I'm not just talking about the hospital. I'm talking about here. They have no jurisdiction here, the Department of Health. Say if one of these defense contractors or just another party administered what you have no evidence saying that it didn't happen, okay? It warrants an investigation, but you just refuse to but you'll come to my house, okay, for a shotgun that's not even mine, okay, because I don't even live in this home, okay? Mrs. Chatuski, who's my tenant, also my fiance, she established residency here. I relinquished from Pennsylvania. I said, all that property there is now yours. I'm turning it over to you. I said, just watch what you take out of there because, it could be a crime scene. And then it's actually, I can't help that when I talked to the state's investigators and they had this, and then all of a sudden now, once I start complaining about, a Federalist militia, of extremists, federally subcontracted, actors involved in the illicit organ harvest and unlawful seizure of my mother's liver. Then they send this deputy. Then Deputy King shows up a day later. Okay, but here you go, right here about expedited livers. This policy, which look right here, means the OPOs could begin making backup plans before they ever enter the operating room. It's exactly. They were concerned about this. Yeah. Provides a tool for the OPOs when the originator accepting candidate turns down a liver. Miss Arletta Gardner. Yeah, the old adage of broken clocks were right twice a day. Well, isn't she? She might even be about the administration of this as well. Well, the mid-level administration. It's expedited livers. That's the actual, it's the actual vehicle that Mr. Peoples and his conspirators will ride this, like I said, unlawful seizure of my mother's liver that entails the medical management, the monitoring, okay? After they're targeted, being there's only about 30 people in the 4 million population of northern Florida, less than 30, okay, that have the ability to target somebody, the access to the data bank that will allow such a thing. So I'll be in that wall next, and you'll see the Department of Health up there, and the administrative investigations that stemmed or don't stem or drag their feet, which I'm still battling with ACA to this very day. Just okay, so I'll be back with the last segment of this video tutorial explaining my mother's death and how it warrants an investigation, not only an administrative one, or the civil consequences that these complicit characters, have a liability that they must be responsible for, which are going to be some for making a gross and obviously corrupted decision of not to investigate it, whatever these authorities who have the jurisdiction will. I mean, I don't see any grounds, especially with the precedence of why they will come out to my household and what they'll, file charges on for when they have absolutely really no evidence. What? Because I own a house, you'll charge me with a shotgun that's not even mine in a house that I don't even live in. Yet, and I got something, you didn't even ask her, the person who owns the shotgun, if it was theirs. But no, you use that. Why? Because I decided to go and say, listen, the Department of Health has opened up the investigation, and if you knew how to properly investigate something, you would say, oh, let me look at this guy's complaint, let me look at his evidence and see if all the administrative components that have been fully, confirmed by the Department of Health by going to prosecutorials. Okay, let's see if it has any criminal aspects, let alone the stuff that's what even outside of the at all, that the stuff the Department of Health didn't even look at. Let's look at that. No, why? Because you're corrupted as fuck, and you know who yous are. All right, thank you.
Hey, what's going on? It's George Trombetti. I'm getting to the part where I'm trying to wrap this up. I know it's been pretty long, but this is basically, I have to, I have to, over-explain some things and, and try to explain some of the things that I see connections in that I just don't really know exactly how they fit in, but there's too much of a, they coincide or they share a commonality with, too much of this other stuff, basically like expedited livers, where, listen, I said, listen, they're not clairvoyants, they don't have crystal balls. How do they, I said, my mother starts her liver treatment, or no, she starts her liver treatments effectively with Dr. Lafferty's toe injury, unnamed rheumatic arthritis medication. And, but it's actually, and that would be back in August when that hepatic panel is, same time this Dr. Medevetsky who takes the MRIs for her spine will come down. But she doesn't start the antiviral treatments, until after this Natasha Sparutis, the NP for Bhima Singhu, the gastroenterologist who gets the referral. Now, Bhima Singhu, evidently, and I got the whole liver file that I haven't even begun to look at yet, because I've just been, so much under the gun because of, all the extra stuff that I have been having to do, and just basically abandoned my whole life because of the failure to investigate things that obviously warranted investigations. All right, so basically, after this, Nathan Good comes to my house, and not only does he just pray, I think this is a byproduct how he prays on the desperation of me and my family to try to get some answers when there's all these that even us non-investigators could see there's something to this. There's something that she's getting liver treatments for a hepatitis ailment or disease that really has no effect on her liver, that makes her the perfect candidate to perpetuate a fraud of this nature. It coincides with an allocation policy that will allow something like this to happen, okay? For a disease that she's unaffected for almost a quarter century, okay? And then is this Life Quest and, a great portion of this Advent Health factions behind her clinical homicide. There's so many connections now that's saying that a premeditated murder is involved. Now, because I didn't have a hospital file to assist me, I basically outlined this, Signify Health and all the things that there was documentary evidence. Now there is, documents of Nathan Good coming to my house, but when he does come to my house, it's in late October, and by early November, that's it. I think one or two possible emails or one or two correspondence, maybe with two emails that we exchange back and forth. Okay, then he disappears and refuses to respond. Takes the $950 off me and my family. But I think it was the dual purpose to find out how much I really known, or trifold. Find out how much I really known and intercept this file that I was going to the OIG. This, and he knew that I was making it because it was actually, Isaac, and I'm almost positive that he's the one who told Isaac to stand down. And me and Isaac been in communications, but it goes about 2 months since I'll communicate with Isaac after this. And then I get back a hold of him in December, right after I file my complaint with ACA. That's, I believe it's, I think it's December the 8th or 9th is when I actually gave my 3-hour complaint to the woman named Diane. And thank God I did, because when she does, I remember her saying something about a file number named 4. That's Life Quests, and that'll actually help me that she made a comment about the uniqueness of seeing an ACA single-digit file number. Now, I don't know what 6 through 9 are, but because Life Quest is number 4, I'll even say later when I'm saying, I bet you the first 3 are the major metropolitans, OPOs out of Miami's districts, Tampa's and Orlando's, number 5. If Life Quest is 4, number 5 being Puerto Rico's OPO. So basically, now
listen, now I know, and I mention them, okay, but really this whole deep state infiltration, which the medical industrial complex that's in North Florida that seems to have its pinnacle out of UF Health, okay, and and LifeQuest is where the federal government, CMS, Medicare, and Medicare is always the component in a medical industrial complex. It's usually 3 or 4 parts. Big healthcare, which are the biggest lobbies in this country, outside of Israel and big oil. Okay, there are healthcare lobbies. So and here's the thing, and it's because the only real evidence that I have outside of my own eyewitness testimony is the voicemails from Bill Peoples and Dr. Fedosia. And that's what I'm saying. Like, look, it was easy when Advent Health said, "Hey, we're standing down. We're actually trying to cover up this." It was easy for me to just say, "Hell with yous. I don't need you. I can do my own investigation. I'm not that smart. I can rely on a medical file." And I dug in, that whole ploy that Paula Fight would say, where she dispatches Beatrice Betty Hernandez, the number 2, and she tells me, "George, I am on the ethics committee." And that's when I said, "Oh, okay," because I know your risk management. And when I asked her later, she says I said, "Were you working in some kind of dual capacity? Like, were you acting as a member of risk management, or were you acting as a member of the ethics committee in the stipulation that I actually donate my mother's body to Dr. Fedosia as a representative of Advent Health, as long as them stipulations are kept?" And they were, number 1, you stay here to the procurement surgery. That's the whole thing of him saying, yeah, he's arranged for this lease, he says, but I'm almost positive that's the Christina Clavejo, evidently Bill Peoples' replacement, which is the number 3 and most important stipulation, that if you can't get this LifeQuest, if they're federally mandated with a geographical territory allocation that has them limited to the only entity in North Florida that can procure organs, then Bill Peoples, he's got to go, non-negotiable. And that's what he did. The second one was, listen, I still want to talk to this ethics committee and find out how this was allowed, how this man Bill Peoples. And he goes, "I assure you, that's in the medical file too. That's in Dr. Fedosian's report, and that goes to show you how this Paula Fight is a treacherous liar, because she'll say, other than that I've been there numerous times and all these communications. Look at my computer, look at her files, see how many times I communicated with her in them 90 days. Not once. And then the only time I gave her an email, it was on the 91st day, when she emailed me, just like how Betty Hernandez tells me 30 days, then 90 days after she supposedly takes my statement. Right. And here's the thing. That's how I know there's no investigation. Once Paula Fight says, we're done speaking about the disposition of your mother's organs. She donated them like she wished on the back of her drive. I'm the one who donated them, you dumb fuck. Like, how are you going to say something like that? It's right there in Dr. She never did no report. I know she didn't. I mean, she never did no investigation. There was none. None at all. That's why, Betty Hernandez actually hangs up on the phone with me, prompted me to email her back, like, "Yo, what are you doing? Like, I have the stipulation." I said, "When you owe me for a liver then, because now here, LifeQuest, nor Bill Peoples, nor his, federally subcontracted deep state infiltrator militant group were able to, actually complete this." Me and Dr. Frozen not knowing the real, the premeditation, and that this wasn't no random clinical routine homicide that was just, oh, okay, she fits the criteria for somebody. No, I find enough evidence that indicates that my mother was targeted, monitored, medically managed prior to this. This was the culmination of a murder plot, of a loosely affiliated network that involved private investigators, okay, and firms, or a society that had 2 firms. One, I believe, was just had an intelligence agent, Okay, probably some military personnel as Isaac Santiago, I believe. The other one having a counterintelligence scumbag like Nathan Good, who comes here and preys on my family and all that. Now, basically, this 90 days that I have off, it really gets me, I'm digging in. I spent 2 weeks where I get to know the news. I think I'm like, damn, man, this is shit. They have all sorts of contradictions of how they, just disregarded their actual. Here I'm reading the brain death chart for New Zealanders. Them Kiwis really got to go when it comes to brain death. If you're going to go brain dead somewhere, New Zealand's the place to, because they got it down, So anyway, basically this, so once I see, listen, I mentioned Nathan Good, they all know about, they're all my reports, but now I have to really dig into where the jurisdiction of these state bureaucracies, like the Department of Health and ACA is at. Now, ACA is going to be biased because they have their stamp all over. Now, I get a return from this, from my OIG where they refer to the Department of HHS. That's where the file that I base my complaint on to them. Well, here it's 4,000 characters, so at the last moment I'm already in, so I have to really, loosen up. Well, here they send me this, defer me to CMS. CMS defers me to KEPRO. I guess he just didn't take it serious. And I told this woman after a 3-day deposition in December, she said, well, I guess CMS is not doing nothing because of ACA. CMS will always defer back to ACA to see what they're doing when it comes to anything in regards to organ donation. Okay? So, you going, babe? You can go. Go. Where's it at? All right, thank you. All right, be careful. So basically, anything coming to organ donation. So here, when they send me to KEPRO, and KEPRO says, we don't even have no, oversight over organ donation. I said, man, but they were supposed to refer me back to CMS. You know what I'm saying? And so here, right after that in December, I go to ACA, file my complaint verbally. About a week later, I start submitting documentation. About on the 13th. It's the first time I'll even mention expedited liver. It says Pisces, expedited liver is Pisces, because I misspelled policy. I was in a real hurry. That's because when I go to this advanced auto on 200, these people are blatantly following me. Like it's not even like they're going out of their way to let them know. And they're all like in white vehicles. And I'm saying, so I started corresponding. I called back Isaac Santiago. And I said, well, listen, I have an administration complaint in. I said, I didn't hire an attorney, but I want my file because I'm representing my mother's interest in the complaint at an administrative level. So if I'm representing her interests, it would be the same thing. I don't think you can file pro se. But I said, I want that file that I paid for. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying, yeah, and he's this is when I know something's up, definitely, that he's involved. So what I do basically is, I said, all right. So I go and I have this consult, and I pay $30 with this girl Riggins in here in Ocala. So she gives me a consultation, just enough so I can get this file off of, because there is no, especially, it's hard to find a lawyer to go adverse to anything where UF Health's involved, especially this girl. She's, so here I end up getting to when I come back. But so the holidays coming around and stuff, ACA's not responding to my complaint at all and stuff. So Jay Davis, he ends up giving me like this bullshit version of the file of Bill Peoples that was when I originally asked him, and I could tell. So then he says that this Riggins girl, she's not answering the phone, and I'm calling up saying I want my file. They won't even answer me. So I go to Tampa. Some crazy shit goes down in Tampa. I was at a hotel, and I seen this following of me, or this tail that I had is actually, and they were becoming more and more obvious. But then it culminates into something even crazier, what I would call some kind of psyop. Okay, and I'll explain it in a follow up to this. It's just I just don't want to get too much sidetracked in, because it was something that I think and even my discounts for block that I'll do, because come January, the OPTN Patient Services, Ruth Henson of OPTN Patient Services, she's all nice and willing to discuss the protocols of the doctors at Advent Health circumventing the neurological guidelines when it comes to the assessments of DNC. But I said, that's very well, Ms. Henson, and I thank you for that. I said, how about the circumvention of Mr. Robert Hunter's, or actually, not the circumvention, the actual manipulation of his policy. I'd rather talk more about that and how they've used that to facilitate this line jump, which ultimately would be the unlawful seizure of my mother's liver. She says to me, listen, you need a lawyer to talk to us about that. I said, no, I don't. I represent myself. I can speak to anything about it. She goes, oh, yes, you do. Hung up the phone. So that's where I ended. And here's going to show you some of these right here. I had a whole thing set up, but it was just it's just easier to submit the documents. But since I had this hung up, and shows you some of my how it all kind of like intermixes. But starting back in late November, after Nathan Good will come, boom, I'll show you the email where where he says it's excellent. That one I showed you, it's actually where I'm saying to him, and I'm having to tell him, do you actually believe me and stuff? And he's telling me about the lawyers he's got lined up. It was all bullshit. It was all part of his infiltration, which I believe that he was doing something in the bathroom. At the very least, it was or to plant security devices, and I believe he was trying to, clean up some kind of evidence that might have been left, because I believe he was definitely involved in the actual terminal incident / what eventually would, after Bill Peoples will direct her clinical homicide, would ultimately become her murder, which was her murder. Just the only thing changes is perspective on it. So here it goes. There's what I get back from the OIG, that they got it. There's CMS. There's ACA, right there. Here's some of the, with the data banks that only an OPO will have access to. There's just a few, just to get you an idea of what's going on. And there's from Jay Davis, the email regarding the file of Bill Peoples, how he sent it to this woman, Riggins, ACA, like I said. So when I come back from this heinous shit that goes down in Tampa on Friday, December 23rd, I'll get to that later, maybe later. But actually, when I come back, and this one I really know, because Isaac says a catchphrase that was said to me when I was actually, suggested that I go back to Philadelphia. And I was actually suggested, and then I said, you gotta go back to New York. I said, what are you talking? Oh, Philadelphia. Like, I think there were some scripted actors that were being, told, to transmit a certain message to me. Okay, some kind of what they would call like a street theater, but but I didn't know it at the time. Okay, not until I did research on what that is, and and how there's a PSYOP division out of this McDill, which I believe has something to do with, or Isaac has something to do with that. And I also believe that, yes, because this was a very coordinated event, and at the time, I don't know, it's some kind of, and even my cancer block says, I think it was scripted to just scare you, George, and not to actually what you thought was going to happen. I said, yeah, you're probably right. I said, but then I kind of actually cut a deal with this guy who's called himself Raphael, who's the one who instructed me that I need to keep certain names out their mouth. Okay, it was a lot of it was disinformation, though. When I said, yeah, I'm done. You couldn't. But then when they actually like double crossed me, when I went back to go get my dog, I had to go back to get my dog. I told him I was leaving, but I had to go. Okay, then I got pissed. And Isaac said, he said, when he called me back up, or I called him, he said, well, what are you planning on doing now? I told him. I said, I'm going to punch these motherfuckers right in the mouth, figuratively. And that's when I went in hard. This was in early January. So then I called Attorney General Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. And I said, yo, there's some fucking hillbilly organ harvest going down here with some deep state actors. I said, you know, I gave a little Yiddish blessing to yeah, give my mom. It's like, my mother, Eileen Burger. Yeah, they don't know it's spelled the other way. And I said, listen, 24 hours later, Mike Stick, I think his name was, of the constituency office, he goes, yo, my man, what's going on? And I said, he's like, listen, he said, you're for real, right? I said, I'm dead for real. I started going into it. He said, listen, all right, I'm going to help you out. Okay. I put out a couple of names that I knew from the Philadelphia area. Josh Shapiro, he's big on Medicare frauds. I said, well, there you go. Here, his constituency. My mother was probably never his constituency. She moved to Florida when I got before he was even in politics. But basically, Mike Stick calls me up and says, listen, call this congressman in Jacksonville, Al Lawson. He's like, just give it about a couple hours and call his staff. Well, here I had said that I had submitted an email because here when I first came back in June, when I was at after the hospital events, I had made a verbal complaint to the Florida Department of Health, and I just rambled on the phone about shit I didn't even really know what happened at the time. It was only a couple of days later, but since Akko was answering me, I decided to, what I did was, I called the OIG's office there, and I filed a complaint, and they said, we'll email it to MQA services. Here, I didn't even get off the phone, maybe 20 minutes, with Miss Fitzgerald, Teresa Fitzgerald of Congressman Lawson's office, and the phone rang, and then I got an email from Miss McBride of the OIG saying, listen, this is not an OIG issue, but I heard what you're saying, and here we sent it right to MQA services. That's when there's from Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. There's Miss McBride. Okay, and then there's from Sandra Watson, the analyst. They actually said they used my email. Listen, officially, we don't really do this, but in this exception, we are, and this is where I outlined the NF, the North Florida Medical Industrial Complex, which, like I said, is not sinister in itself. It's just but when it's commandeered by a rogue militant and that's up to, do malevolent, medical applications, and the raw administration of them medical applications will lead to the targeting, medically managing, monitoring, subsequent murder of my mother and her illicit liver seizure, okay, done by this OPO, Bill Peoples and his merry band of federal subcontracted deep state affiliates, and conspirators, then yes, then it will be bad. And you can see what kind of events happen. Okay, like I said, disproportionate amount of these contractors from Defense and Department HHS around my mother, interested in her property, having dealings with HOAs or real estate, just about everyone, outside of dumbass fucking polo fight, which I don't blame these fucking organ harvesters not to incorporate her. She's just probably covering up for, that's what she's such an asshole. Okay, but here we go. So then, that's when, after it goes from analyst to first, it goes right to second investigation. It kind of like skips, I guess, because I don't even hear from. And then here's from Miss Henson. Okay, all right. And then this is when I said back, I said, ew. From Miss Henson of OPTN, when they lured up. Then this is when she came back. Okay, I just got done recently talking to her. Okay, so then it goes to Agent Fleck, and we have a couple emails, but then this is when he tells me about the medical consultancy. He's like, listen, he's like, yo, some of this shit, kid, you're saying is kind of great. You're telling me your mother is a living donor? And I said, yes. I said, this outfit called Megiddo told me, like, they advertise on the internet. They actually kind of brag about it, saying, for logistical purposes. And I targeted it in on them because, they're not the only logistical firm that says this, but for two reasons. They had the Donate Life stamp on them, which is this, this like network or alliance that the Life Quest belongs to, of these, and they also had these it seemed like they had, and I didn't want to make it about this, but since they were saying this shit and there was some kind of like religious overtones, I actually kind of went with it and I said, all right, well, now that you bring it up, I'm going to start pointing out how these all got these occult names. Not all, these Quest. I'll show you some documentation on that in a book I read pertaining things with the name Quest. But I'm not saying it, I'm not going to get on anybody, you drive a Ford Taurus, that means you're some kind of pagan idol worship. No, it's just that, listen, since, it's being brought out, in certain things, and that's why I think ACA, because ACA, sponsors all this donate life shit. Well, in 800 years of English common law, it's always been illegal, and that is since Magna Carta, to donate a human life. Who does that? The fucking Babylonians, the Canaanites, shit like that. But anyway, so I'm getting off subject. So here, this Agent Fleck, he's like, look, man, he's just like, I'm not going to say, how can I say it didn't happen? But this is complex, and I hit him with like 180 pages, bang. And then 30 pages, he's like, dude, why do you keep doing this to me? He's like, well, where's ACA at and all this? I said, I don't know. I got them about a month ago. They haven't even responded to me. So he's like, all right, man, I'm sending this to the medical consultancy. And like, if they find any holes in the medical portions of this, and a lot of it's your perspective, and I understand that. But if there's any kind of like big, like this couldn't have happened, dude, they're going to kick this shit right back to whatever movie script you took it. I said, listen, let me make it simple on this. Because now it's getting to the point, I'm actually getting scared, especially after this. And I said, listen, if this didn't, now I know something happened, because now I got Nathan Good showing up. I got these PSYOP operations happening to me, where fucking, these mob followings, or they might call it a gang stalk, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? It don't really matter. I'm from Philly, I'm gang war. So, you gang stalked every day, a bunch of people staring at you and rubbing their face and shit and doing sign language or whatever it is. But it's a PSYOP. I know what it is. And it's just not a coincidence that UF Health, they got this in here, who's basically a Nathan Good on a macrocosm, this Silverman. He does risk mitigations, but more for government agencies, not for, but listen, and they both have, I didn't see Nathan's Good name come up with something to do with testing chemicals or water, I'm sure, then at this UF Health. So that's where, so here with Agent Fleck, I end up annotating all over the medical file, the 1,200-page medical file, an 80-page procurement, and then I just took some of them and I took them with others, and I took Adobe and I scrunched it all together in this 185-page report. And that's what Agent Fleck's like, yo, he's pissed at me now. He's like, why would you do this, man? He says, like, now I got to subpoena medical file. Dude, why are you making my life complex? I told you to keep it on separate, what your shit was compared to, what the actual hospitals got recorded. I said, listen, I've been this shit. Listen, you have a bunch of doctors and nurses. Then you got, some asshole yelling some movie script shit. You really think they're going to look at my stuff? Now I know they're looking at it, because it's all annotated, scrunched it all together, everything, right? So that's when he comes back with this. Now he's just like, all right, dude, I just need everything you got. Because I said, I'll print you out another copy so you have to speak. And he's just like, all right. And he calls me up and he tells me everything you got. So a couple days go by and I don't hear nothing from Agent Fleck. I'm like, what the fuck? So I call him up. I'm like, yo, Agent Fleck, listen. Plus, there's a couple other things that I forgot that I left out of the report or something that I thought was, I forget even what they were. So, and he goes, look, man, and he's telling me, he sends me this email. Oh, first he sent me an email after I called and I couldn't get a hold of him. And he wanted to say, so I emailed him these attachments. And that's when I got this. I've received your attachments and added them to the file. However, the case is no longer in my caseload. It has been sent out to the field. The consultant has opined to send out to the field to gather more information to see if there is a violation. This is a very unusual case. It has been given a deep look to see if there's any violation by this nurse or any violation that this office would have purview over. And I say to him, what do you mean have purview over? We already went through this guy. He got a license check. You know what I'm saying? But this Fleck actually showed me this when, you see, it's only a couple days before the January 25th, when I was telling him about how I said, listen, he might not work there no more. He goes, why do you say that, Bill Peebles? He goes, I said, Larry Corcoran tells, Barbara Wolf, Dr. Barbara Wolf, and pathologist Dr. Corey, that he's no longer there no more to validate the evidence and the data that he, disseminated and transmitted to the coroner's office or the Leesburg District 5 medical examiners. And he goes, listen, we got some government computers. They're a little slow and outdated. But he just like, when was that, September? He goes, it was January. He goes, look, I'd give it another month, but it's like, I can't tell you that he doesn't, that's bullshit. But, and that popped up. And then before fucking, I started using Tanner's investigation as smokescreen to do my own, so Department of Health, well, that's the agent, I'll get this. So anyway, I call Fleck, and I'm like, yo, Fleck, what's going on? I said, what the fuck you mean you don't have that you might have purview? We already established this guy's a licensed nurse. He's like, no, George, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about murder, okay? And I said, oh, so you know now too. Like, when he's like, George, listen, he's like, I'm not just following what they're saying, but because he's like, he made it sound, look, he said, and they found this, and I said, he's like, I can't get into all that. Like, they found something else in that medical file or upon their own research, because it's like 5 or 6 days later. And he goes, well, what day was it that he sent me that? It was the 12th. So it's, but it was the 19th, I guess, when I submitted the regular file so they could make sure that it wasn't just my annotations and like I printed this out. And he said, George, listen, he's like, don't you think, he's like, I can't tell you not to get local law enforcement involved in this. I said, I told you, I tried. And stuff. He's just like, they're saying it's out of their jurisdiction, this Marion County. And FDLE says they need a law enforcement referral. And Ocala, they're the worst. They're saying it's a civil issue. And I think it's something to do with his son being a cop there. So it's just Santiago, it's his immediate blood relative that he cohabits with. And I seen someone about his age that was Jacksonville. And I said, listen, or the age of his son. He goes, George, he goes, no. He goes, listen. He goes, murder is something you can lose your registered nurse's license for. And we're going to be taking a hard look at him. And he said, but don't you think this is a little much for us to do all this? I said, do what? He goes, it's a field investigation sanctioned by the governor. This is a full field investigation. He said, do you know how rare it is for the Department of Health to do this? He goes, it's rare. He said, I don't see many of them. He said something about a cholera outbreak or something. And he goes, he said, I don't ever remember seeing one, in whatever it was, 17 years or whatever, how long he worked there. I don't want to say a certain amount. They go, oh, you didn't work there that long. I thought it was 17, 18. He was not initiated or co-signed by some kind of RN or even a doctor or at least one of our own agents that heard it word. He's just like, in the shit you're saying, he's just like, look, he's like, I can't tell you not to get local law enforcement authorities in this, but do you get what I'm saying? You need to. Then he came out and said, you need to, George. And I said, well, why? You guys got it. Why? Well, if it's that necessary, why don't you just go and call them up? He goes, I can't do that. He goes, listen, our departments don't share nothing with local cops, especially the Department of Health, because we got millions of lives that depend on some of the shit that we do. You're in it for your mom, and it's great and stuff. But now it's like, the priority, and I'm paraphrasing now, but, up until that was basically what he said. But now, but basically he was letting me know, like, look, he's like, basically your mom's dead. He's not saying, he didn't say all that. He's just like, this now is about, now we got to take it and say, look, everybody that's, and especially that he's an OPO, he's just not a regular doctor where you got a choice to even deal with this guy. No, he's mandated. Listen, man, if this shit's going on, we got to play this, really close to the chest. We can't tell them nothing. He's like, George, and he basically insists that I give it another try. That's when I call Marion County. Marion County won't even come to my house. I said, yes, but I feel that there's some kind of evidence. Then the one cop got on the phone with me, and he said, listen. He's like, all right, look. He's like, but you got to make sure Ocala's not doing an investigation. I'm like, what, you don't coordinate with Ocala? Like, you just don't play all softball together and shit? Like, it's like you act like they're on Mars or something. And I know it. So I said, look, whatever. I said, listen, he's like, son, he goes, if not, he goes, I'll say, but we need something from Ocala. And I said, the terminal incident would have occurred here. And he goes, yeah, and what was that? I said, I don't know. At the time, I started to just have theories on it. And he's like, that's not good. What, you can't even come out and check the place out? And look, boom. So, fuck it. I call Ocala up. Now, now he's mocking me, this Rodriguez, saying it's the same thing as Flynn or Flanagan, whatever this fucking Shanny Irish Peckerwood that fucking, who called this Robertson when he actually went all down there. Maybe could have said, I highly doubt it, because whatever this terminal incident was. But who knows? Who knows what the hell could have happened if they would have just went down and let this man check. See, it's not that they're just being complacent, or even just resisting it. They're actually obstructing it, these cops. They're so corrupted by this deep state infiltration. They're actually trying to go adverse to it. And this is what pisses me off when this Rodriguez says, sounds like it's a civil issue. And I'm like, yeah, okay, it is, all right? But there's also a criminal component to it. That's what the civil issue will derive from, okay? So he's just like, yeah, well, he's like, have your lawyer or have the Department of Health agent tell us what you're telling us. I said, well, why is that? I said, my lawyer in the Department of Health, this is when I obtained this Chris Bach. I said, they only know the shit that I told them, the complaint said. They just confirmed it. Why don't you just want to hear it from? Well, why can't me, as a regular citizen, just give you evidence? Why all of a sudden the lawyers, when did this happen? Okay, well, I can't just show you evidence. You just won't even accept it from me? No, it's got to come from that. I was like, this agent thinks you guys are corrupted anyway. I said, he's not going to give you shit. He goes, yeah, that's why we'll subpoena for it. Oh, you just want it that bad that you'll subpoena for it. Now they went to a field investigation, but you won't just take it from me. And then look, and then maybe call up and see what it'll say. How corrupted is this? They're actually refusing to even accept my evidence. That's why I'm doing all this now. Gotta fucking wet nurse you motherfuckers. Because, and it's not all these. The ones who are seeing this for the first time, and it's going to be the overwhelming majority is. But this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. My mother died a suspicious death, and then the administrative lens that you would look through from the actions of these health workers at this hospital, both Advent Health and the ones that were doing my mother by the by the standards of a healthcare professional. You're not asking them as witnesses. I got a voicemail of an ICU doctor who knows the allocation of the liver, hours before the procurement surgery, and he's referring to a conversation that we had hours before that. That really don't even fit expedited livers. There's not even a reason, there's not even a turn down probably yet, because they don't even, the hospital record says it was on hold by the nurse manager. So then it goes to the field investigation. All right, that's 4.5 months. Now, Agent Tanner's not like Agent Fleck. Agent Fleck told me more in a week than Tanner's telling me. I got the mushroom treatment. That's feed me shit and keep me in the dark. But I'm giving Tanner a lot. And he's a UF Health guy too. So, well, maybe he's like, Rudy Giuliani or, Donnie Brasco, Joe Pistone, these Italians that, they were the hardest on the mafia. You know what I'm saying? Because they thought they gave him a bad name. Well, here's a couple from Tanner. Oh, but here, just to show you about this the same day that I finally, after 7.5 months or 7 months and so, get my work to pay off and get it, this Department of Health takes forward and goes to a field investigation. Look what else happens. Hear that girl Kyler who's in the article? Look at the date there. January 25th. The same day I get a milestone, so does UF Health, the parent company of LifeQuest. And look what it's for. No shit. They're beneficiaries of Mr. Peoples' unscrupulous procurement methods. And then they send this to my grandmother's name. They don't send it to me, but here, same date. They want me out of the house. Supposedly because I told them I wasn't 25 when I came down 7 months earlier. And I said, listen, fucking bug. I said, listen, why? I said, listen, I'm not talking. I said, how much time do I have? And they said, all right, Tevis. I said, how much time do I have? And they actually said, you take as much time as you want. We'll put you in as caregiver till the outcome of your mother's affairs are done. And I said, okay, thank you very much. Here, this is fucking bugging the house. Here this, I said, to the outcome of my mother's affairs, here the day goes in my house, here they start getting complaints. They want me out of here. Now, it happened the day before they actually went to the field investigation, or a couple of days, but the first, and listen, I know I had my shit hacked into everything. You know what I'm saying? Nathan Good. Listen, I'm almost positive I seen him, listen, and I dropped my phone one day, right? Here, didn't they, here I dropped my phone one day, out there helping, move this table that I was giving away for my mom. Here I dropped my phone, about 4 houses up. Here, after I was in Tampa, I had my phone stolen, and it was thrown back on the dashboard of my car, my Tiguan, once it was towed by this guy. And yeah, so here, it was a setup. And I actually think my uncle was indicated into it too, because, well, it's a long story, because the vehicle was still in my grandmother's name, and they gave me a hard time trying to get it out, even though she relinquished it to me. But basically what happened is that when I'm down there in Tampa, the vehicle gets taken. All right. So when I get back here, the fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh my God. Fucking bug flying around. All right, let me take a break. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. What happened was I dropped my phone working, trying to move this table out of my mother's and give it to the neighbor's daughter across the street. And I dropped the phone. And here, I knew it was around somewhere, so I went on my computer and I hit this. This was, not that long after I came back from Tampa, where I had my phone stolen. And then when I went into this Geico to use the phone, I said, yeah, I got 3, policies. Let me use the phone. I had my phone stolen outside of Santiago's office down in Tampa. Yeah, and here it ended up being on the dashboard of my car when the shit went down there. But here, I end up, I got evidence that I believe it was cloned, my SIM card, and it was returned to me. Well, here, I actually, here, it was coming up 4 houses up the street and stuff. And that's when I started, and after this January 25th, that's when I started to see this, that's when I really started to come off Life Quest. I was like, how the fuck does this run homeowners association, but I don't know there's really a difference between, I know they said it to me, but I figured they're all the same. It's just some kind of, executive, decision-making body of this living community. But no, and I could see that they were even scared to talk to me about this HOA, the actual legal entity, which would in theory be more powerful. But no, this HOA, and then this landscaper told me, like, yo, man, you're from up north? It's like, this is the same thing as it's like a mafia, the way they run this shit. And I was like, oh, well, good. Because I know this Lieutenant Robbins down here, he's just like, McCluskey and The Godfather, Virgil Salazzo's little, Irish fucking, bodyguard type. But anyway, so it goes to Tanner. All right, there's Tanner, right there. I get this letter from him. That's when it starts with him. Then I got a phone call with him, and I started giving him, and I'm telling him he's really interested. He went, there's Tanner right there. Okay, he's very by the bookish and stuff. So there you go, right there is he starts wanting this information. So now I'm starting to see it's progressing along and stuff. And I wanted to. So then this Arletta Gardner, she tells me that my complaint is not on Life Quest. I said, well, why? It's because they got the ACA's got their, all the donate life bullshit, got their sponsorship stamped all over it. Now, so she tells me at first, they have that Advent Health, who my real complaint is on. Now, honestly, she could be right, and I find out later. Just because Advent Health relinquishes their administration to Bill Peoples and lets him, run roughshod over their ICU, which has my mother in it as a ward. You know what I'm saying? And I got to actually reestablish this to Dr. Ferdosian so he can reestablish himself as a custodian. He said, yeah, until I do. Because I was like, I thought you had no authority here. Well, just because you can take a homeless bum off the corner and back at a McDonald's eating out of the bar, doesn't, you should, just because you decide, yeah, I'm going to let him run my fucking, Fortune 500 business. Listen, you were still the administration. You relinquished it to him. Fine. That's on you. But that, I don't know if that's it. And I'm still actually battling with it because they're, but I had to come off it and, I just went up with CMS. Now CMS said, now, they're divisional. Now, they don't want it. They said, well, look, it's good with the agent of, what's going on with the Department of Health. But anything Oregon procurement, we got to have something from ACA. So that's why I'm back in front of ACA. But this is, here, this Arletta Gardner, the supervisor from the Alachua Fieldhouse, she's doing everything. Then she tells me that they don't have oversight over procurements, over a LifeQuest. I said, yes, you are. You're about the only state regulatory that does. Then she says, no, it's just on the transplant side. I said, you have chance as a transplant, you fool. I said, so we're arguing. Then she says, listen, this whole thing about your mother being monitored as a living donor, I said, yeah. She goes, I'm not looking into that portion. I'll just look at the hospital. I said, that's everybody keeps saying. I said, that's the whole essence of my case here. She's saying, no. I said, why not? And I keep telling Chief Lanks, I said, listen, I don't want no sidebar battles with this Arletta Gardner. I'm not trying to have this problem with her. Dude, I'm trying to, I know who did this. Even Fleck put on, he actually added Obed to the thing. And he said, what, you're not telling me Obed? This doctor seems correct. I said, listen, I know who was really behind this. Obed said it was because of donation services. Now, listen, I said, you want to write this doctor up because of the evidence? Fine. I'm not going to contest. I told you what happened. There's the medical file. I said, I'm not punching down. That's why I didn't go out of my way for Paul to fight. Nobody yet. Now I did say Christina Clavejo. I did add her, and there was a spelling mistake. And Fleck's like, look, this is going to the field. Do you want me to really add this girl, or you want to cut? And I said, because I didn't even have that much evidence. But at the time, I thought she might have been one of the orchestrators. I said, listen, I know this man. I said, is there people above him? Obviously there is. But I said, I don't know who they are. So I said, this is where the buck stops. Would I know? So, but I always say on a managerial level that he's the orchestrator of my mother's homicide side murder, because there's three other them deep state infiltrators, and that's Adam Silverman, Kyle Arbraster, and fucking what's the name of him? McFly? Robert Hunter. And I think that they're all they're the architects of this, even if not just by indirect, the policies and their administrations, and the way they and this Silverman, he's the worst of them all. And stuff, I don't really see this Carl Arbresser. He's a little crazy, saying he's going to be the czar of the post-COVID medical world. And Mr. Hunter had an emergency lunch meeting he had to go to, because it's not my fault that some OPO told it. I said, yeah, okay, but yeah, it's not your fault this time, Mr. Hunter. But the next time it happens, ain't no more mulligans. So But, I'm trying to show you this. Guys, we're worried about transparency problems. Well, there it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You can't just say, oh, this, let's get more fraud and abuse, upgraded to murder, just so we can trade in for less waste. It's, in theory, it's good, Mr. Hunter, but you got to do something about it. But, I don't think he's evil. I don't even think Mr. Arbrester's evil. I think he's a little, thrown off. So this Silverman, he's a different story. But anyway, so basically, I'm in front of Chief Langston, and he says, look, he starts explaining things to me. I said, I don't want no problems. Here he forces Arletta Gardner to do a walkthrough. And this is when it's confirmed. So I called her up and I said, what are you doing? Why would you go to LifeQuest and do this. Why wouldn't you go down to Advent Health and ask Dr. Fedosian, what are you going to, and she's like, no, I had to represent it. You said life question. You made it, I said Advent. I said, you fool, don't you know the difference between a material witness and a suspect? What's the whole, like, asking the fox, you know, who robbed the chicken coop? You know what I'm saying? Like what? Just because they didn't have jars and skids full of illicitly procured livers just in their lot on this, when you did the surprise walkthrough, that was actually tip them off. This is when it was confirmed, because I know Nathan Good had my file. So whoever sent Nathan Good here, they're the real. And guess what? About a week after I found it, probably about a month later, when I confirmed to myself that they used this hepatitis as a criteria to get the turn down, and I found expedited livers, I actually sent an email, you know, bragging, you know, to Nathan, like, yeah, fuck you, you know, all this shit. You know, basically this, you know, being an arrogant front runner, that, you know, finally, you know, I thought well, Tampa kind of paid me back for that, so we'll see if this is the last thing. Well, I'm not saying, you know, I'm going to win this, but like I'm saying, I'm going to go down, you know, and I'm a yeller and I'm a screamer too, so it's going to come out and be yelling and screaming if I can't be swinging. But basically, I let him know about the expedited livers, and I said, and I explained, like, gotchas, I got in there. Here, this fool, Arletta Garner, she goes, listen, you don't even know what you're talking about. There's no way that there was a preordained. I said, didn't you listen to the voicemail? She goes, I had representatives ask about your mother's case specifically. I said, yeah, what'd they say? She goes, they said that your mother's liver didn't even go to the first person that was wanted. It was a turn down because of her hepatitis. I was like, you bureaucratic fucking fool. That's exactly what I said in my report. Goes back, bang, bangs it. Well, now I'm barred from, you know, the lateral officer. Like these people are insane. She actually, here, I got confirmation from UF Health's transplant. Yeah, it was an HCV turn down. Whether it's they had recorded things, but it meets the criteria. I had it confirmed. That's it. There it was. I told Tanner, I said, no, Tanner, let me tell you something. This better not go like, okay, somebody better go down there and get, now I'm using, see, I don't even know if you were able to confirm that. Arletta Garner confirmed it. It was a turn down. He calls me up a couple weeks later, about a week or two later, wanting a different format of the Ferdosian voicemail. And some things from Dr. Corey and the Bill Peoples one. But so here I slow roll them. And, you know, because I didn't want that. I said, it looks guilty to Dr. Fedosian. You know, he looks like, you know, especially that he hasn't contacted me, but I know that this is Paul Fight. That's where I'll get back and I'll, you know, wrap this up about Paul Fight. But here's where, oh yeah, well, since then, after that, here I'm getting really pissed now that it's gaining traction. You know, I found expedited livers, you know, went to the field investigation. Which one? So I said, you know, now there's this Nathan Good. So I call up the state's attorney down in Marion County, and I started to say, yo, when are these civil, you know, I said, you know, when are these desk sergeants now interpreting law? Fucking, they do everything but enforce the law in this sort of law. So he put me on the state's investigators, and I'm telling him this and that, and I'm making a complaint to him. And he said, we can't initiate the investigation. The district attorney can't initiate an investigation. I said, well, anybody who watched, you know, the 25 or 30 years of Law and Order, you know, and knows, you know, Jack McCoy, Sam Waterson, the district attorney, knows that's full of shit. That any citizen can initiate an investigation. Just go and show the evidence. I'm just saying they're refusing to even look at my shit, you know, on this. It's a civil issue, and like two things can't be true, and that we don't know where the fuck the jurisdiction of down yonder starts. Marion County, even though the terminal incident happens right. Boom. And I said this. I said, look, it looks like some paramilitary, deep state. He's like, sir, they don't even exist. This is what the state's attorney investigator said. I said, what, paramilitary groups? I said, what, the word don't exist? It's not a fucking unicorn. They do have, I said, I don't know what else this is called, this federally subcontracted group that, you know, murders people with militant functions. It looks like they had, you know, time scales, different teams, you know what I'm saying? Watch outs, handlers. I said, what else do you want me to call it? And stuff like this. And he goes, sir, you know, you probably need some mental health, stuff like this. mental health treatment and stuff. I said, what? He goes, yeah, you heard me. And I said, all right, then fine. I said, so what if I did need mental health? What the fuck are you going to do about the federally subcontracted militant group that's illicitly harvesting organs? Tell me that. And he goes, yes, sir. Like I said, mental health. I said, good, because I'm with the Department of Health, okay? And they've just confirmed every bit of my who, what, where, and when, and how by their medical consultancy. And Governor DeSantis just sanctioned this full field investigation, okay, which are rare enough. So I guess I'm with the right place. Sure as shit, day later, this Keynes comes to my house, knocking on the door. Hey, you the one that their mom got killed for her liver? I said, yeah. And he goes, all right. So I said, now listen, I said, here you go. And I said, here, I was showing him a couple emails. And he went like this to look for it. I said, oh, Jesus. He said, what? I said, just the fact that, most of you cops here in northern Florida, like, I guess, and that's why I know they sent Keynes. I thought it was just because of the inherent corruption of this Robin. Well, I didn't know who he was. I just knew about the substation being this enforcement arm of the HOA here. But it's just not because of Lieutenant Robbins' corruption. Obviously, they sent Keynes over here because he's probably the only deputy, or one of the only deputies that actually knows how to read. Because that's the one thing. A cop will listen to a lot of shit you got to say in Northern Florida. But reading a document, it's like, it's like talking about their, cousin mama or whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the creatures that give birth to them are. So, yeah, listen, I'm talking shit. You disrespect my mom, anything's on the table. Fucking get off your fat, lazy asses and do an investigation. I'm sick of this shit. This warrants a criminal investigation. Show me how it doesn't. Tell me how it doesn't. Fucking people make me sick. You know who I'm talking to? Listen, if it don't apply to you, then don't. I'm not denigrating every cop or state administrator. No, I know there's good ones. Even this Harper, like as much as he's just probably typical. Like I don't want you to start up our shitstorm down here. Carpetbagger. Fine, I got you. He did something. He actually, he reviewed the evidence, and I wasn't giving him everything. And it's like, yeah, no, I have enough to initiate an investigation into my mother and her death. Why all these subcontractors are around her, how she's being manipulated, and a policy is being manipulated to get her liver treated, just in perfect correlation with a brand new policy. Okay, and it's being done by the only person that would have access. Okay, or 1 of 30 out of. And you can narrow down that 30 is, well, let me see. How about the one native of this city, Ocala, or the guy who's from here, that actually is the one who orchestrated her clinical homicide down here? Let's start with him. And how about the guy fixing her air condition that's got the same fucking, HHS exclusions warrant or militant badge, whatever the fuck it is, because it's coming up as a global watch list under this, Truth Finder, which is the watered down version of the TILO, which is sponsored directly by who? Folly. That's the private investigation firm that's over that both Isaac Santiago, who defected, and this corporate espionage actor, Nathan Good, who comes to my house, probably tampers with evidence,